The Big Ten Network. Speed. Fuel TV. FoxSports.com. Fox Soccer. FSN. And Fox Sports, the greatest collection of sports properties in the world.
We are Fox Sports!
It's a unique and exciting night. The first primetime Daytona 500 is about to start. It's a historic race. Imagine Monday Night Football at 200 miles per hour. Drivers like defending NASCAR champion Tony Stewart and last year's Daytona 500 winner Trevor Bayne. The stars are ready to start the season, and making her Daytona Cup debut alongside of Dale Earnhardt Jr. is Danica Patrick. So let's head trackside for the command.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your Grand Marshals, Leonard, Eddie, Jordan, and John Wood, representing 3 generations of the famous Wood Brothers racing family. They're here to deliver the most famous words in motorsports.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
What a beautiful sound. We've been waiting to hear it. Welcome, everyone, to the 54th running of the Daytona 500, the great American race here from the Hollywood Hotel. I'm John Robertson for Chris Myers alongside of Michael Waltrip, and it simply doesn't matter when you win it. Winning the Daytona 500 is one of the biggest prizes in all of motorsports. And Michael Waltrip, you have 2 of those Daytona 500 trophies.
Man, Johnny, I love so much what those trophies represent. Just think, the teams have brought their best cars. The drivers are focused. And when you're the first one under the checkered flag in America's biggest race, as Dale Jr. said yesterday, it's awesome. You forever have a special place in NASCAR history.
And many of the stars of this sport have warned us that this could be one of the most awesome Daytona 500s ever because of the new rules package and also because the sparks will fly under the lights. Let's send it up to the broadcast booth. And Mike Joy, Larry McReynolds, and Darrell Waltrip. Guys, take it away.
Thanks, JR, and hi, everybody. This 54th running of the 500 is bound to be NASCAR's biggest night ever. It's been a big week of racing and of wrecking. Darrell Waltrip, the '89 winner and one of NASCAR's newest Hall of Famers. Why does everyone expect such a combination of great racing and wreck fest tonight?
I'll tell you why, Mike. Because to a driver, the Daytona 500 is the most important race we run. You do not want to go home and say, I didn't give it all. I didn't give it my all. You'll put it in the wall. You'll roll it over. You'll catch it on fire. You'll wreck your teammate to win the Daytona 500. Buddy, this comes down to one thing. Checkers or wreckers. It's all or nothing.
Larry, we've not had a repeat winner in the 500 in 10 years. Why has this become one of NASCAR's toughest races to win?
There are so many decisions to be made, and if you make one wrong decision, it could take you out of the opportunity to win this race. A decision by these drivers out there racing at over 200 miles an hour, the spotter above the grandstand, the crew chief, the pit crew making about a dozen stops. But it's hard to believe 200 laps, 500 miles, I can almost guarantee you who wins this thing probably will be the driver that makes the right decision through the last set of corners on the last lap.
So tighten your seatbelt for 200 laps, 500 miles, live on Fox. Tonight's race is brought to you by Budweiser, the beer that starts with full flavor and ends with a crisp, fast finish. Great times are waiting. Grab some Buds. Let's get down to pit road for late-breaking stories, beginning with Steve Burns.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike Joy. Now, Dale Earnhardt Jr. won the Daytona 500 in 2004. Just talked to the guys on the crew here. They know they have a very fast race car. Crew Chief Steve Letarte said he expects the field to break out into packs of 8 and 10 cars. Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s job is very specific. Stay out of trouble and maintain temperatures in that engine to make sure it doesn't overheat. Tough job, Matt Yoakum.
Steve, tonight marks a new chapter on the racing resume of Danica Patrick. The rookie rolls off 29. She's got a veteran spotter in Mark Robertson, won 2 championships with Tuna Stewart over at Joe Gibbs Racing. He told me that the advice he gave her tonight, be a little more aggressive at the start. Try to make up some room on the racetrack so she's not stuck near the back in that stagnant air. And then basically just learn, and learn some more. That's what it's all about tonight. Just gain more knowledge behind the wheel of a stock car. Chris Devoda?
If New York has Linsanity, Daytona has Trevor Fever. Trevor Bayne became one of America's feel-good stories when at the age of 20, he won the Daytona 500 last year. He is a secret no more. Trevor drives into this race with fans, faith, and a fast Ford. He will lean on all three when he tries to catch lightning in a bottle again tonight. Dick Bergeron?
Jeff Gordon began Speed Weeks with a vicious crash. Barrel rolled down the speedway. But he was uninjured, and tonight he has a brand new car. Says he sees no reason whatsoever why he shouldn't win his 4th Daytona 500 championship. And he's one of the best who's ever raced this event. Mike Joy.
Thank you, Dick. Have a great night down there, everybody. It's going to be a busy one. Here is the Geico starting grid for the 54th annual Daytona 500. An all-Ford front row, the first for car owner Jack Roush, with Carl Edwards, the pole sitter, and Greg Biffle. In row number 2, the series champion Tony Stewart and Matt Kenseth, the 2009 500 winner. Dale Earnhardt Jr., the 2004 winner with 13 total Daytona victories. And watch out for Regan Smith. He could surprise tonight. As you look at the rest of the starting field, Darrell, let's get on the radio.
Let's see if we can get old Tony Stewart on here. Hey, Smoke, it's a DW. Got a copy?
Yeah, bud.
Hey, Smoke, this year you guys can't talk to each other to communicate from one driver to another. Is that a big problem?
Well, I don't know that it's a big problem, but it's a luxury that we definitely don't have this year. I mean, it was nice when you were that car that was pushing to be able to have the guy in front of you be able to tell you when he had to check up or if he had to change lanes. So it makes all the stuff going on in front of you a little more important. But there's a reason all these guys got to this level. It's because they make pretty good decisions most of the time. So we can listen to our spotters, and they can still pretty much, I'd say most of the time, pretty much 80%. Guaranteed he can call what that guy's going to do in front of us and what the scenario is.
All right, with that in mind, you got your buddy right there in front of you. You can't talk to him, but I can. You want me to tell him anything for you?
We already talked about it before we got the cars here, so you know, we both know we got 500 miles here, so you know, as much as you'd like to just get out and lead right away, I mean, it's you know, I told him my plan's not to push right off the bat, so I know the guys beside us are here, but the risk versus reward doesn't make sense this early in the day.
All right, my friend, have a good night and good luck.
Thanks, Rem.
Tony Stewart starts right behind Carl Edwards. An interesting twist in how the 2011 season finished, with Stewart and Edwards in the 99 tying for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Championship. The tie broken by Tony's 5 victories in the last 10 races. The chase for the Cup. Carl Edwards had 1 victory last season and wound up second on the tiebreak.
Let's see if we can talk to Carl. Hey, Carl, it's DW in the Fox Sports booth. You got a copy, buddy? And Carl, it's DW. You got a copy? He's busy waving right now. He's distracted.
Saluting the fans, and the crowd here is huge for a rain day. Normally 50% of the crowd would come back on a Monday, but Daytona is an appointment event and appointment television. These folks have a lot of money invested in travel and tickets, and now in rain gear, and they have filled this grandstand. Healthy crowd on the back straightaway, and the infield is packed.
See if we can get him one more time. Hey, Carl, it's DW. You got a copy?
Got you loud and clear.
Hey, buddy, you got a fast hot rod there. The Fords have looked good the whole speed weeks. What's your plan tonight?
It's the same plan we had the last race there in Homestead. Let's just go out, you know, trying to lead every lap, try to win this thing. You know, we got the best pit crew on pit road. We got a fast race car, so we'll just go out there and have some fun and hopefully get the win.
Well, you got your buddy behind you right there. Do y'all have are y'all going to work together tonight, or is it finish off what you ended up with last year?
Heck no, I'm not working together with him. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to do whatever we can, you know, to make sure we get to the end, and then we'll race just as hard as we race anybody else. But, you know, the biggest thing is just to go out here and try to win this 500. We've got such a good team. Our Fastenal team is good enough that we're not too worried about taking risks tonight. We just want to try to go for the win and then go to Phoenix.
Start the season off right, buddy. Get you a win tonight, and that'll make the whole year a lot better. Good luck to you, bud.
Thanks a lot. Hope you guys have a good time.
This is Carl Edwards' 8th start in the 500. He's still trying to lead his first lap in the Great American Race. Let's start with crew chief Larry McReynolds, 2-time winning Daytona 500 crew chief, with tonight's Goodyear keys to superior performance.
First and foremost, you heard Tony Stewart say it, 500 miles, keep your cool. That means your temper, and also if that car starts overheating, you're going to have to get a little air to the nose. Stay on my good side. Push me all you want, but do not push me in the right rear because you might spin me out, or actually in the left rear, DW. What about the third one?
Well, it's the last lap, and it's all about me. You'll hear these crew chiefs tell the drivers when they make that last stop, we've done all we can do for you, brother. It's all up to you now. That's what a driver wants to hear. I told you, they love to win the Daytona 500. It's all about me.
Our championship winning crew chief Jeff Hammond has a new role this year. He's going to take you places you've never been and you can't go. Where are you, Jeff?
Mike, I'm up here on the starter stand, and let me tell you right now, you go right to the side of me, you can feel the energy from the fans. They're back in full force. They're already cheering their favorite driver. You look across the way, the crews are already up on the wall. Right behind me, we're getting ready to have the starting field come by me. One more lap. We're going to launch 43 rocket ships. These guys are going to be going for one thing and one thing only. Getting back to this start-finish line in 200 laps first. And it may be determined as little by an inch or two. The excitement is unbelievable. The best seat in the house may be behind the wheel of that race car, but I'd like to stay here and watch the rest of the race because I'm telling you, this is a cool place to be right now. In a few more minutes, we're going to drop the green on the Daytona 500.
Well, I'd like for you to stay there too, but you've got work to do tonight. Take us some fun places. Drivers talk to us about what it's like this year with pack racing instead of the 2-driver tandem we saw here last year.
Well, I mean, I think it's back to big pack racing, and the biggest thing here is the fact that Daytona, we haven't raced in a big pack since they repaved the racetrack.
Pack runs so fast that it's hard to tandem up because the cars get so hot so fast and catch back up. So probably going to have to be aggressive and try to keep ourselves positioned towards the front.
Well, I'm a big fan of the pack racing. I think for me personally, I do better at it than the tandem, and I think it's better for the fans' perspective watching the race. It seems to be a lot more exciting.
You got to learn what it takes for your car to win. The only way to do that is to be willing to make some mistakes. So the strategy is to learn and then apply.
Ready to race in Daytona for 500 miles. These drivers will be taking you for a ride tonight around this 2.5-mile super speedway at speeds of nearly 200 miles an hour. Views from inside the car, up on the roof like you see here, and even out the side window. Toyota proud to showcase the reinvented 2012 Camry as official pace car of the 500. Available in models up to 268 horsepower or 43 miles per gallon. The 2012 Camry is ready. Are you? 200 laps, 500 miles tonight.
And there you see pit road speed 55 miles per hour. That's after out on the racetrack over 200. Fuel window 44 to 48 laps.
Don't forget that halfway money.
$200,000.
Yes, sir.
And these drivers had trouble early in the week, went to backup cars. Temperature cooling to 69 degrees, partly cloudy. Rain, rain, stay away as we're ready to start the Great American Race in Monday prime time on Fox.
Yes, sir. We've already talked about it. She's going to be a wild one. We're going to see some sparks fly. We got to get this baby started. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys and Danica.
Jamie McMurray down below the yellow line and off pace in this opening lap. in the number 1.
I think he's hunting his teammate, that red car right there, Juan Pablo Montoya.
Yeah, they had a plan. They were going to get hooked up.
So strategy, not a problem for McMurray.
And
Two-car tandem. Talk about teammates that have hooked up. Greg Biffle and his Roush Fenway Ford teammate, Matt Kenseth and Carl Edwards. 3 Fords. Trouble already. The wall. Slams to the outside. It's 5-time champion Jimmy Johnson. He collects Danica Patrick and the 34 of David Reagan.
Trevor Bayne, the 21 car, winner from last year. You see him involved?
Kurt Busch is involved.
I'm a little worried about Jimmy. He took a hard lick right in the door. And there's the HenryCar.com Chevrolet of Kurt Busch. He's got damage.
1 lap and 600 feet, and it's calamity.
Oh my gosh. Jimmy took a really, really hard lick, that second lick.
David Reagan's Ford, his first outing for Front Row Motorsports. Busch will make it back around to the pits.
Both of our winners from the Daytona races last year involved. Trevor Bayne won the 500. David Reagan won the July race.
When you see the replay of this and you see what Danica did, you won't believe it.
All right, let's keep an eye on Jimmy Johnson. He's right tucked up underneath the 78 of Regan Smith.
Ooh, just got a little tap in the back end.
I believe that might have been Elliott Sadler in 33.
Elliott Sadler gave him just a little tap. Right here's what I was talking about. Watch Danica. Right there, she gets some damage, but then watch her go down. Jimmy's car's total, but watch her right here. Right between those 2 cars.
First caution of the night, lap 2. Here's another look. Look at that outside lane and the blue car that's second in line.
You see, Jimmy just gets a little bit loose, and when he corrects, it just overcorrects, and into the fence it goes. And then he gets a really hard lick right here. That's the one that really worried me. He got that right in the driver's door.
Darrell, what was one of our Goodyear keys? Don't push me in the left rear. This travel can be pretty treacherous.
Now from the blimp, watch for the green car as Danica Patrick comes into frame from the top of your screen.
You see right here, Jimmy's getting ready to get a hard lick, but here's Danica right here. She gets some damage off of Jimmy Johnson's car there, but I do not, this is the wildest thing I've ever seen. Watch this car go right, but these 2 cars, these guys are all wrecking, and she goes right in between them.
A big chain reaction crash as Johnson's car just clogs the racetrack. And the 34, David Reagan, had car to the outside, car to the inside, nowhere to go. We'll ride with Danica Patrick.
He was just looking. Inside 2 wide. Oh, slow. Check up. Go low.
And now with Jimmy Johnson.
Inside only.
All the drivers involved have either climbed out of their cars or driven back to the pits. They're okay, but what a hard hit.
These guys, I've seen a lot of wrecks in stock cars, in NASCAR, but these guys have all taken a lesson from Danica Patrick. They have seen what she does when she's been in some hard wrecks, and they've taken their hands off the wheel, and he is hurt. He took a hard lick. He's got the wind knocked out of him, I'm sure.
And that wraparound headrest certainly helps to contain movement, as does the Hans device, the head and neck support. And these are the cars involved. Since winning the 500 in 2006, Jimmy Johnson's average finish in this race has been in the mid-30s. The The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. 4 laps complete. We're under caution at Daytona. Aerial coverage by Goodyear. Everything we've learned making tires for the proving grounds of NASCAR inspires what we roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. 5-time NASCAR champion Jimmie Johnson took a hit into the wall and then a hard hit from David Reagan as cars piled in, including Danica Patrick. Matt Yoakum in her garage.
Disappointing start to the 500 for Danica Patrick, Mike. A lot of cosmetic damage, but Greg Zipadelli could see right from the pit wall significant damage underneath the left rear of this 10 machine. Possibly truck arm broken. They were going to survey the damage back in the garage. Going to lose a lot of laps. Krista?
If Trevor Bayne is going to defend his Daytona 500 win, he is going to have to do it the hard way. Some serious damage on the front end of their Ford machine. The left rear is where the team was seriously working on pit road. They had the hammer out, tearing the sheet metal, banging the sheet metal away from the tire to avoid a tire rub. It's going to be a long night for Trevor Bayne.
NASCAR has several mechanisms by which drivers laps down can get laps back. As Kevin Harvick comes out of the pits, on each caution flag, the first car 1 lap down gets a free pass and comes all the way around. But other cars can stay out on caution flags and regain a lap provided they do not pit. It's called the wave around, and we'll explain it when we see it.
Let's ride with Jimmy and see if we can get a handle on exactly what happened here. You heard his father say looking on the inside, and he got clipped on the inside. That you can see right there, that's a heck of an impact.
Elliott Sadler, driver the 33, passed along his apologies. He was the driver who got into the back of Jimmie Johnson. That's how that got started.
Pretty amazing how tight they're racing here. Jimmie Johnson started 8th, 2 drivers at the rear that was involved.
We're getting ready to restart the Daytona 500. Here's Steve Burns.
With Jimmie Johnson just out of the care center. Jimmy, 2 very hard impacts. You're going to take a look at the replay. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, I'm good. You know, the last hit when I got hit in the door was pretty hard, but we're just all trying to make our lane work, and a lot of energy in the lane. I was kind of pushing the 78 a little bit. I could feel some help from behind, and just turned me around, sent me down in the inside lane and back up the outside lane. And then when I was sitting in the middle of the racetrack, I knew at some point someone was going to come along, and unfortunately, you know, David Reagan had nowhere to go, but unfortunately got drilled by him pretty hard. So I'm just really bummed to start the season this way. For all the hard work that's gone into getting this Lowe's Chevrolet ready for tonight, and I don't even think I completed 2.5 miles of green flag racing, so pretty bummed.
Glad you're okay, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Jimmie Johnson out of the race on lap 2. David Reagan also released from the care center. 5 cars in the garage. Pit stops by Terry Labonte, Robbie Gordon, Kevin Harvick, and Paul Menard during that caution.
It's been preached in these guys' head for 10 days. You cannot push on the left rear. Elliott Sadler got a little piece of the left rear.
Yeah, not only has it been preached, we've had about 20 examples that it doesn't work.
Well, second verse, same as the first. Here comes the whole field, 2 by 2. Through turn number 4, around a complete lap 8.
When this is pack racing, when you're in the pack, you're just a part of it. If anything happens, you can't avoid it. So you just gotta pray a lot that nothing happens while you're doubled up like this.
During the caution flag, outspoken words, Kyle Busch.
Seriously, are we all kidding ourselves? We just sat around for 36 hours, and we wreck on lap 1.
I totally understand what he's saying. As a matter of fact, Dale Jr. had a similar conversation with his spotter. He said, tell the 33 I don't want to push, and I want him to be sure and know it.
Greg Biffle, Carl Edwards, front of the field. The black car on the outside is Regan Smith, who has run very well here at Daytona and won last year, his first race, that at Darlington. Back down to Steve.
David Reagan also released from the care center. David, a pretty violent impact with Jimmie Johnson. You're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. It was a hard hit. You know, I saw the 48 spinning. My spotter was telling me to get low, slow down, and just couldn't slow down and get low enough. And you know, I'm standing here ready to see the replay to see what kind of bonehead would do a move like that this early in the Daytona 500. So just very disappointed for our Front Row Motorsports Scorpion Truck Bed Liners team. Our team had worked so hard. We had a good race car, and we were just content with you know, getting to the finish. And it's very a shame to be talking to you this early.
Thank you, David.
Thanks, Steve. Here comes Regan Smith, who moved in the offseason to Denver, Colorado with his new bride to be close to his race team. The 78 is the only team based outside the greater Charlotte area, and that Furniture Row car is trying to force its way to the front.
You know, last year at this time, we probably said he's a long shot. You know, he doesn't have much of a chance. After winning Darlington and the way that car is run last year, he's not a favorite, but he's certainly in there.
Yeah, he was in a position to win this 500 last year, probably with 10 or 12 laps to go, and got caught up in a late race accident.
Just moved to Denver, but no stranger to snow. He grew up outside Syracuse. You're looking at Marcus Ambrose.
I like
Tasmania, who won his first race last year, as did Smith. He was the winner at Watkins Glen.
This is our little side view, folks. A little camera we got mounted on the door of the car that's run along beside the 9 there of Marcus Ambrose. And it's a great shot because in the corners you can really see how far down in the track these cars sink. So much G-force in the turn. Look at the side of the car in the turn. Then when it comes up on the straightaway, you'll see that gap open back up. And when it opens up like that, the drivers say that's when the car is real vulnerable to getting pushed. It gets real light, hard to drive.
Ford back to the front. Greg Biffle leading Carl Edwards in blue and white, and Matt Kenseth in blue and yellow. Those are 3 of Jack Roush's fast Fords that everyone feels will be contenders for this win tonight.
I think Greg Biffle, I hope he learned a lesson in his qualifying race. He had the fastest car in his qualifying race. On the last lap, he tried to block his teammate who went on to win the race, and he ended up finishing 5th. So as hard as it is, you've got to work with somebody. You can't be defensive all day long.
But you're right. Those 3 Roush Fenway drivers right there, Biffle, Edwards, and Kenseth, they've been fast all week. And this is Roush Fenway's 25th year.
Back straight away. One car around sideways. It's Ryan Newman. Tony Stewart's teammate has brought out the second caution flag of the night on lap 12.
And I haven't even seen the replay, but I bet somebody bumped him in the left rear.
Newman's a past winner of the 500.
Here he is. No, nobody bumped him. He looks like he just lost it. Maybe had a tire issue. I think he's got a tire down, Larry. The way that thing's sparking and everything, he's got a tire down.
A single car spin puts us under the second caution flag of the night, and the sparks fly.
Yeah. And you can see the right rear tire.
These cars have safety interliners inside the tires, so they don't go flat to the rim, which is a good thing at 200 miles an hour.
What's a good thing is that pavement that has been put down that back straightaway now. That's a good thing. That's saved a lot of guys.
Here is Casey Kane's view. That's Newman just ahead of him on the inside.
Check up here. Check up. Get around. Outside. Get outside. Get outside. You're clear. All clear.
Matt Yoakum.
And a great call by DW in the booth and Larry Mack. He said simply on the radio, Ryan Newman, not sure which, but I had a tire going down. Great save by the SHR driver.
I would say with this caution being out here, we're going to be 14 laps. I think pit road's going to be very, very busy. We may see a lot of different agendas and a lot of different strategy, but I think we'll definitely see them on pit road.
That is Trevor Bayne, the defending champion of the 500, in the garage with his Wood Brother team, and Danica Patrick. She remains in that car, entered by Tommy Baldwin Racing, and a lot of the Stewart-Haas crewmen working on that car to get her back into her first 500.
It's her 3rd wreck of the weekend. She had a wreck in the qualifying race, not of her own making, had a vicious hit over off of turn 2. Then she wrecked Saturday in the nationwide race, and now we got problems tonight.
Coming around under caution to complete lap 14, and it looks like most of the cars will come to pit road. Steve?
Regan Smith in the 78, Mike, saying that he is pleasantly surprised with the handling of his number 78 Chevy. It's going to be fuel only for Regan Smith, Krista.
If this is Monday Night Football, it's time for the linemen to go to work. The over-the-wall crew for Greg Biffle, all new this year. Matt?
Drew Blickenserver calling for just 1 can of fuel. No tires for the 31, Dick Berggren.
Carl Edwards finished second in points last year. He finished second in last year's Daytona 500. The Golden Age stock finishing second and win this thing.
Well, Edwards does win the race off pit road. Hardly anyone took tires. And Newman's got further problems.
And that was a huge roadblock for a lot of drivers trying to get in and out of their pits.
Second caution flag of the day, a single car spin for Ryan Newman. Welcome back to Daytona. That's A.J. Allmendinger's Penske Dodge being pushed back to the garage area. Here's what happened. Ryan Newman is leaving his pit as you watch from Kyle Busch. The left rear wheel is not tightened. Newman pulls away. The wheel comes off. A.J. Allmendinger's coming in. Pow! Right in the back of Newman. And that has damaged Allmendinger's car. He's gone to the garage. Good grief.
Danger everywhere.
Coming to complete lap 16, pace car is in. Paul Menard, Denny Hamlin for this KFC restart. Come taste why fresh is better. Menard and Hamlin did not pit under this caution flag. Menard has been in earlier on the first caution. And Paul Menard from Wisconsin, who also got his first win last year at the Brickyard, getting a push from the 99 of Carl Edwards.
Paul Menard, one of those drivers, had to start at the rear of the field because he was in a backup car from the crash on Thursday's Gatorade Dual race.
Regan Smith third, and Joe Gibbs Toyota teammates Denny Hamlin in the 11 and Joey Logano in the 20. Third and fourth with Greg Biffle, Jeff Burton, Matt Kenseth, and Marcus Ambrose. Hamlin to the outside and to the lead.
3 wide there coming to the start finish line, and Hamlin took advantage of that Carl Edwards pulling out behind Menard there and got a real nice draft.
Yeah, Carl Edwards in the 99, he's what we call the sucker hole. He got trapped in the middle with no help. Just see him drifting backwards.
He thought he was going to get by Menard, but he didn't get any help.
195-mile-an-hour bumper cars. Hamlin down to the bottom, picks up Menard as his drafting partner.
You know, that 78 car, of all the races we've had down here this weekend, that 78's always been right at the front. Every race we've seen.
Ford's in the outside lane, the high groove. Biffle in the 16, Kenseth the 17. And Kyle Busch coming up the outside in the number 18 Toyota. Steve Burns.
With Trevor Bayne, a lot of work going on the race car. 2 questions, Trevor. What happened, and can you get back in this race?
I have no idea what happened. I haven't seen it yet, but this is devastating for this team, man. We sat here for a couple days waiting to race, and something happens on lap 1. So what do? I tried to get as low as I could. I couldn't see what was going on. They were just crashing up top, so I got low, got slowed down, and at the last second, I think it was a 34 car, hit us in the right side door and sent us into the grass. The only thing we really touched was the grass. I guess it's so wet, it just ripped apart the front of the car. So, man, it's tough. These guys worked so hard for this race, and we're looking forward to it. I hate the way that we're sitting here in the garage, but they're trying their best to get it back out here. We're doing everything we can. I thought it'd be minor damage so it would get us out there faster, but it's put us in the garage for a long time.
So, Trevor, we'll take a look at the replay and see what happened.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't understand what happened or why they got so antsy or who got turned sideways at first, but you know, you think that everybody's going to be patient after you wait for that long, that you're just going to be calm. And I had just said coming off in turn 4, I said, hey guys, I'm in the right place. I'm going to hang out back here for a little while and stay out of trouble. And as soon as I let off the mic, he said they're checking up the wrecking, and I slowed down the best I could and got out of the way as best I could, and we still got in it somehow. So I hate this for our Ford Racing team here. It's tough, but we'll be back. It just stinks we got wait another year to try to get another 500.
Thanks, Trevor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Carl Edwards got knocked all the way back to 11th place. A lap ago, he was up battling for the lead. Looking back at Jeff Gordon, the red car, and Brad Keselowski in the blue car.
And that
turn 1.
That's frustrating, Mike, because he was right up there battling for the lead with Menard. But when he tried to make the pass on Menard, he got stuck in the middle. And then you get really frustrated as a driver trying to find a place to get back in line, and that's when sometimes you get in trouble.
Denny Hamlin and his teammate Joey Logano are Toyota top performers at lap 20, running first and fourth. Is there any advantage at the front of the pack to running single file? Because, Darrell, it doesn't appear that anybody can get away from the pack.
No, it doesn't. Normally what happens after about 15, 20 laps, the tires kind of get warmer and they lose a little bit of grip and they'll start to separate a little bit. But because the weather is so calm and the track is green, got a lot of grip, we may not see that tonight.
You know, of those 4 Toyota drivers you just showed, only one started inside the top 20, and that was Joey Logano, who started 12th. Leading this race, you think about his last 2 seasons. 2010, a championship contender, won 8 races. Last year, never a factor, won 1, but he has that championship crew chief of Tony Stewart, Darian Grubb, with him this year.
Hamlin leads the inside lane with Paul Menard, Regan Smith, Joey Logano, Jeff Burton, and Marcus Ambrose on the outside. Still pedaling. The outside lane, Greg Biffle with his teammate Matt Kenseth trying to make some noise.
After a while, though, you kind of give up on that outside line. You just say, man, I got to get down in line with everybody else and ride a while, because that's kind of what I see shaping up now.
Earnhardt is the 5th Chevrolet in the race, 13th overall right now. Jeff Gordon, his Hendrick Motorsports teammate, just in front of him. Tony Stewart right behind Earnhardt. So 3 Chevrolets trailing those 2 Fords on the outside. Back down to the garage area, Jeff Hammond.
Mike, right now you see him behind us at the 10 car now, Danica Patrick right now. They're working very intensely trying to get everything repaired. And what's going on? They have torn the entire rear end housing out from underneath it. Truck arms were damaged. Rear end housing was tore up. A lot of sheet metal damage. Greg Zipadelli's working on it. They've got to get all this stuff replaced, set it back down on the ground, realign everything. They really feel like it's imperative they get her back out there to get her some more experience, but more importantly, to try to get as many points as possible for this 10 car.
Now, the rear end housing is in the back of the car, and it's pretty much a solid axle that goes across the entire car, has the left rear and the right rear. It's also where the gear is, and it's hooked to the car with a left and a right trailing arm. Now, let's take a look at our Ford Racing Tech car. This whole apparatus here, that's the rear end housing. And these are the trailing arms that hold it under the car. So they've got to unbolt those trailing arms, unbolt that rear end housing. But you also see that's what has the gear in it. They'll probably even have to put a gear in that rear end housing. So it's a pretty extensive repair.
Feverishly, work continues in the garage as we cross through 25 laps. Denny Hamlin from Chesterfield, Virginia, late model stock car driver, tapped by Joe Gibbs to fill an empty seat. He's done a great job at his best Daytona 500 finish so far, 17th.
Stick around for more NASCAR on Fox.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. 30 laps complete in Daytona. Catch the season premiere of Octane Academy tonight on Fuel TV. Check local listings for the time in your area. Watch and learn. Ford cars have won 2 of the last 3 Daytona 500s. This year is the first time that Roush Fenway Racing has swept the 500 front row. The last 10 500s have had 10 different winners. And this race so far has had 4 different leaders, 5 lead changes, and Denny Hamlin driving a Toyota for Coach Joe Gibbs leads the pack from Paul Menard, Regan Smith, Joey Logano, and Jeff Burton. Marcus Ambrose sixth, and little change among that front pack on the inside. Now, defending series champ Tony Stewart, car number 14 in his 14th Daytona 500, is running 14th.
I'll let the 88 know I'm doing the same thing he's doing, so don't tell him not to panic if I get inside or outside of him there. I'm not going anywhere. Will do.
For many a race at Daytona, Tony Stewart and Dale Earnhardt Jr. have been drafting in tandem and working together.
Well, that's managing your car. I mean, right now, you know, you're not doing anything. You're not taking any risks right now. And that's really what was so upsetting about that first lap. Don't take any risks right now. We got a long way to go here. Let's work together, not against each other.
Remember, Darrell, when he talked to Tony, talked to him about the rule change over the winter from last year where a driver can't talk to another driver. Last year, Tony Stewart would have told Dale Earnhardt on his own. Now you've got to go through the spotters above the grandstand.
You know, Mike, there's two strategies, sort of, there has been in the past for running a restrictor plate race, Daytona, Talladega. One is you get up here in the pack and you race hard, just like what we see these guys doing. The other is fall to the back. Pick up 3 or 4 guys that you like to run with and lay back. Remember at the start of the race when we saw Jamie McMurray drop to the inside? He went to the rear, picked up his teammate Juan Pablo Montoya, and these guys, they're about a half a second off what the leaders up there are running, but they're in a safety zone right now.
Right, that group of cars is 6 to 7 seconds behind the leader. It's led by number 29, a past Daytona 500 champion, Kevin Harvick. Includes Montoya, Terry Labonte, David Gilliland, Tony Raines back there. And you see the gap from them to the lead pack. Denny Hamlin, still the engineer of this fast freight train.
But that's about the right distance to be back. If something happens, a big wad of cars get all together, they can get stopped or slowed down before they get up in the middle of it. So they're playing it safe right now.
Yeah, Darrell, what I've noticed since those drivers they've got in a single file, because the drivers up here in this big pack are starting to mix it up as far as 2 lines, their lap times are mirroring the leaders.
Yeah, there is the new rear end for Danica Patrick's car going to be installed. And you see some help from the U.S. Army team from Stewart Haas Racing. That's Ryan Newman's team, teammate to Danica, as is Tony Stewart. Still a lot of work to do.
And as we watch that outside line with Greg Biffle up there and Jeff Gordon, they can make they get a little run and they think, okay, I think we're going to make it this time. And then that inside line pulls back ahead again. So they just haven't been able to get much further up, and what you see them right there.
Darrell, you're riding in a pack. You're closer together than most people park, but you're doing 195 miles an hour.
Yeah,
that's no Sunday drive.
No, and really and truly, you're at the mercy of everybody around you. If the guy in front of you should happen to have to lift a little bit for a car in front of him, it's an accordion effect. And that's the thing about pack racing. You know you're vulnerable the whole time you're up in the middle of that pack.
Yeah, our top 25 drivers right now separated by less than 2 seconds, as you said, Mike, over 190 miles per hour.
Michael Waltrip has won this race twice. In fact, he's the last repeat winner of the 500. We've had different winners all these last 10 years. Michael, how tense is this kind of racing right now as Trevor Bayne returns to the racetrack?
It's just so hard to sit there and be patient, guys. They threw the green flag. These guys have been sitting around for 24 hours wanting to race, and we saw a mistake by Elliott Sadler. I know Elliott's heart, and I know he's hurting for what he caused, but that's how tense it is. You want to go, but then you're so excited about the opportunity to go, and you overdo it. And that's what happened on that first crash. Now you see these guys, they're being patient, they're riding in line, they're not pushing on one another, but they're also learning. They're seeing what their temperatures will do. That's an issue. They're seeing how close they can get to the car in front of them and not overheat their engine. So there's a lot going on in the driver's head right now, trying to figure out how to get himself ready to race for the checkered flag.
Michael, if you were out there right now, would you want to be in that inside line, or would you like to be up on that outside line? Is there a safer place to be, one and the other?
Well, I think with this pack here, it's pretty calm, so I'm okay either place. But, Darrell, what I'd like to do is see what the difference is in the two lines, how my car will pull up or not, depending on which line I'm in. So that's what I'm saying. They're going to school right now. Denny Hamlin's at the head of the class. He doesn't have any worries at all. Biffle's concerned because he's up on the outside, but yet he can't make any ground. He's able to hang right there by Boyer, but that's as far as he can make it. So he also knows if the car behind him would just give him a push, they could go. But Jeff Gordon isn't ready to push yet. He doesn't want to get a hold of the back end and possibly cause another problem.
Yeah, right now you're just hoping there are no rats in that pack.
Exactly, and a flat tire, we saw that with Ryan Newman. Just think, Darrell, in the middle of that pack, a flat tire, something that simple, you're going to wipe out 10 or 12 cars.
We've wiped out a few already. We'll come up on the Garage Report when we come back. This summer, G.I. Joe returns with Bruce Willis and Dwayne Johnson. When most of the Joes are eliminated, the team calls in an old friend. G.I. Joe Retaliation in theaters June 29th. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Toyota. By AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T Rethink Possible. By Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. And by G.I. Joe Retaliation in theaters everywhere June 29th. The Daytona 500 has a new leader and the race pace has picked up. Get closer to your favorite driver's performance through every turn and every pit stop with the all-new RaceView 360. Available now only at NASCAR.com. Jeff Burton, the veteran from South Boston, Virginia, driving a Chevy for Richard Childress. He and Greg Biffle got together on the outside and went all the way to the front.
Yeah, pretty much everybody knows that 16 car Greg Biffle is bad fast. He won both practices, qualified on the front row, and when Burton saw him coming, he said, man, this is the guy I want to go with. So he jumped out there and went with him, and it took him right to the lead.
So here we see the two-driver tandem in the outside lane racing against the pack. And it's quicker than the pack, but they can only do that kind of racing here for so long with the new rules package.
But you know, one of the things I think they're also experimenting with right now, like we see, who can I get behind and push that we can make some time on that outside? You get the right partner, obviously Biffle and Burton did it. Now you got Jeff Gordon sitting back there.
44 of 200 laps complete, 2 caution flags early. A 5-car wreck sent Jimmy Johnson, Danica Patrick, Trevor Bayne, and David Reagan and Kurt Busch to the garage. A single car spin by Ryan Newman put us under the 2nd caution flag. We've had Denny Hamlin at the front for the most laps. 5 different leaders, 6 lead changes. Hamlin led 24 of them, and now Jeff Burton to the front. They ran nose to tail, Larry, one pushing the other, but they can't do that for long.
No, because of all the rule changes that NASCAR made with the cooling, you can only do it for about a lap or so, and then you've got gauges that will start flashing at you almost like an idiot light in a passenger car. You know, then you've got to get air to that radiator.
When that 11 car, when the Jeff Gordon in the 24, they were closing down on the 11 car really, really fast. Anybody else may have gone up and bammed into him and tried to push him, but Jeff Gordon and that line on the outside there with Dale Jr. and Tony Stewart, they all eased up out of the gas a little bit, drug the brakes a little bit, a little trail braking, fell right in behind him.
So Jeff Burton, whose older brother Ward won the Daytona 500 in 2002, Burton's best 500 finish, 2nd in 2000. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola. The Polar Bears invite you to open a little happiness this racing season.
Now it's time for the AT&T Race Break, brought to you by the nation's largest 4G network, Rethink Possible. At the quarter-way mark of this Daytona 500, 44-year-old Jeff Burton from South Boston, Virginia, is leading the way. Let's take a quick look at what has transpired so far in the 54th running of the Daytona 500. Our recap shows us very early in the race as Jimmy Johnson goes into the outside retaining wall on just lap 2 after a bump from Elliott Sadler that took away several other contending cars, including that of Danica Patrick and also the 2 cars that won the last 2 races. drivers, Trevor Bayne and David Reagan. Then watch Ryan Newman, a former Daytona 500 winner himself, gets a tire going down on the racetrack, then has one come off in the pits. A.J. Allmendinger gets in the back of him and causes melee on pit road, and therefore they continue to work live on Danica Patrick's car. The idea here is to get Danica back out on the racetrack and get as much experience for her as possible, but they only have one shot to get her back out there. She's got to stay up to speed. And Michael Walters, what are you seeing so far? Who do you like at this quarterway mark of the 500?
I love the move Burton made. He was down on the bottom in school. He decided he was going to go to the next class. He pulled up. Biffle pushed him to the front, and he's been there ever since. But I love Denny Hamlin's attitude. I talked to him the other day, and he said, I'm going for it every lap. I'm not leaving anything on the table. I want to lead. He tried to do the same thing Burton did without as much success, but that attitude could pay off for him as things get tight at the end.
Let's see how our top 4 starters are doing in the AT&T's Fastest Driver Challenge. And we look, it's Carl Edwards, Greg Biffle, Tony Stewart, and Matt Kenseth all over the field. But right now, Greg Biffle is the fastest of those 4. Be sure to sign up to play AT&T's Fastest Driver Challenge next week by texting FAST to 34763 or visiting attfastestdriver.com. You could have a chance to win 4 Gs. That's $4,000 just by playing. Brought to you by the nation's largest 4G network, AT&T. Rethink possible. Now let's go back to Mike Joy.
Denny Hamlin, Paul Menard, and David Stremme on pit road. Steve?
Denny Hamlin saying that he's just a little bit free when he exits the corner, Mike, with somebody behind him, so they're going to give him 4 tires. Handling becoming an issue. Paul Menard, meanwhile, on the 27, 2 tires and fuel.
They leave the pits while work continues on Stremme's car. Now his red machine pulls away. There's the 83 Landon Castle, also in the pit lane, as green flag stops begin here at lap 53.
And Mike, that's something these crew chiefs are going to have to keep up with as this track rubbers back up. From all of the rain, we lost all the rubber that was on the track. As it rubbers back up, these cars will change quite a bit. You got to make a chassis adjustments to keep up with the track.
How about our leader, Matt?
The former July winner here at Daytona. His car, Jeff Burton's 31 machine, was tight in the early going. He's been working with his ex-Roush Fenway teammate, Greg Biffle, on the racetrack. Their crew chiefs have been working together on pit road. They should pit together in about 3 laps, Mike, taking on 4 tires.
Well, you see how much faster 2 drivers or more running together that they are. So that's one reason you also want to partner when you come to pit road, to make a pit stop where he can leave pit road with you.
Race leader Jeff Burton's new crew chief, Drew Blickensderfer, won the 500 with Matt Kenseth in 2009. 3 more takers from the middle of the pack. Clint Boyer leads a group onto pit road that includes Michael McDowell and Bobby Labonte. Krista?
Clint Boyer is in, working with a new team. He said he's surprised how quickly this team is gelled. The call is for 4 tires and fuel for Clint Boyer in that number 15 machine.
Mike, something we really got to keep an eye on is these guys get ready to peel off to pit. So easy to run over a guy unless he gets a hand signal and the spotters tell each other when they're going to pit. Sometimes you can have some real issues getting on pit road.
Burton brings them around one more time. He had a chance to win at NASCAR's other fastest track, Talladega, Alabama, last October. His then teammate, Clint Boyer, though, passed him on the last lap for the victory. Now here's Kevin Harvick in the 29, Jamie McMurray and teammate Juan Pablo Montoya leading another group onto pit road. Steve?
Little concern in the 29. It's going to be right sides only, Mike, but Kevin Harvick has reported a small vibration, something they're keeping an eye on. Dick Berggren.
Jamie McMurray has run all day with his teammate, Juan Pablo Montoya. That has been the plan for those 2 cars to hook up, run together, and don't damage anything.
Terry Labonte, Joe Nemechek, David Gilliland also making pit stops.
Very important for that group of drivers to pit together as they did. Remember, that was the drivers that were running about 6 or 7 seconds behind the lead pack.
Yeah, that's the backpack.
We stay under green as Joey Logano, Martin Truex, Mark Martin, Kyle Busch, and others come to pit road. Steve?
Martin Truex Jr. in. Good news for him, Mike. No handling, no overheating issues. Fuel and 4 tires. Dick.
Joey Logano in car number 20 has run in the top 5 virtually this entire race. His car needs an adjustment. Matty?
and an air pressure adjustment for the 18 of Kyle Busch. Left side's going on clean the grill. This car very impressive. He felt like an early going in this race.
David Rudeman and Ricky Stenhouse also stopped.
Here they come.
And here come most of the leaders, led by Jeff Burton, Greg Biffle, Regan Smith, and Marcus Ambrose. Keselowski, Kenseth in, Steve.
Regan Smith on pit road, right side tires. Krista.
Steve, Greg Biffle was worried about getting a little hot, but he told his team, no, it's okay. 4 tires. Matt?
The CAT crew going to work on Jeff Burton Chevrolet already on the left side. No chassis adjustments for Burton. Solid stop so far. His drafting teammate Biffle is away as well. Same time.
Eric Almirola also stopped, as did Elliott Sadler.
And Larry, we haven't heard a lot about heating problems. I guess the cool air of the evening running at night, that's really helped these guys keep these engines a little cooler than what we saw in the qualifying races.
We're about 20 degrees cooler.
A big lockup for Dave Blaney in that yellow number 36. Jeff Gordon, Blaney, Casey Kane, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. pitting. Dick.
Jeff Gordon has said that he has been running this race wide open and can't make forward progress. That number 24 car, a brand new car, simply does not have the speed that this 3-time champion is looking for.
There's only one car that has not stopped. It is the 14 on the left of your screen of Tony Stewart, who I'm hearing missed pit road the last time by.
Mike, an issue, you mentioned it for Tony Stewart. He was blocked accidentally by the 18 of Kyle Busch. He could not get down. He had planned to pit the lap before. He's got it locked down to 55 miles an hour. As you can see the replay, he was going to pit with a 24. He could not get the car down to the bottom in time and get down to the brakes. Stewart is now in now, Mike. Going to make an air pressure change and also a chassis adjustment. Jeff Gooch Patterson, Escondido, California, has got the first can of fuel in. The second can goes in. Solid stop.
Four tires, Sunoco Green E15. And Stewart's away, but he leaves pit road by himself. And no single car is as fast as the pack drafting along. Tony Stewart's got some work to do. Danica Patrick's car close to returning to the racetrack. 60 laps complete in the Daytona 500 on Fox.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Chevrolet. Dare to compare your car to a Chevy today. By KFC. Come in today and taste why fresh is better. By American Ethanol. American grown, American made, powering NASCAR. And by Aaron's. Credit is hard. Aaron's is easy.
Welcome back to the Daytona 500, where we're under caution for the third time tonight. Debris in turn number 2 causes the yellow flag to be waved. We had cycled through pit stops. Jeff Burton had reassumed the lead. That debris has now slid down off the racing surface. Burton leading. Greg Biffle and Landon Castle gets the first free pass of the night. He was the first car 1 lap down, so he will be able to drive around the pace car and pick up the tail end of the lead lap. He's our Aaron's lucky dog.
Larry, how's this going to affect halfway, buddy? I mean, that's got to be on your mind. You got 200 grand coming up at halfway. Is this going to play into anybody's hands right here?
Well, until that caution came, Darrell, a lot of those drivers that pitted early, they were going to have to pit before the halfway. But I think for a lot of them, like Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt Jr., they would have been able to go past the halfway before they had to pit.
There are 5 other cars on track a lap or more down who will have an opportunity to get a lap back here. We'll explain in a minute. Enter now for a chance to win the Camaro Synergy and a Talladega Race Weekend package. Plus meet Tony Stewart. Visit wincamarosynergy.com now to enter.
I do think a lot of drivers that made those early green flag stops, like Denny Hamlin, Paul Menard, Kevin Harvick, some of those drivers, we've been almost 10 laps since they pitted. I think they've at least got to come get fuel.
Danica Patrick, only the 3rd woman to start the Daytona 500. Janet Guthrie had 2 top 15 finishes. Ran the great race, as did Shauna Robinson. Pit stop, Steve.
Denny Hamlin in the 11, fuel only. Also the same for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Dale Earnhardt Jr. saying his car is handling very well. Described it as neutral. Regan Smith in as well.
A lot of gas and go stops here. There's Tony Stewart's. Here was Matt Kenseth coming into the first pit stall.
Whoops, got to back. Can't go over that line right there. You got to go back. You see the inspector telling him push back.
And looks like a little overheating there on Kenseth's car.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Ford, proud sponsor of NASCAR.
I don't know if you're aware of it, but it's quite a bit of pay at halfway. I'll keep you posted on that, but I just think they'll get pretty stupid around halfway. Shootout money for halfway. Got it.
$200,000 is the midway payday for the driver that leads the halfway lap. That is coming 33 laps from now as we go back to green. Jeff Burton's Chevrolet on the outside of Greg Biffle's Ford.
And with that caution, I truly believe if we go caution free to the halfway lap 100, every driver out there should be able to make it on fuel. The only one I question is Clint Boyer in the 15, who pitted back on lap 55.
And the crew chiefs are starting to remind the drivers that halfway, that's $200,000. I mean, that's a lot of money. A lot of races don't even pay that much to win.
Marcus Ambrose with Biffle. Kyle Busch in the 18 behind him. Clint Boyer, Joey Logano. Those three Toyotas lined up on the inside lane behind the front two Fords.
Now Marcus Ambrose in that 9, he's been so strong the entire speed weeks. Top 5 in the Budweiser shootout, top 5 in the Gatorade dual race.
You know, Larry, we were talking, and I hadn't seen a lot of steam coming out of any of the cars under race conditions, but that car right there of Matt Kenseth's, when he came into pits, he was having some sort of an issue, and you can see here they're circulating some water through the thing over on the left side over there. The guys that got a water hose, putting water in this car, trying to cool it back down.
It's a pressurized system, and what they've done, Steve, it looks like they've tried to get that water out and get that system back full.
And Larry Mack, here's what Matt Kenseth described it as. He says it's like the water system won't pressurize. The water temperatures are fluctuating wildly for him. Just another issue, he's having some radio problems as well.
If you just think about your own passenger car, the water temperature won't fluctuate at all if it doesn't have any water in it. And so I think that's what he maybe is fighting there. He's got to get some water back in it because the gauges can't work without water.
Kenseth still on the lead lap, but not with the lead pack. Joe Nemechek has taken his car to the garage. Michael McDowell makes an unscheduled pit stop, but up front, this pack still rages, and it's 28 cars deep.
Probably the biggest surprise of the evening for me, Mike, has been how bunched up these cars have stayed. I really anticipated things getting stretched out a little bit more than they have, but the cautions have fallen right, and track conditions are perfect. It's a nice, cool night, a lot of grip. Everybody's able to hang together.
Danica Patrick caught up in the lap 2 crash, had this to say to her team as she headed back out on the racetrack.
Thank you all for working so hard.
What's that?
Just said thanks for working so hard for us to get me back out.
Steering wheel might be off a little bit.
Okay. I'll let you know if something feels really weird.
She is 62 laps down, but out there getting some valuable track time. She'll run 10 of these Sprint Cup races this year.
And she had so much confidence coming into Daytona. This has been her best racetrack in a nationwide car or in a cup car. This really was from somewhere where she had kind of marked as a good place to get a great finish.
If she's running limited schedule, the question, why would they put her back out there and she's that many laps down? They want her to get seat time, but remember, that 10 car is running the entire schedule. In fact, the driver that's going to be in at Phoenix, David Rudiman, in the 93 car, he has cracked the top 10.
3 wide racing mid-pack, and look at Denny Hamlin in the 11 going tandem with the 56 of Martin Truex.
And this is what NASCAR, the 2-car tandem, and you see here Hamlin's so smart. He got off of Truex getting into the corner because you don't want to push a guy in the corner, but Hamlin is hungry, man.
But you could see on the pointer is Denny Hamlin, the 11, was pushing Martin Truex Jr. in 56. The pointer went over 200 miles per hour.
And Truex is inching his way toward the front of the inside line, led by Greg Biffle.
And the changes that were made in the offseason to the cooling system, you can push for maybe a lap or two. You just can't push for 10 or 15 or all day.
28 laps to halfway. And that ring the bell lap for the $200,000 midway payday bonus. Now, back in the day, Michael Waltrip, we used to have a halfway bonus. It wasn't as much money, but I recall a day when you and Ken Schrader really went at it to get that extra money. Major League Baseball right around the corner. MLB on Fox returns April 7th. 73 laps complete. The Fords of Greg Biffle and Aussie Marcus Ambrose lead the Toyotas of Kyle Busch, Clint Boyer, and Joey Logano. Let's take an inside look at what's happening in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, brought to you by Sprint. Jeff Burton and Denny Hamlin have each led 24 laps, most of all drivers in the 77 laps so far. And the biggest mover in this race, David Rudiman, has gained 21 spots, driving a car for a team that was just put together in the last 2.5 weeks from the bones of the former Red Bull organization. New leader is Martin Truex. He worked his way up the outside. Denny Hamlin, Greg Biffle, Marcus Ambrose, Jeff Gordon.
Jeff Gordon always is interesting to me, Larry. In the Bud Shootout, I think it was, said his car wouldn't run. Something was wrong with the front shocks. A little bit ago, he called in and said, I got no speed. The car just won't go. How do you take a car that won't go and get up that close to the front?
He's just looking for more speed. I think he has pretty good speed. He's just looking for more. And looking at Martin Truex Jr. in that 56 car, I know we've got 22 laps to that halfway money, $200,000. Martin Truex Jr. led the halfway lap a year ago with less payday, only $50,000 last year in 2011.
79 laps complete. Truex the leader. His closest teammate, Clint Boyer, the 5-Hour Energy Toyota, in 7th. Within sight of the lead. 4 cars back on the inside lane. That's Jeff Gordon, the 24. And the 55 is another new teammate at MWR.
I would say Martin is lurking. He just kind of lurks around, and won't hear a whole lot about him for a while.
53-year-old Mark Martin, his 30th year in Sprint Cup. We know how close he came in 2007 to winning the 500. Barely got beat back to the line by Kevin Harvick.
Yeah, I guess off of turn 4, he had it, he lost it. He had it, and he lost it. He lost it.
53 years old and in better personal shape, physical shape, than most 33-year-olds. Brad Keselowski in the Blue Deuce in 12th place. He's the leading Dodge Charger in this race as we are 20 laps to halfway. We saw Jeff Gordon wave out the window.
Oh,
smoke fire on Jeff Gordon's Chevrolet.
Engine just blew all to pieces.
We're blown up, guys. It's all done.
3-time Daytona 500 winner Jeff Gordon has brought out the 4th caution flag of the night at lap 81. I saw that hand out the window, Darrell, to signal the drivers behind.
That water pressure gauge was not working properly, but I don't know. I never went red on any of my gauges, you know, so I have no idea where that came from.
You know, it's the second guy we've heard talk about maybe the gauge is not working right. When a car sets overnight, sometimes they get a lot of moisture in the gauges and in the whole system, and the gauges may have malfunctioned, caused Jeff not to realize he had a problem until it was too late.
Pulls to the outside and signals. Mark Martin gets away from right behind him. Good thing.
Hendrick Motorsports is going for their 200th win here this weekend, and Jeff Gordon's not going to deliver it. Jimmy Johnson's not going to deliver it.
That leaves Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Casey Kane for the Hendrick team.
Mark Martin in the 55 for a moment was going to follow him. He thought Jeff Gordon was just moving up, and then he realized what was going on as he saw Jeff waving that hand out the window.
While we're speaking of Rick Hendrick, the Fox team would really like to send out a great gratitude of thank you, Rick, for what you did for all the Fox team this past week. Everybody really appreciated your handout, and it was great.
Tony Raines will receive the free pass on this, the fourth caution flag of the night, as Gordon coasts around to the garage area.
The big question, would that halfway money change strategy at this point of the race? Everyone's going to make a pit stop, but Steve, I think we may see guys really doing something to get off pit road in a hurry.
Exactly right, Larry Mack. Fuel only for Martin Truex Jr., the leader. Crew chief Chad Johnston saying, don't slide your tires, don't slide. Krista?
Steve, that's the same request for Greg Biffle. Don't slide your tires. Also, the driver wants his car freed up just a little bit. Matt?
Still debate on what to do for Kyle Busch. They are going to go ahead and change right side tires only. They're debating, Dick, whether to go fuel only or tires. They went tight.
Joey Logano also told not to slide his tires. He's got new voices in his ear, new crew chief and a new spotter, and he's run very well in this race so far.
The race off pit road, won by Greg Biffle, Marcus Ambrose, and Martin Truex drops 2 spots. There's pole sitter Carl Edwards. Tonight's aerial coverage by Goodyear. Everything we've learned making tires for the proving grounds of NASCAR inspires what we roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Under caution at Daytona, Paul Menard heads for pit road. Terry Labonte stays out. He is the leader of the race from Greg Biffle and Marcus Ambrose. We'll go back to green in a lap or so. March 9th, the Ultimate Fighter premieres live only on FX as it makes its debut on its new home. 32 contenders face off in a special 2-hour premiere event. The Ultimate Fighter now live beginning March 9th at 9 p.m. only on FX. Menard and Kevin Harvick, Richard Childress Racing teammates, pitted here along with David Gilliland's Ford. Light is out atop the safety car. We're ready to go back to green. Now you can join the Dew Crew on Facebook. Join by March 30th and enter for the chance to win Dale's fire suit that he's wearing right there in that shot in the Daytona 500. Get the Dew Crew app now only on Facebook.
Man, look at those gloves. Those things are frightening looking. You know why they're that way? So when he gets that hand up, buddy, somebody, you're going to see that. You're going to notice that.
"15 laps to halfway. Jeff Gordon, 3-time champion of the 500, in the garage, out of the race, engine trouble.
I just feel like that Jeff thinks it's something in the gauge package. His water pressure or his water temperature didn't give him the indication he needed to save that engine.
Hendrick Motorsports has about 8 engines in this Daytona 500.
For only the second time in 54 years, an import nameplate paces the field. Porsche 1971, Toyota in 2012, and that Camry is about to make the sharp left turn. The silver car of Terry Labonte, the white and red machine of Greg Biffle are going to lead them down to the green flag. Get your hand on the volume knob because we're going to crank it up for you. laps to halfway. Greg Biffle, the leader. Right behind him, Terry Labonte from Corpus Christi, Texas. Two-time Sprint Cup champion in that silver car. 30 Daytona 500 starts behind only Dave Marcus and Richard Petty, trying to win it for the first time.
And Mike, you know, a lot of guys downplayed that halfway money. I'm not really worried about that. I'm thinking about the big prize. We're going to find out how much truth there was in those statements, because these guys are getting ready to turn the wick up with 10 laps to go to get the money.
On the outside, that drafting tandem that worked so well before. Truex and around goes Labonte off the bumper of Marcus Ambrose, and caution is out.
He's going to save it.
Barely got him right in that left rear corner that we've been talking about.
And the rains that have plagued Daytona Beach for the last few days have captured the Frank Stoddard car driven by Terry Labonte. His Ford can't get out of the mud.
You can see Marcus Ambrose right down there on the bumper of Terry Labonte, number 32. Gets down on that left side, and
fortunately that runoff area is paved, and Labonte, look at the car control as he tries to keep that thing away from the wall and ends up in the grass.
There's a number of things that have been done to these cars that have really helped them. That big fin on the across the deck lid, that really helps. Certainly this paved, all this area being paved now, that's very helpful, saves a car and a driver.
Now before this happened, wondering if Frank Stoddard had positioned Labonte at the front after pit stops to go for that halfway cash.
Terry, we're going to have about 15 to go to the halfway. What's your thoughts about staying?
Oh boy, that's a good way to get wrecked, probably.
That was pretty smart. He called that one.
Yeah, Darrell, he had been out there about 20 laps on his tires. He did not even pit that last time.
Cars stay out and do not pit, even though pit road is open. Steve Burns.
Jeff Gordon down in the garage, Mike. And Jeff, I saw you debriefing with some of the key engine personnel at Hendrick Motorsports. Have you diagnosed the issue?
Well, ultimately it broke a crank, but we're trying to figure out what caused that. It's pretty strange. We've gone through so much reliability testing that if we had seen some high temps or some high water pressure, then I would have kind of expected some of this to happen. But I was actually seeing surprisingly low temps and low pressure, so I don't know, maybe something was off there. But boy, it's a shame. Our drive in Hunger Chevrolet was really strong. We were just biding our time and being patient and working with guys. Every once in a while we could get up there to the front, but we weren't really even trying at that time. You're racing out there, but in order to actually make a big move to get to the lead, you have to push, and then you do take a risk at getting the temps up. So it just wasn't time to do that, but we were in a great position, great pit stop there, and just got to thank Drive In Hunger for everything that they do for all the older Americans that are dealing with hunger issues. Thank DuPont, thank Pepsi Max, and Chevrolet, all of our sponsors. This is not the way we wanted to start the season or the Daytona 500. So we'll go on to Phoenix.
We'll see you there. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Elliott Sadler having a long stay on pit road. And there is the front of Marcus Ambrose's car, and you see a little smush from some contact. Perhaps that's the contact with Terry Labonte.
Well, and Labonte stayed out. He was on older tires, and if you're coming up off that corner and you happen to have to squeeze up out of the throttle a little bit, the guy behind you can easily make contact with you. That may have been what happened.
Yeah, during our last commercial break, Dick Bergman was telling me that Elliott Sadler in the 33 was fighting some fuel pressure issues.
He is back on the racetrack. Look at the bottom of your screen, the 9 of Ambrose.
I know that the 9 has made contact with the 32, but I'm not sure that's what started the 32 around.
All right, we'll see what else we can find. Labonte is back on right there. That is not damaged. I mean, that looks like a bit of tire rub or something on Ambrose's car, but that's not from the silver car of Labonte.
No, I think that happened when he was going by Labonte, possibly. I don't know, but just from that shot we saw there seemed to be a gap between he and Terry Labonte.
10 laps to halfway. And we'll get the restart green next time by. If the halfway lap is run under green, $200,000. If we happen to be under caution, then the 5th consecutive green flag lap after halfway will determine the winner of that $200,000 bonus. Octane Academy is on Fuel TV. Check your local listings for the time in your area.
This is going to turn into a little 10-lap heat race with a $200,000 prize at the end of the race.
Yeah, but not many heat races pay that kind of money, does it?
No.
Well, you know, in 1990, when Derek Cope won the Daytona 500, he and his Bob Whitcomb team didn't bank $200,000 for winning the race.
Oh, in 1989, I won $175,000, and I had to run 200 laps. So this is a big, big bonus.
Getting set for the restart, Biffle and Ambrose. All NASCAR restarts in their top 3 National Series are double file. The leader gets his choice of inside or outside lane, and then everyone else lines up in fashion. Second place car on the front row, and then everyone else inside, outside in order.
Is it just a coincidence, or $200,000 at stake here in a lap or 2, 5, 10, whatever it is? The 18 car all of a sudden is in the picture.
I was just going to say, that's the driver I want to watch, Kyle Busch in that 18.
When they take the green, it'll be 9 laps to the $200,000 midway payday in the Daytona 500. 32 cars on the lead lap for this restart. Here we go. Trying to come up the middle, Casey Kane in that number 5, trying to force the issue right down the center.
He's getting help from his teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. in that 88 car.
And Junior leaves Kane. He's still coming. He's got Matt Kenseth right there on his spoiler and pulls up to Marcus Ambrose.
But how about Matt Kenseth in that 17? It wasn't that long ago that he was on pit road with them putting water in his race car.
But how about Dale Jr.? He's just like his daddy. When it comes down to these little sprint things here for a lot of money, he gets in the hunt.
Kenseth now, his 17, the man in the middle. Junior on the outside. You're riding with Dale Jr. There goes Keselowski in the deuce. And Almirola. And it's like Dale Jr. threw the anchor out.
Well, Kyle Busch did that. If you just make the wrong move, somebody's there to close that hole up and leave you hanging.
Jeff Burton on the bottom with Mark Martin in the 55. Stewart 14 in the middle with Boyer the 15. Here they come, 7 laps to halfway. $200 miles an hour, $200,000, 7 laps from now.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Dodge. Visit your local Dodge dealer today. By Pizza Hut. Order the new $10 dinner box today. By DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you've got to get DirecTV. And by Verizon 4G LTE, America's fastest 4G network.
3 laps to halfway in the Daytona 500, where the midway payday of $200,000 awaits. Will it be a driver from the front of this pack who's in contention to win the race? Or will 2 drivers hook up in tandem to try to get to the front and steal that money just about 6 miles of racing from right now?
All you see when you're in the car, if you're not leading this race, the car in front, all you see is $200,000 flashing on the back of that car. Can I get around him? That's the question.
Mark Martin peeks out of line in the 55. 2 laps to halfway, Biffle in command.
Mark Martin, I think in the 55 would love to get up there and try to do something with Martin Truex Jr. in the 56, his teammate. And then you see Clint Boyer in the 15, another teammate.
I think, Larry, these guys have all seen the races down here from the 4th turn to the start-finish line. That's where most of the passes have been made. I got to believe these guys are sitting here waiting for that come to get the money lap.
Second, Martin Truex Jr. hasn't won in a while. He has a Toyota. Denny Hamlin right behind his.
And in the qualifying race, Greg Biffle is right where he is right now, coming to get the white flag, but he made an evasive move, tried to block, and it cost him.
One lap to halfway and $200,000 only for the race leader.
This is going to look like a covey of quails when they come off turn 4.
Will anyone challenge Biffle for the bonus?
They're getting all lined up here, getting ready. May have made that move a little quick. Now he's able to get back in there. Burton in the 31. I thought he moved too quick. There
Here they
go.
come. Truex, Hamlin.
Teammate or Toyota teammates.
Well, will they split the bonus? Because Denny Hamlin has just helped Martin Truex to the front. 1,500 feet, 1,000 feet, $200,000. Martin Truex Jr. leads the halfway lap of the Daytona 500.
Timed it perfectly.
But he definitely got help from Denny Hamlin at 11.
And you know what? He'll probably split it with Denny being the kind of guy he is and everything.
2 years in a row, he's led the halfway lap of the Daytona 500. Just made about 150 grand more than he did a year ago.
And now here's what'll make you mad. If you just lost that 200,000, he'll fall back in the pack somewhere right a while.
Denny Hamlin's dropped behind his Tony Stewart in the 14. As you ride with Casey Kane. 100 laps down, 100 laps to go. And the other news about that halfway lap is that we won't come back tomorrow. Once NASCAR completes more than 50% of the advertised race distance, the race will be official tonight. Tony Stewart challenges for the lead as we go down to John Roberts for the AT&T mid-race report.
Well, Martin Truex Jr. won the midway payday, but winning the Daytona 500 will be more difficult. Davey Allison was the last driver to lead halfway and win the Daytona 500, and that was 20 years ago in 1992. It is time for our AT&T mid-race report, and now we are going to spin it forward and see who our experts like for the rest of this race, and we're going to start out with Darrell Waltrip.
I picked on Smoke at the beginning of the race to win this whole thing. He was right up there just in. He almost took the lead. I like his strategy. My man is doing just what he needs to be doing. I'm sticking with Smoke.
There isn't anyone on the gas out there like Denny Hamlin. He's gone 3 wide. He pushed Martin Truex to that halfway bonus. He just shoved Tony Stewart all the way to lead. I like Denny Hamlin's attitude, and I think he wins this race.
And Michael, as far as strategy, we've seen a lot of different agendas on pit road, but I think as these guys are going to be racing real hard near the end, make sure your driver has some good fresh tires.
Now the debut for Danica Patrick Sprint Cup, not what she'd hoped for. She's over 60 laps down due to that early crash, but Greg Zipadelli, looking at the overall bigger picture, able to repair her race car. She's out on the racetrack now, trying to draft with other drivers, gain more knowledge until she gets back into her next Sprint Cup race at Darlington.
13 times in 53 Daytona 500s, the halfway lap leader has gone on to win the race. But as JR pointed out, not in the last 20 years. I still like those Roush Fenway Fords and particularly Matt Kenseth. Hamlin out front, where he has led the second most laps tonight, second to Greg Biffle. They are among the contenders to win the 2012 running of the Great American Race on Fox. Aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. Only DirecTV gives you dedicated driver channels, so you'll never miss a second of your driver's race. Call 1-800-DirecTV. 107 laps complete, 93 to go in the Daytona 500. Denny Hamlin and Martin Truex run 1-2 in Toyotas. Greg Biffle's Ford, Jeff Burton's fourth. Here's what Truex had to say after taking the $200,000 payday.
You're going to get the halfway. You're going to get the halfway. You've got the halfway clear all around.
You'll get that other half now.
Thanks for the push, man. I think the push, boy. Play some defense now. Let's get after these guys. We've got 100 more.
100 more laps to go. 92 now remain. But of all the drivers that have tried the tandem racing, Truex, and Hamlin so far tonight have been the most successful at it.
Yeah, and the frustrating thing is, we saw it with Tony Stewart, we've seen it with the 31 car. You get up there, but if you make the wrong move, happen to get out of line or get in the wrong line, man, you go straight to the back, and then you got to work your way back up through there again.
Our pole sitter has not made a lot of noise lately. Carl Edwards is back in 21st place. Dick Bergman?
Well, he had been running much further up in the pack, Mike, but he is having fuel pressure issues. He said the engine is running all right, but the fuel pressure is going up and down in that car, and the fuel pressure light is periodically flashing. These fuel injectors require substantial fuel pressure. The engines don't run well if they don't have good fuel pressure.
Yeah, for the first time, NASCAR is running electronic fuel injection. We heard Elliott Sadler, the 33 car, having fuel pressure issues. Even though I think we have it well and perfected, we're still seeing a few issues along the way.
Yeah, well, Larry, we've only had short races. We had the 150s, we had the Bud Shootout. This is a 500-mile race, and if you're going to have failures, you're going to see it in the second half of the race, because this is the longest we've run with this new system.
Hamlin, Truex, Biffle, Burton, and Boyer are the top 5. 3 Toyotas, a Ford, and a Chevrolet. The first Dodge in the race is Keselowski in 9th. In that lead pack, 25 cars, with 32 cars on the lead lap, with 90 to go in the Daytona 500.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Lowe's. Lowe's, never stop improving.
Denny Hamlin leading with 114 laps complete of 200 in the Daytona 500 on Fox. Get in on the action with Fox Fantasy Racing, presented by Farmers Insurance. Pick your team of 5 drivers each race before the green flag drops. But sign up today at foxsports.com/fantasy. Casey Kane, 7th place in his new Hendrick Motorsports ride for Farmers.
Yeah, he's quietly riding along there. Haven't heard a whole lot out of Casey yet. I say yet.
Now up at the top lane, right side of your screen, the orange car of Joey Logano has been pushing the deuce of Brad Keselowski, and they got up within 4 cars of the lead, got no further, and started to drift back just a bit.
No, that's a couple of drivers, Brad Keselowski in the 2, Joey Logano in the 20, that spent some time back in December visiting our troops down in Cuba for 3 or 4 days.
As these cars race around the track at nearly 200 miles an hour, NASCAR has a minimum speed that each car must maintain, and they have advised Elliott Sadler, that he needs to pick up the pace in the number 33 and maintain pace or bring his car to the garage. Speaking of Clint Boyer, let's go to pit road.
Mike, one of our storylines was whether these cars would overheat. We knew nighttime it wouldn't be as big of a deal, and we hadn't really heard any drivers complaining about overheating until now. Clint Boyer on lap 104 told his team, my car is getting hotter and hotter. 5 laps later, I just can't keep it cool. And just 1 lap ago, you guys, I cannot keep this thing cool at all.
You know, Michael Waltrip, he ran in the Budweiser Shootout in the Gatorade Duel, so he has time in a race car this week. Him and I had a conversation the other day that it's manageable. What you have to do is watch your gauge, watch your lights, Michael, but you've got to stick that thing out there and breathe it. But if you let it go too far, then you may not be able to recover.
And you can see there, Clint is doing just what I said, Larry. He's laid back off of Jeff Burton. There's a gap there, and when he gets a chance, he pops that nose out to the right to get some fresh air into that engine. But that's a huge concern. He's that close to the front, running with a gap in front of him, and he can't keep his engine cool. How's he going to go win the race at the end?
And one thing that's different this year, you have a much smaller capacity radiator. So now if you lose just a little bit of water, that equates to a whole lot of water, and you're going to get hot a lot quicker. So he may have gotten himself in trouble and can't get out.
To discourage lengthy bump drafting in tandem, NASCAR minimized also the size of the opening in the bumper for that radiator to get any cool air. If you're up against the bumper of the car in front of you. You're not getting your car cool at all.
And again, I mean, we've just had short events here the last few days. 500 miles here, about halfway, everything starts happening to these things. Engines start overheating, the cars start handling poorly. Halfway is a big deal.
Tony Stewart in the 14, the ranking series champion. You see right below where it says Impala, what looks like a black piece of tape, that's the radiator opening, and that's all you get to get air in there to that radiator. Matt?
Mike managing that distance between himself and the car in front to control the temperature issue. They've made big improvements on the 14 car. The chassis adjustment helped tighten the car up like Stewart wanted. This is the best it's been all night. The other adjustment, well, they had a high-tech tool here in the pit. They sprayed anti-fog on it, and on a pit stop, they used it on the inside of the windshield. It was fogging up. If you want to see that high-tech tool, just go to my Twitter page for more.
Yeah, so much humidity in the air, even though we hadn't had rain since about 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. A lot of humidity.
The outside lane now 8 deep, and they're trying to make some noise and move up and challenge that inside lane dominated by Denny Hamlin.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Diet Mountain Dew. Yeah, it tastes that good.
76 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Let's take an inside look at what's happening in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, brought to you by Sprint. Denny Hamlin is your race leader. He's led the most laps tonight, 47, more than he's led in his 6 prior 500s total. He's also the biggest mover in this race, 28 spots ahead of where he started. Get unlimited access to the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series with live NASCAR audio and real-time stats available through the NASCAR Sprint Cup mobile app on your Android-powered device. Only on the Sprint network, the only national carrier with truly unlimited data. Learn more at sprint.com/speed.
Mike, you're sitting here right now, if you're Denny Hamlin in the 11 car, and you're thinking, am I really this good, or am I setting up? I mean, you don't really know. There's such an uncertainty. You just never have the confidence that you got the car to hold these guys off, particularly if a couple of them get outside of you and start pushing each other.
Mike, we're real close to what's going to be green flag pit stops for a lot of these drivers, and when they make this stop, it will be then a one-stop race to get to the end.
And that's the other thing, if you're in the pack, you're trying to figure out, okay, who was it that I got hooked up with that we ran the best laps with? Where is he, and can we get hooked up and do it again? So you're at that point in a race right now where you're really fast forwarding a lot to the next pit stop and what you're going to do at the end of the race.
In the last 11 years, only one time has the driver who led the most laps won the 500. That was Michael Waltrip in 03. Boyer, maybe that engine has finally given up.
I don't know if he's got trouble. I think he does, or else, yeah, he's definitely slowing.
Can he make it to pit road?
Oh, not now.
No.
That could have been disastrous.
Now, there are various places where he can pull off the track without bringing out a caution, but they would not get him back to pit road. So Clint Boyer from Emporia, Kansas, limps around the track, and I believe he is out of gas. Krista.
Mike, that's exactly what he came on the radio and said. They thought they had that overheating issue earlier. That is the least of their concerns now. He just came on and said, guys, how did this happen? We are out of fuel.
In the last 6 races here, Mike, he has the best average finish of 12.2, so big blow to that team.
Yeah, he last pitted on lap 82, which is the same lap that Carl Edwards pitted and Tony Stewart pitted on 82. We're seeing he, Joey Logano, and Mark Martin come to pit road.
The caution is out for Clint Boyer. It will be the 6th caution flag of the night.
Now, Joey Logano in the 20 went on through the pits. Tony Stewart's going to complete his pit stop. He'll be able to do this and stay on the lead lap and more than likely get the lead when all the other drivers come to pit road.
Yeah, because the cars are slow down the back going into 3. Tony's work is done. Everybody's going to pit. So, Larry, you're right. He will assume the lead when everybody pits.
Yeah, Joey Logano and his team, they panicked right there. They should have went ahead and made their pit stop.
Sixth caution flag. There's Clint Boyer as the pace car gets set to come out and pick up the field, and the push truck will have to come to Boyer's aid.
You have to give Boyer credit. I mean, he was going to try to get on pit road, yes, but two race cars were coming at him at about 200 miles an hour, and he couldn't do it.
Now, here's what also is interesting. Pit road is closed, and Jeff Burton's on pit road. I get a feeling he probably was about out of fuel. Matt.
And the car had coughed a couple times, Larry Max, so they're going to hit pit road, take the penalty, and not have a bigger issue on this 31 machine.
Well, with these electronic fuel injection, they got two pumps in the tank and then a big pump right in the center. So when you're out of fuel, you're out of fuel.
First time for electronic engine management, including electronic fuel injection in NASCAR. And for many of these cars, first time with electric fuel pumps. And if you're wondering about the safety risk of those, there are parameters in the computer that can sense throttle vacuum combined with high brake pressure or low oil pressure, shut that engine down so that an electric fuel pump, like a conventional one, might keep pumping if a car had crashed or an engine had blown. Not anymore. Wouldn't happen.
It's really, it's one of the best things that we've ever done. Going to fuel injection and all that goes with it. It's really made the cars even better and safer.
Blade Sadler has completed his stop. Ryan Newman gets the free pass. That will put 28 cars back on the lead lap when we get ready to restart. 71 laps to go. Now, cars running down on the flat to ensure they get that fuel picked up in the fuel cell and get it to the engine so they can make it all the way around to pit road. Some of those cars may have been very close on fuel.
The way those lift pumps are in the fuel cell, those electric pumps, I'm not sure that makes a whole lot of difference.
Steve.
Martin Truex Jr.'s crew chief Chad Johnston, Mike, told him to cut the engine because they were so concerned with running out of fuel. The 56 plans on taking 4 tires. Denny Hamlin the same. Krista?
Steve, as Greg Biffle rolls into his pit stall, he took 2 tires on the last stop. The plan here to pack it through as much fuel as possible. The crew coming around to take 4 tires on this stop for Greg Biffle. Matt?
And the 43 of Eric Almirola, he is in. They're going to take on 4 tires as well. Adjustment on the 43, and he is away.
Who wins the race off pit road? Looks like Regan Smith. And a collision in the pit lane.
The 33 couldn't find his pit box, and he was wandering around in pit road and caused a big bottleneck right there.
Yeah, we had about 28 or 29 drivers on pit road at one time.
Cato, New York's Regan Smith puts himself in position out front. Under caution at Daytona with 69 laps to go. Let's go down to the University of Farmers and Jeff Hammond.
Mike, all during the race, I've been listening and watching what's been going on here in the latter part of this race. What I've learned is you've got to find your dance partner. You've got to have somebody to race with. The thing we haven't talked a lot about, we're going back up here and check them in a minute, are the spotters. They've got to start working extra hard to get you back up here toward the front. One of the guys has been riding the back, the 29 car of Kevin Harvick. Watch him and his spotter work together to get that 29 toward the front late in the race.
Thanks, Jeff. 68 to go this time by when they take the green flag for the restart. Kevin Harvick, Jeff mentioned, is in 13th. 2 cars took the wave around and did not stop on this caution. Landon Castle and David Rudiman, his teammate, they're back on the lead lap. As the cars that stopped as the caution wave, Mark Martin, Tony Stewart up there getting the green flag, then with Regan Smith and the rest of this pack double wide. 30 cars on the lead lap with 68 to go. Ageless Mark Martin leads the Daytona 500. A driver that retired 6 years ago and then found new life. He's been with 2 different teams since and will run a partial schedule this year, that number 55, surrendering the lead to Biffle and Hamlin.
Mark brings so much energy to a team. He's a smart guy. He knows a race car inside and out. So he just comes in and he'll energize a team.
Denny Hamlin at 11, he laid against the rear bumper of Greg Biffle in that 16 and pushed him right to the lead going off into turn 3.
I think Greg Biffle is the guy that's really, I won't say confused, but he hasn't been able to figure out the right place to be at the right time. We saw it at the halfway mark. We saw it the other day in his qualifying race. He's got a car that can win this thing if he can just get somebody to work with him and play it cool.
And 3 cars in that mix deserve mention. We've talked about Regan Smith in that black Chevrolet number 78. But side by side behind him, the 9 and the 43. The 2 Fords of Richard Petty Motorsports. Marcus Ambrose from Australia, and in Petty blue and white, the King's number 43 and his new driver from Tampa, Florida, Eric Almirola.
I want to give a call, though, to that driver behind Marcus Ambrose in that 13 car, Mike, Casey Mears. This was a driver that missed the Daytona 500 a year ago. They come here, they made a make change over the offseason, qualified up front, and now he's up here running up front.
Yeah, Larry, Casey Mears is a good little driver. He and Booty Barker, they were just beside themselves by the kind of runs they've had down here, qualifying well and racing well.
Mears trying to hang on to a top 15 spot on the outside. It's going to be hard to do.
Well, the hardest thing is when you know, somebody looks at the 13 car Casey Mears, they said, maybe I don't want to run with him. You're always looking for a bigger name in the other line, if you know what I mean.
Right. Understood. But if the car has speed, he can be your new best friend.
Well, Trevor Bain last year proved that. I mean, you know, Trevor's car was fast and people wanted to work with him. But you got to prove you got something under the hood to get up there and lead this thing.
There we go. The 1-10 car waiting for the pack to catch up to her. She hit it again and couldn't catch up to the pack before the restart. She said it's absolutely zero fun right now, but she is learning, and she's going to try to learn more when that pack gets her.
Car's pretty beat up, and it has a new rear end.
That looks almost as bad as Kyle Busch's car when he won the Bud Shootout the other night.
That's right. We haven't seen a lot of Kyle tonight in the 18. You see him there in the picture. There's Junior. There's Casey Kane. You're riding with Kane.
I think
there's Kyle ahead on the inside, just ahead of the 99 of Edwards. He hasn't come all the way to the front, Darrell, but we've seen him make some moves to gain position inside and out.
I think they got to mix it up a little bit more for him to really be a player. He's not real good at just riding along in line. He likes to mix it up, make moves.
Kyle Busch just kind of lurking in the top 10 in his number 18. 63 laps to go in the first ever Monday Daytona 500 in history.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible.
And now it's time for the AT&T Race Break, brought to you by the nation's largest 4G network, Rethink Possible. And here is a race recap. Denny Hamlin continues to improve on his career best laps led, as he's now led 54 laps, and that's more than he's led in all of his Daytona 500s combined. Cars on the lead, lap 30. We've had 10 leaders, 6 cautions for 21 laps. Behind the wall, some very big names, Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson, along with David Reagan and Robbie Gordon. Michael Waltrip, let's take a look at what happened on lap number 2.
Man, this is really early, but watch Danica. She gets spun around here. Jimmy Johnson takes a big hit into the side of his car. Luckily, Jimmy's okay, but man, these guys were antsy. John, they wanted to race, and they got a little bit out of control early.
Very early in the race, just lap number 2. Jeff Gordon also blew up. He's behind the wall, a 4-time champion and a 3-time winner of this race. For more, let's go to the big board and Jeff Hammond.
Been saying all night long about fuel, running out of fuel, low fuel pressure. Let me explain to you folks, when you take a look here at the fuel cell, this looks very much like we've been running every year here in NASCAR. But the difference is going to be when you take a closer look, all of a sudden down inside here, you can see a little different, a lot of different pumps inside here. turn the telestrator on. Here are the lift pumps that are located in the corner that feed up to what they call the swirl pot. This is where the main fuel pump comes in. This is where the main pressure is made to make these injectors work properly. And that means it need to be 70 to 75 pounds pushed up through and to the injectors. And a lot of these guys have had problems with that. So far, running out of fuel, a little bit of a surprise, but the cars have at least refired, JR. So a lot of concern down on pit road about what's going on with one more pit stop to go.
Jeff, thanks. Let's see how our top 4 starters are doing in the AT&T Fastest Driver Challenge. Be sure to sign up to play AT&T's Fastest Driver Challenge by texting FAST to 34763 or visiting AT&TFastestDriver.com. You could win 4G's AT&T Rethink Possible.
Thanks, John. New leader, Joey Logano, who also drives a Toyota for Coach Joe Gibbs, taking the lead from his teammate Denny Hamlin. One Connecticut native to talk about another, Dick Berggren.
Well, Joey Logano thought that all may have been lost on that round of pit stops where he ran through the pits under the caution flag, came out deep in the 20s when the green flag lit. But he has slowly and methodically worked his way to the front of the pack. This is the best Daytona 500 this 21-year-old driver has ever run.
I just feel something brewing, guys. I just, this is getting a little tense. They're getting a little wadded up here. I just feel like things are getting ready to break loose.
Well, right now we've got the 2 Joe Gibbs drivers, Joey Logano in the 20, Denny Hamlin in the 11, the inside, and a couple of the Roush Fenway boys up top. Kenseth in the 17, Biffle in the 16.
This is just like a tornado, guys. It's just swirling around, and if you're in there in that eye, you could get in big trouble. I just feel it.
Joey Logano has raced since his teenage years, as here come the Fords on the outside to try to overhaul him. At one time, Mark Martin called out Logano as the greatest thing since sliced bread to come to big league stock car racing. He has 1 victory in his short career.
What was funny the other day, you know, Logano told his crew chief, he said, we don't have any friends out here. I said, well, why don't he get a dog if he wants a friend? By golly, he did.
What I'm watching right now, I'm watching the eye of your storm, though, DW.
Yeah, it's brewing, baby.
It wasn't that long ago, Jeff Hammond talked about Kevin Harvick in the 29, hanging at the back of the pack, here with 54 laps to go. There he is, pulling to the inside, trying to move to 3rd.
I don't know what these crew chiefs have told these drivers, but there's something up, boys. I'm telling you, there's something up.
Well, here's what they've told him, Darrell. There could be weather on the way. This race is scheduled for 200 laps. There are 53 to go as they come across the line, and they're racing like it's the last 10 laps.
I've said for 10 days now that 88 car is laying in the weeds. Buddy, he's coming to the front.
Joey's new best friend is a bulldog named Isla. He's going to need to find a friend out there if he's going to win the 500.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Chevrolet and their award-winning cars, trucks, and crossovers.
Enter now for a chance to win the Camaro Synergy and a Talladega Race Weekend package, plus meet Tony Stewart. Visit WinCamaroSynergy.com now to enter. Matt Kenseth has fought his way back to the front. The Cambridge, Wisconsin driver is a Daytona 500 champion. He's been a champion in NASCAR's Sprint Cup Series. And he wants another piece of the Harley Earl Trophy here tonight.
Won his qualifying race, and of course we saw him on pit road. Looked like Old Faithful down there a little while ago, but she's coming through for him now.
Behind Kenseth is Dale Earnhardt Jr. In fact, of the top half dozen, 3 former Daytona 500 winners, and another trying to join them, the number 1 of Jamie McMurray, who's worked his way up to 2nd on the outside line behind the 20 of Logano.
Look at the guys that we haven't spoken a whole lot about, called their number hardly any up until now, and all of a sudden you got Casey Mears up there, there's Brad Keselowski up there, now McMurray, and here comes Mr. Where did he come from? The 29 car. All these guys are starting to find the front.
Yeah, Kevin Harvick in that 29, Jamie McMurray in the 1 at the back of the field the majority of the first part of this race.
Watching from Harvick at McMurray and the 11 of Hamlin, the black and yellow car, Jeff Burton. '47 laps to go, and Larry, at least one more pit stop?
And I was just looking. Yeah, every driver can make it on one more pit stop, Mike, and those pit stops should be coming in about the next 10, 12 laps, and that will get them to the end.
Larry, the fastest lap tonight has been about a 44.86, I think it was. 44.53 early in the race, and right now they're running at about a 45.20. So the pace, I think, has really picked up a little bit here in the latter part of the race.
Well, you're right, Darrell, because a lot of our fast laps, they came somewhere after about lap 140 to now. So definitely the intensity is picking up.
Yeah, you can. I mean, as a driver, and I think as a fan, I think I can just feel this, that it's starting to, the heart rate's starting to go up a little bit.
Current race pace, lapping at 198 miles per hour in this big, huge pack, 30 cars deep. Steve?
Mike, an update on Denny Hamlin in the 11. At first he said, my car's getting loose. Then he panicked the team when he said, I think I have a tire going down. So the team jumped up on the wall. Now he's saying the car feels like it's darty, like it's hitting the splitter.
And that makes sense, Larry, because if you pick up the speed, the car will travel a little bit more, and that nose could start hitting the track.
46 laps left in the scheduled distance, including at least one more pit stop in the Daytona 500.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. By Farmers, we are insurance, we are farmers. By Subway, February's almost over, so hurry in, because any regular footlong is a $5 footlong. And by Ford, proud sponsor of NASCAR.
43 laps to go in Daytona. David Stremme from South Bend, Indiana, and the little team that could make the 500. Something under the hood breaks. He slides up the racetrack.
Where was he going?
And that team totals 8 people and 3 shop dogs. They made the Daytona 500, and now Stremme is coasted to the garage. Pit road's open. Steve.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88 is going to stake right side tires, as is Matt Kenseth in the 17, Krista.
Greg Biffle didn't get the halfway cash, but is hoping this is the money stop. They're on the right side. Coming around, it's just 2 tires. 2 tires are packing it full of fuel. Matt?
Left side tires for Casey Mears in the 13, and he is away. Fuel cell full, Dick.
Joey Logano on his pit stop was told go when the jack drops. Jackman Jason Tate was watching the gas man, John Eicher. And when Eicher nods, that means the tank is full. This was all about getting as much fuel in that car as they could possibly get.
So a number of guys take 4 tires. A lot of guys took 2, but Tony Stewart, the 18 car of Kyle Busch, the 5 car Casey Kane, they took 4. That could be a big factor.
Casey Mears led him off pit road. We're under caution for David Stremme. It's the 7 caution flag tonight.
Back it down, back it down. Go high, Kurt, go high, Kurt, go. Go wrecking up ahead, back it down. Pick up, go low, 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 low.
Slams to the outside. It's 5-time champion Jimmy Jones.
What the hell? Checked up big time. He owed the 78. He just stopped.
He collects Danica Patrick.
I'm a little worried about Jimmy. He took a hard lick right in the door.
All that happened on lap 2. And now, under caution, Juan Pablo Montoya has crashed and gone aflame.
Holy cow, what happened?
We just got a report that he was complaining about a bad vibration in every gear.
No, Larry, he just slammed
into the jet dryer.
I think he slammed into the jet dryer.
They're trying to clear debris off the racetrack, and the car brakes, won't steer, and he slides up the track and into the back of that surplus helicopter jet engine on a trailer used to dry the racetrack.
Mike, I saw sparks coming out from the car as if it had a tire down or something. What an incredible turn of events. I've never in my life. Oh my gosh.
And all that spilled jet fuel found something hot to ignite it. Safety workers quickly on the scene. And this is a bizarre twist to this Daytona 500. down in turn number 3.
Well, I've seen a lot of things, but I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this. That fuel is just running right down. That thing's full of fuel. They keep them full all the time. I just wonder what it's going to do to the racetrack.
Well, here comes the fire crew. You see the red truck bottom of the screen. They've got to get that out because that fire could damage the racing surface.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, you got fuel, it's on fire. It could eat that asphalt right up.
It is commonplace for track safety, rescue, track drying vehicles to circulate the track under a caution flag. Drivers must maintain reasonable speed while catching up the pack and avoid those emergency vehicles. They're brightly lit and everything. That's easy to do when you can be under control of your race car.
I just wonder if Montoya was going down the back catching up with the field and he didn't know the safety truck was up there. They called him on the radio and said, watch that safety truck, and the car darted hard right. Something had to happen.
I saw sparks underneath. The car broke, and I don't believe he had steering control.
I don't either. I mean,
the car went up the track.
When you see the sparks come out from under the car, it just looks like it had a flat tire or something happened to it. I don't know how many gallons of jet fuel that thing holds, but I guarantee you it's got several gallons in it. Several, probably 100.
Track personnel exited that cleanup truck very quickly after the collision and walked away.
That's got to be eating the track up. I just wonder what it's going to do to it, Larry.
Yeah, that fire's been burning for quite a while now.
And let's reiterate, Juan Pablo Montoya climbed from his car and walked quickly away. The car destroyed. He is all right and trying to get what is now a jet fuel fire under control, blazing in turn number 3.
But Darrell, I keep going back. We just had gotten a report. They were telling me in my ear that Montoya had a bad vibration in every gear he was putting it in. So something was going on with that 42 car.
The race has been red flagged. That means the cars have been stopped well away from the turn 3 scene. They've been red flagged on the back straightaway. And you're looking at what happens when 200 gallons of jet fuel meet a spark or something very hot after a collision like that.
Yeah, that thing just burst into flame. I mean, it was unbelievable.
Still trying to get it under control.
And you know, I would say maybe they could drive it down off the track, but if you look, the driver's door is caved in. I don't think you can even get in the vehicle if you were brave enough to try it.
Now we've just had pit stops. Everyone from 5th place on back has stopped. Dave Blaney did not pit under this caution, along with Landon Castle, Tony Raines, and David Gilliland. They are the race leaders as we are under the red flag. Blaney driving for the Tom Baldwin Jr. team. Castle with a brand new ride, and Raines, who just got a ride a few weeks ago into the Daytona 500 with teammate to Gilliland at Front Row Motorsports. They are the race leaders under this red flag for a bizarre incident entering turn number 3. When Indy 500 and Monaco Grand Prix winner Juan Pablo Montoya went down the back straightaway, something on the car broke from the sparks underneath, lost control of the steering, and slid up into the trailer that held that jet helicopter engine, which was blowing debris off the racetrack while we were under caution.
Yeah, as far as the drivers that pitted, Matt Kenseth in the 17, who had been leading, he won the battle off pit road. I mean, that car is destroyed.
Look at Montoya's car.
More fire trucks going to the scene. Now that's the front of the race car. It hit the trailer, which went up in the air, and the race car pretty much submarined underneath it.
It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen.
Watch Montoya's car on this replay as we try to discern what may have broken. We're under caution.
Here he comes back here. You can see him coming. Jet dryer's up high. He sees the safety truck flashing its lights, sparks fly, and around he goes.
Here's a different angle. See the safety trucks up top?
Wow. I mean, it just exploded. When it hit it, it just exploded.
And he was traveling at a high rate of speed, trying to catch back up at the field.
Back of the field.
Montoya climbs away, and the driver of the safety truck was helped from his vehicle, walked down the banking and away. We have some audio from Juan Pablo Montoya.
Yeah, something massively broken. Yes, with the transmission or something. But if I try to accelerate, it just starts vibrating out of control every gear. Look at the rear of the car.
Hey, we just broke and hit the safety truck. You all right? You all right? This guy's trying to get out of the car. He might be on fire. He's out of the car.
Let's go back to Montoya's pit stop prior to this, and a lot of work going on under the car, Larry.
Yeah, evidently, you know, he was talking about maybe the vibration in every gear. It's like they were maybe trying to look and see if they had a rear end problem or something. That's the reason this crew member is sitting there trying to rotate the tire back and forth, and they're looking underneath in the drivetrain area.
And then he pulled off pit road, tried to gain speed down the backstretch and catch up to the pack under the caution flag.
Look how hot that was. And that's, I guarantee, and that's where he slammed into it.
And the most important thing, everyone is all right. Now that truck was up against the safer barrier, which is steel, but is backed by foam blocks, which have doubtless taken a hit from the heat of that fire. And the big question right now is, what kind of shape is the racing surface in that was aflame after this strange crash down at turn number 3?
Fuel, you can see fuel still running out of that tank. It's 200 gallon in there. It's still running down the hill.
While they clean this up in turn 3 and the cars are stopped on the backstretch under the red flag. Let's go down to John Roberts and Michael Waltrip for a race recap.
Mike, thanks a lot. Back in the Hollywood Hotel. Mike, I guess would you ever say you've seen everything on a racetrack?
No, don't
Something
ever.
like this happens.
You can't imagine that something just coincidentally, his car would break right when he was by those jet dryers. Such a sad scene. Glad to see the safety worker got away and Juan walked away as well, but tragedy.
Man, well, let's take you back in time and get a race recap right now. Take you back to earlier in the race when things got pretty heated early on the racetrack as well. Mikey, here Elliott Sadler gets in the back of Jimmy Johnson, and then behind him collected a lot of cars. Ford really got bad damage.
We weren't even warmed up real good yet, John. You know, we've been sitting around for a day waiting to race, and you can see there just a little too close of a push there from Elliott to Jimmy Johnson. He winds up in the wrong direction.
Look at the aggressive driving by Denny Hamlin. Mikey, you've said all night long you like the way he's pushing it.
Yeah, he's got a car that's fast, and he's not afraid to push. He's the only guy that we've seen take chance after chance. He wants to be in the front. It's the only place he's happy, and he's doing whatever he has to get there.
He's got a new crew chief, Darian Grubb, who has actually won one of these with Jimmy Johnson before. More bad news for Hendrick Motorsports as Jeff Gordon's car blows up.
A couple of your heavy stars, Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson, out of the race in the biggest race of the year, the Daytona 500. Watch this impact, John.
Unbelievable to see that the safety vehicles are out on the racetrack. Juan Pablo Montoya has something break in the car. He loses control, and a huge fire breaks out afterwards. Very scary incident, but glad to say that Juan Pablo is okay, and we hope the driver of the safety truck is okay. He was helped out of that thing, but look at the damage on Juan Pablo's car.
Wow, under caution. You know, he was trying to get caught back up to the pack, and whatever was wrong with that car making it vibrate finally broke, and when it did, it sent him out of control. Look at this leaderboard we've got.
Dave Blaney, Landon Castle, Tony Raines, David Gilliland, and Matt Kenseth, the former 500 winner and former champion, is in 5th place. Now here's the dilemma. we don't know what this has done to the racetrack. There was a lot of heat on the racetrack. This is a brand new surface, very well put together surface. Some $10 million went into this thing actually more than that. But so we have to see what's going on with the racing surface, and that could be very interesting to see.
Yeah, the track could be tore up, and that's big because there could be rain coming too. And if I'm Tommy Baldwin and Dave Blaney and those guys down there, I'm thinking, oh me,
Bring on the rain.
I'm sitting on something big here, baby.
Absolutely, they could. One of those teams that came down had to race their way into the 500. They did exactly that. Dave Blaney did. And now let's take a look at the weather map to see what we're looking at in terms of rain. We're the red dot. And this is Central Florida, so rain does tend to break up and move around. They always say about Central Florida, if you don't like the weather, stick around for a while. It'll change. We've dodged raindrops all night long.
Well, you could see it looked like for sure we were going to have a rain shower hit us, but then it dissipated as it got closer to the Daytona area. So hopefully we can get this track fixed up and go back to racing because, like Darrell said, the storm's brewing, not the weather. These guys on the racetrack, they're starting to really push it hard. They're going to take so many chances in the last laps of this race. It's going to be fun to watch.
There are a lot of hungry drivers out there. For more, let's send it back up to the booth with Mike Joy. Mike?
Tommy Baldwin, who owns Dave Blaney's car, is a contrary. Whatever everybody else does, he's going to do something different. In 2002, in the 500, he short-pitted Ward Burton, stopped before he needed fuel and tires. When the checkered flag waved, there was his driver in victory lane. Can he and Ryan Pemberton and Dave Blaney do it again?
This place has become almost notorious for people winning a race that have never won a race before. I mean, we've had two already this week in the Truck Series and in the Nationwide Cars on Saturday, and here we are with four guys at the front of the field that have never won a race. We may be setting up for something really special here tonight.
And Blaney's a winner. He's no back of the packer. He's been a World of Outlaws champion, and when called on to race that way into the 500, he got it done and now finds himself in the lead.
Yeah, those four drivers hope that green blob get bigger and bigger and bigger. But should we get back racing, and we're comfortable and confident we will, four drivers that I'm watching, three of them they've won the 500 in the last 4 or 5 years. Matt Kenseth, he's been so strong the entire speed weeks. Kevin Harvick, our 2007 winner, making a little noise. McMurray won it a couple years ago. He's up there now. But there's always Dale Earnhardt Jr. I don't think he has shown his complete hand just yet.
Well, let's have a look at the leaderboard. With Dave Blaney out front, you're looking at Dale Earnhardt Jr., Landon Castle, Tony Raines, David Gilliland, unheralded drivers who did not pit under that last caution. And then there's Matt Kenseth, one of those fast forwards. Earnhardt trying to break that 0 for 129 winless string. Casey Mears we've spoke of. Nice to see the Mears gang up near the front. Kevin Harvick inching his way to the front. Well, 40 laps to go. He may get there. Jamie McMurray's a past winner of this race. And Greg Biffle, who's been fast all week long. Joey Logano has been in position to be out front. Jeff Burton's led a bunch of laps. Mark Martin trying to win it for the first time. Brad Keselowski, he's won on restrictor plate tracks. Paul Menard, last year's Indy winner. Denny Hamlin's led the most laps. Carl Edwards started from the pole. Martin Truex is $200,000 richer. Ryan Smith's overcome trouble, and we've not seen the last of Regan Smith.
Almost every one of those drivers in the top 20 or so, they have shown at some point in the night that they can get to the front and run up front.
29 drivers are on the lead lap and still in a position to challenge for the Daytona 500. Now Montoya is out. Several cars have had trouble tonight and are laps down. Some, like Joe Nemechek, have been in and out of the garage. Back in the race, also Micah McDowell. Jimmy Johnson, 5-time champion, out in a lap 2 crash. And there is the remains of Juan Pablo Montoya's Chevrolet. Everybody okay. And once again, it is commonplace for those emergency vehicles to be on track during a caution flag. They run the Whelen safety lights. They're easy to see. The drivers have no trouble avoiding them when they're in control of their car. And clearly, at that time, Montoya's car had broken and he was a passenger as it slid up and into that trailer carrying the jet engine used to blow the track. Now both Montoya and the driver of that truck are being checked out in the infield care center. We did see both walk away, the truck driver with assistance. And Montoya walked to the ambulance and took the mandatory ride for a checkup.
The new surfaces have been put on these racetracks over the last few years. They're a lot different mix than what we were accustomed to back in the day. They got a lot more polymers and a lot more different stuff in them than what, you know, other than sand and stone, rocks and all that stuff. So I'm not sure how it's going to affect this.
The only similar incident I can recall was in the late 1990s, I believe, at the Detroit Grand Prix, which was a street circuit. Mario Andretti came around a blind corner and nosed into the back of one of the safety trucks that was doing some cleanup work and ended up out of the race, but certainly nothing like this. Red flag with 40 laps to go in the Daytona 500. And they're still cleaning up from that bizarre accident in turn number 3. We'll be back to Daytona International Speedway live on Fox. Daytona 500 aerial coverage is brought to you by DirecTV. Only DirecTV gives you dedicated driver channels, so you never miss a second of your driver's race. Call 1-800-DirecTV. We are under the red flag still at Daytona. You're looking at the turn 3 banking, 31 degrees steep, and you see this big forklift loading type machine that is going to be used to remove the safety truck from the turn 3 banking. The reason being, the tires are flat from the fire. They don't want to do any further damage to the race surface by removing that vehicle, trying to drive it down the banking. We're under the red flag. 4 cars that did not pit are at the front of the Daytona 500, including the leader, the car owned by the man who's up on the spotter stand with Jeff Hammond.
Mike, I am up here with Tommy Baldwin, owner of the 36 car leading the race right now. I know some moment ago you were looking at the jerk cam trying to see how much damage was done over there and what they were doing. Currently, they're trying to lift that truck up rather than dig it into the asphalt because both tires are obviously burnt off of it, Tommy, to get it off the racetrack. What's your driver saying? You're in a pretty good position right now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, thank goodness Juan's okay and the safety works are all right. But, you know, I hope we get the race, you know, back going. It's been a long week, a lot of issues, a lot of wrecks, a lot of stuff. But, you know, I just told Roger Penske, I said, you know, we've lost a lot of races, but I'm sure I didn't win one ever like this. But, you know, the 36 Chevrolet, you know, Ali Bargain and Outlet car's been awesome all day. We've just been hanging out, you know, just trying to stay out of trouble. And we decided at the last minute to stay out, try to lead a lap for a point, and stay out till 1 to go, and then come in top off. So we're good for our green-white checkers. And unfortunately, something happened to Juan's car there in turn 3, but we'll see what happens.
But right now, do you feel like if it does go back green, you say you're going to come back down pit road, but can you get back up there and possibly put yourself back in position to wind up winning this thing?
Yeah, I think we can. I mean, we've been strong all week long and just been trying to stay out of trouble. You know, we got a little race team here, and we're just trying to stay out of trouble, and hopefully we get a good finish at the end of the day.
Trying to stay out of trouble. We've been talking about it. To win it, you got to be around at the end.
Thanks, Jeff. Recalled a race early in the 1980s at Richmond Fairgrounds Raceway on the half mile. Cale Yarborough driving the Holly Farms car for Junior Johnson, spun off the front straightaway and spun into the front bumper of the fire truck. Didn't do any damage, but I was in the track office when the police officer came to file the report, and he asked Kenneth Campbell, "What's the license number of that vehicle?" And Kenneth looked around at the rest of us in the room and said, 11. No charges were filed. Down the banking gingerly. Trying not to drag and do too much damage to the surface. Now that's the trailer, not the truck, that's digging in a little bit there. NASCAR has officials on the scene. You see them in the white and black outfits that are going to analyze, see if there's any damage to the surface. Juan Pablo Montoya has been released from the care center. The driver of the track drying truck has been taken to Halifax Medical Center for further observation. A couple of years ago, we had a pothole in the racing surface in turn 2, which brought the race under the caution and led to this recent repaving. And they finally fixed the pothole in the track with Bondo, plastic body filler, and it held up to the finish of the Daytona 500. So the truck is off the track. They'll take a look at the surface. try to get that spilt fuel fixed up as Tommy Baldwin and others look on from the starter stand. Matt Yoakum.
Joey Myers, Brad Keselowski's pilot and spotter, and he's been telling Brad exactly what's been taking place with this accident. So for the first time probably in Daytona 500 history, Brad, who has his iPhone inside his race car, a lot of drivers during testing had special compartments built. He still has his phone inside the car. He tweeted a picture. First time ever. Prime time, Daytona 500. First time picture tweeted during the race.
You know, Mike, back to Tommy Baldwin. You talked about Dave Blaney and he in that 36 car having to race their way in the Daytona 500, but the whole operation, what a feel-good story. You know, Tommy Baldwin elected to become an owner back in 2009 and fought and clawed, but would not give up. Missed races, even did a lot of the start and park routine. But it paid off. He got a sponsorship last year, and now he did that affiliation with Stuart Haas and the 10 car and Danica Patrick. And here he is leading the Daytona 500, knowing he's got to make another pit stop if we go back racing, but leading with 40 to go.
He began on the crew chief on his dad's NASCAR modified on the tough bull rings of Long Island.
When you hang around with good people, good things happen.
Now there's a look at the debris on the racing surface. And a NASCAR official taking a look at the asphalt, and hopefully no damage from the heat, and looks like a little scrape or two there from dragging that trailer down off the banking. Now they've got to get the jet fuel dried up and get us in condition here to race.
I pretty much, guys, I've seen it all now. This is the most bizarre thing I think I've ever seen.
But Mike, you're right. That's going to be the biggest challenge is just getting that jet fuel cleaned up.
40 laps to go in the Daytona 500. A lot of speedy dry at work right there. And oh, by the way, Sunday we head out west. Ready to race in the desert.
We don't have any other track like this. How bad do you want it?
And here comes Stewart.
You got to be aware of this racetrack. Bring it on, boys. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing in the desert, boys.
That is this Sunday. NASCAR on Fox. NASCAR has altered the track opening schedule at Phoenix for the Sprint Cup cars due to this postponement of the 500 to Monday evening, but has not changed the on-track activity schedule out there in Phoenix. Well, we've seen fire and we've seen rain, not in that order. We still have 40 laps to go in the Daytona 500.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's just amazing that Juan wasn't hurt, that driver in the truck, I can't believe that he was able to get out of that thing. You saw the dent in the door, so that had to shake him up, let alone the fire.
And I don't think, again, we mentioned it, Juan Montoya was running at a high rate of speed.
Oh, yeah.
When he hit that truck.
Pace car speed 70 miles an hour, but under caution to catch up the pack, you're allowed to exceed that. So everyone was doing just what they were supposed to until Montoya's car broke at speed. We're under the red flag in the Daytona 500 on Fox. The red flag remains displayed in the Daytona 500 as that burned up safety vehicle has been brought down off the turn 3 banking, but still must be removed from the racetrack, and we get spilled fluids cleaned up. Let's find out what happened as Juan Pablo Montoya is out of the care center and with Steve Burns.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Juan, we heard you say in your radio transmission that you felt a vibration. What in the heck happened?
Well, I told him I left the pits after the pit stop and I felt a really weird vibration. We were with the pack, and every time I got on the gas vibrated. So I came back in, they checked all the rear end, they said it was okay. And I got into the back straight, and we were going fourth gear, but we're not even going that fast. And every time I got on the gas, the rear was like I could feel the rear really squeezing, and I got on the brakes, travel up. And while I was telling the spotter to have a look how the rear was moving, the car just turned right.
Juan, I also asked you, you talked to the gentleman who was in the jet dryer. He was in the ambulance with you as well, right?
Yeah, he was okay. You know, he just looks pretty scared, put it that way.
All right, thanks. We're so glad you're all right.
Yeah, you know, to be honest with you, it's tough. You know, we're running a really smart race. You know, everybody in the target Chevy really did a good job today, and just move on to Phoenix.
All right, thank you, Juan.
Thank you.
Everyone was doing what they were supposed to. Montoya was down against the yellow line down on the apron, had a clear view of the safety truck way up near the wall, and a very commonplace occurrence during these yellow flags. But then Montoya's car broke, slid up the track and into that safety vehicle.
Well, it's over in the third turn. The spotters are right above us. So, I mean, they have a great view. I know that Juan knew the safety trucks were there. This would not happen if something hadn't happened to the race car. We saw the car make an abrupt right-hand turn. You can see all the drivers out. Dale Jr. there is talking to Matt Kentz, I think that is. So the guys are all kind of...
Well, Darrell, how about this? They passed a new rule that you can't talk to the other drivers during the race from your car radio. So I guess you got to get out and have a conversation.
Well, that doesn't happen very often, but yeah, I guess there's no rule against that. I'm sure they're like us. What the heck happened?
Yeah. And what will happen next? Krista.
Of course, Dave Blaney wondering that same thing. How's this for how our world has changed? Dave Blaney not on Twitter, the team joking he needs to get on it. Well, he might need to get on it after this race. He is now trending worldwide. Dave Blaney, the 5th highest Twitter topic as we speak. TBR Racing is on Twitter. Dave Blaney is not.
Thanks, Krista. Now, before the caution came out, Dave Blaney and his team had to make a decision. Pit or stay out. Here's their radio traffic.
Let's just stay out here, Ryan. Let's wait till one to go and see how many come in at the same time. And that way that car behind us don't lead a lap for a point. So if we got damage, though, we got more time to fix it if we come. But you already looked at it, right? There's nothing serious. Yeah. The only thing that concerns me is that one time I saw you spark. You did something and it sparked right there under caution. So I didn't know if you slammed on the brakes right there or something like that. As of right now, it should be good.
Dave Blaney and his crew chief Ryan Pemberton.
Well, and I'm sure one thing that led to that decision also was the fact that watching the weather radar, you know, we feel like we're going to be okay weather-wise, but certainly there was some weather in the area.
Clint Boyer, Matt Kenseth, Dale Earnhardt Jr. stretching their legs and looking over each other's cars. Rare break of the Daytona 500. 40 laps to go tonight. Lots of speedy dry up in turn number 3 to clean up spilled jet fuel, gasoline, oil, and coolant. 2 years ago at the other end of the speedway, some old pavement started to break up. They tried patching the hole. These cars dug it right back up. They went to hot patch asphalt. Tamped it in, same thing. So they went to auto body filler, the same kind of plastic filler that would be used to fix a dent in your fender. And it held up long enough to finish the Daytona 500. So the concern right now is once they sweep up that speedy dry, what will the race surface be like? And will it be conducive to cars going into turn 3 at 200 miles an hour?
I came out here one night and it had a similar situation. A car had hit the wall and some fluids had run down the track. And you know what they were washing it down with? Tide. They were mixing up Tide and washing the track off. Said it would neutralize some of the damage that was done.
Joe Nemechek imparting some advice there to Danica Patrick, Trevor Bayne, and Ricky Stenhouse. It's Casey Kane, Jamie McMurray.
I'm sure these guys are all just probably as confused as you can be. They don't. I don't know that they've seen a replay or actually know what happened. They're hearing about it, I'm sure.
Oh, Carl Edwards has a major concern. We listened in.
Yeah, I would really like a snack cracker or something over here. Yes, I was thinking of maybe a Ritz or a sub sandwich, or maybe better yet, a Cheez-It. cheese, this would be the best, honestly. I like cheese.
Bob, it's so Bob.
Bob Osborne,
yeah,
his crew chief.
Yeah, there's no question. The biggest thing Carl was doing right there is just messing with Bob Osborne,
oh yeah,
his crew
yeah.
chief.
Well, athletes, you know, they eat a lot of little small meals, and it's been a while since Carl ate.
Now there's Greg Biffle talking with Matt Kenseth. We'll see if those two Ford drivers hook up here in these final 40 laps. About 5 different little pockets of conversation there. Kevin Harvick staying in his car.
But you know, Darrell and Mike, you made a good point a while ago that we know based from last year the rule change that a driver cannot talk to another driver by way of the radio. But we have 160 laps of data. And you have to believe that some of these conversations, like I just saw Jeff Burton and Kevin Harvick, teammates talking, that they certainly are talking about some things toward the end of this race.
Yeah, Larry, this is a great, I mean, you stop, get out, and you can strategize a little bit right here. Look, I've been doing this, and you've been doing that, and what do you think if we try something? You know, so it could really work out.
I got a question. Where'd they all get the ball caps?
Oh, they carry them in their cars now. They hook them around. They hook them around their shifter.
They carry ball caps, cell phones. Carl just doesn't have any snacks with him.
Let's go back and have a look at what happened here. Under caution coming out of the pits, Juan Pablo Montoya thinking that he had a problem. He's down against the yellow line. The track trucks are working the top of the surface, blowing off debris. Montoya's car brakes and slides up into the trailer, carrying that jet engine and its tank of jet fuel.
It looked like something on Juan's car, probably the transmission or something just locked up in that car, and it caused it to take a hard right. And wouldn't you know, that safety truck would be right there.
He climbs out of the car in disbelief, and the driver of the safety truck was helped down the banking, and then something hot caught all that spilt fuel on fire.
Well, we made the note, probably close to 200 gallons of jet fuel.
Jeff Hammond?
Mike, we all know a few moments ago we were looking at Tommy Baldwin up here, and a lot of people, including Roger Penske, walked over and were laughing about the fact that, hey, have you got another car for Talladega? Because you know that if he wins tonight, his car would go in Daytona, USA. They would keep it for a year. Tommy says, no way, dude. I need parts off that car just to get to Phoenix next weekend. So there's not a lot of parts and pieces going on around, you know, as far as this new EFI is concerned, and Tommy Baldwin's concerned about that just a little bit.
Yeah, but Jeff, look at him. He's kind of like a man out on an island. Roger Penske and all of them are over there. They're chatting, and Tommy is sitting there. What do you think he's what's going through his mind right now?
Now, the third man on the right there is the captain, Roger Penske, who just turned 75 and has the energy of a 35-year-old. And his passion ever since he was a teenager has been racing. He was a champion driver himself, made the cover of Sports Illustrated in the early 1960s, got out of the driver's seat. Want to run him for high political office. He's too busy on weekends, though, having fun with his Indy cars and his stock car team.
But you know what? If I were an owner, or even sometimes I've even thought about crew chiefs, need to be up high where you can see the whole track. And Roger's a great spotter, and he's a great cheerleader for his teams, and you get a great overview of everything going on. You can see the car around the track, you can see it in the pits, so I think it's a great vantage point for someone like Roger, as knowledgeable as he is, to be up there helping call the race.
Well, as in football, some offensive, defensive coordinators, some want to be at field level, some want to be way up high with that kind of overview. In fact, Roger and his company built some of these speedways that NASCAR races on today.
Well, the good thing, Roger doesn't have the task of spotting for A.J. Allmendinger or Brad Keselowski. He's kind of up there just to take a look at the big picture, as you said, Darrell, from a view that you wouldn't get anywhere else.
He's the captain.
He is. He can be wherever he wants to be.
That's right.
There he is, up there with Tom Logano, Joey's dad, and other folks talking over what will happen in these last 40 laps of the Daytona 500 once we get back underway. There's Brad Keselowski. He's tweeting again. Can't tweet and drive. Please don't tweet and drive, especially not at 195 miles an hour.
Oh, you won't believe what just happened.
Don't tell me you got the last Diet Dew.
Yeah.
I love the taste of Diet Dew. What do you want for it? Deal.
Diet Mountain Dew. Yeah, it tastes that good.
Hey, hotshot. Meter's running.
Goodyear. Driven by those who use the world as their proving ground. And everything we've learned making these tires inspires what we roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven.
When you pay too much for cable, you throw things. When you throw things, people think you have anger issues. When people think you have anger issues, your schedule clears up. When your schedule clears up, you grow a scraggly beard. When you grow a scraggly beard, you start taking in stray animals. And when you start taking in stray animals, you can't stop taking in stray animals. Stop taking in stray animals. Get rid of cable and upgrade to DirecTV. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
They say that with great power comes great responsibility. Well, when you own a Durango, you'll have tons of power, enough to tow up to 7,400 pounds. So owning a Durango means you now have the responsibility to go dirt biking, ATVing, motorcycling, boating, jet skiing, and show a Ford Explorer a thing or two about what it means to have best-in-class towing. The SUV is back.
Red flag out in the Daytona 500, and like any traffic jam, people get out of their cars and walk down to take a look at what's going on and why their traffic is stopped. At turn 3, they continue to clean up the turn 3 banking, where Juan Pablo Montoya impacted a safety truck after his car broke and put us under the red flag with 40 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Oh, there's the fun police, NASCAR official Buster Otten telling the drivers, come on back to your cars. We're going to go down to John Roberts and Michael Waltrip.
Mike, thanks a lot. You think those guys could get a ride around the racetrack with as much influence as they have? You know, back in 2011, Danica Patrick was the most searched for sports figure on Yahoo, and so therefore there were a lot of eyes on her as she made her Sprint Cup debut. And Mikey, she's had a heck of a week, starting all the way back with the dual races. She was running very well towards the back of the pack at the end of duel number 1, and that happened.
But she had been really competitive all race long, John, running toward the front. A couple of cars got together, knocked her out of the way, and this was just a push into the corner in the nationwide race. Neither one of these two accidents were her problem, and then I'll be darned, on the second lap of the Daytona 500, the whole world crashes in front of her. So it couldn't have gone any worse for her, but she's got to keep her head up because she hasn't done anything wrong. None of these accidents were her fault. She just got to stay focused and get ready and go again.
So even though Danica isn't running for points in the Sprint Cup Series, that car is running for points. So the idea for Greg Zipadelli and company was to get that car fixed and to get them back out on the racetrack so Danica can get as much experience as she can, and also the team could pick up some points. So it wasn't all in vain.
Well, no, when she gets in the pack, she's learning every time she's out there. So they got the car fixed, got her on the road. She's able to mix it up, understand what the draft does, where to move around, how to make moves, and get toward the front of the pack. So a couple of things. They're getting some points, which they really need, but she's getting laps, which she loves and she desperately needs.
Well, although this is one of the most unique things we've ever seen at a racetrack with the safety truck catching on fire, certainly drivers have been in this situation before, Mikey, with a red flag. Of course, they have to get out of their rhythm, get out of their race car. What do you see happening once we go back green?
I just love those guys walking down toward turn 3. They're like, I got to see what's happening. Is that track gravel? Is this race over? Are we going to be able to keep going? You saw what happened after the delay of a day. On lap 2, we have a crash. Now these guys are intense. They're right up on the edge when it's going to be 3 wide and going for the checker, and all of a sudden the track's messed up. So if they do go back green flag racing, it's going to be wild, I can promise you.
Well, Mike Joy, $20 million went into paving this thing. We hope the damage isn't too bad. I guess we will find out in a matter of moments.
Shortly, we saw Buster Otten and one of the senior NASCAR officials, Brett Bodine, down there on the scene helping to coordinate the track cleanup. Larry's just been down to talk with the NASCAR officials in the control tower. What are they looking at?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing they have to do is get it cleaned off before they can even determine if there's any damage whatsoever to the racetrack. And to Darrell's point, believe it or not, they're going to use soap detergent to clean it, because it almost gets like ice when you have diesel fuel. So that's the first order of business. Clean it, and then they'll be able to tell if there's any true damage there.
Yeah, I mean, they went through an extensive study after the pothole. What do we do if that ever comes up again? And before they paved this track and after they paved this track, they said, how do you repair this thing for exactly situations like that? So they're not shooting in the dark. I mean, they got a good idea what they need to do, and they'll be able to analyze that situation and make the right call, and hopefully we'll get back to racing.
All right, we'll get an update from NASCAR shortly. One of the great things about this type of fire is that most of the flame, most of what you see burning, is not the liquid fuel, but it's the fuel vapor, which hopefully above the asphalt, hopefully has not done any real damage to the racing surface.
Well, it looks pretty good just from what I can see from here. I mean, it's certainly not all buckled up or crumbled up, or you don't see any really gouges in it or anything. So that's encouraging.
A 48-minute delay, and a combination of what we believe was off-road diesel fuel for the truck and then jet fuel for the dryer down there in turn number 3.
It was so, look how intense that is.
200-gallon tank for that jet dryer, plus an extra large tank for the truck itself, because during a 500-mile race they can't take the time to go and refuel. So
yeah, I think that's the big thing. That truck didn't explode. You know, that diesel fuel, it burnt running down the track and burning off, but the great thing was the truck didn't explode. You got to look for the silver linings in situations like this, and the driver of the truck got out okay. It wasn't any work. Juan's okay. If we can get the track repaired, we'll get back to racing here before long, and so hopefully we can get this behind us and move on.
Well, that's the hope of everybody, which is to finish this race under green with 40 laps remaining in the Daytona 500. March 9th, The Ultimate Fighter premieres live only on FX, making its debut at its new home. 32 contenders face off in a special 2-hour premiere event, The Ultimate Fighter, now live starting March 9th, 9 p.m. only on FX. 29 cars on the lead lap. With 40 laps to go in the Daytona 500, we continue to the checkered flag with commercials side by side as we hopefully soon will race.
It's over! Prohibition is over!
As a champion race car driver, I spent a lot of time behind the wheel. I'm Jimmy Johnson, and I like to move fast. That's why I got a Husqvarna Fast Tractor at Lowe's. It's the fastest riding mower in its class. And like all Husqvarna equipment, the Fast Tractor is built to be more powerful, durable, and efficient, so I can get off my lawn sooner and move on with my day. You cannot rush good barbecue at my own speed. Look for the Fast Tractor and other Husqvarna products, available exclusively at Lowe's.
February's almost over. Now through the 29th, get any regular footlong as a $5 footlong. Even the turkey breast and the bacon, egg, and cheese. Subway, eat fresh. Hurry in.
Welcome back to Fox Sports. Live coverage of the Daytona 500. Red flag for an accident up in turn number 3. A little throwback action, and boy, give a shout out to these hardy race fans who braved the rain yesterday all day long, trying to get this race underway. Today, NASCAR made the decision not to keep the fans all day here in the rain, but move the race to 7 p.m. tonight. And now a new use for laundry detergent.
You know, back in the day, not too many years ago, that could have got them all that they wanted.
Yep, they sponsored you when you won the 500.
They were on that's right.
So a little water and a little detergent.
Garden spreader.
Whatever it takes.
Like I said, I know they've spent a lot of time, a lot of effort to be sure that if anything like this should ever arise, that they had a plan of action. So I feel pretty confident that they know what to do if we just don't have any damage in the asphalt that they can't
Do you think Dave Blaney's ever had so many friends? they've all gathered at his car.
Right.
Yeah, there's a bunch of those guys saying bad luck. Blaney said, what are you talking about?
Right next to Dale Jr. We'll point him out to you in a little bit there, but you're right. He's got a big crowd right around his car. Okay, there is Blaney right there.
You know, this is our 12th year of NASCAR on Fox, and as we look at Dave Blaney leading the Daytona 500, I think back to about our third or fourth race of that first year in 2001. Absolutely had them beat at Atlanta, and the wheel ran off after a pit stop.
Picked a fine time to leave me loose wheel that day.
Now they're watering down that fuel spill, and then we'll add some of that detergent to it. Try to sweep it away. Because if you leave the fuel there, then you've got an incredibly slippery surface for cars entering that banking at high speed.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
And, you know, back to Dave Blaney, going back to the 500 a year ago, he was actually in a position late in the race. I'm talking less than 15 laps to go to possibly win this thing a year ago, and got spun out down there in turn 3 and 4.
Think about Talladega. I mean, he was right there. And a matter of fact, we thought that day probably sewed up him getting a big sponsor for the rest of the year. They kept that team in business. So, yeah, that team they've shown a lot of speed on these restrictor plate tracks.
Bit of scrub-a-dub-dub there to try to get the track back into a raceable condition here in Daytona. What a week it's been. Never before had the Daytona 500 been rained out until this year. 53 straight years have been this.
Mike, you said we've seen fire, we've seen rain. We've seen it all in one weekend down here. It's been...
And too much of either.
Been crazy. You know, it's watching these guys with the brooms. That's how we used to clean the racetrack. We didn't have jet dryers or blowers or anything else. The guys would run out with a bucket of stay dry, throw it up on the track, take a broom and sweep it in a little bit, and we'd race right back through it.
But what I like about what I'm seeing, Darrell, is that as they sweep this track and try to work that detergent in to get rid of the last traces of kerosene, of the jet fuel and the diesel, the asphalt is not coming up. It does not appear as if the asphalt was softened or weakened in that fire. And that certainly would be good news. Down at the bottom of the track, where it's not banked 31 degrees, they can run those sweepers and try to pick some of that up. So cleanup continues under this red flag that approaches an hour for Juan Pablo Montoya's incident with the safety truck up there in the corner. We're joined by NASCAR President Mike Helton up here in the booth, and what really must be just one of the strangest days in this sport's history. We had the rain out. we got to where we could run this race at 7 o'clock, and now a very strange incident, which really was nobody's fault. Everyone was doing what they were supposed to be doing and were where they were supposed to be. But Mike, give us a little insight into the cleanup and the concerns that are going on at this point.
Yeah, well, obviously, as you watch this unfold, if you as you watched it, the biggest concern was the condition of the asphalt underneath the flames, underneath the truck. After we were comfortable with the fact that the driver of the race car and the driver of the jet dryer were in pretty good shape. So it's a function of that being able to sustain the next 40 laps and hold up, and the integrity of it be good enough and safe enough for the drivers to go the last 40 laps. So during the cleanup, it took a while to get that done, obviously, and after the assessment of it, we do believe that the process that's going on right now is cleaning the surface, and it doesn't appear that anything has to be done to the surface, that it will be able to hold up, and so hopefully in less than 30 minutes we'll be back to racing.
So you don't anticipate having to do any patching as we saw here a couple of years ago for a completely unrelated cause?
Now, there's a couple of gouges back there, but it's not uncommon to have gouges in a race surface, and if there's not a complete cycle through the gouge, then we know from experience and that's okay as long as it's not dangerous to the tires, and there's nothing evidenced of that. So, you know, there's some hot spots on the wall where we can replace the foam. We've got experience doing that. They're back there washing and cleaning to get the jet fuel and the diesel fuel from the vehicle cleaned off the track so it won't be slick, won't damage the track anymore during the evening. And oh, by the way, wouldn't be a hazard in case a spark or something got on it to ignite it over again.
Mike, I know that when we had the pothole down here a couple of years ago and this new surface was put down, I know y'all went through extensive research and for exactly situations like this. You didn't ever want to have that pothole situation arise again, and I know y'all have done a lot of studying, a lot of research with this asphalt, so it looks like these guys know exactly what to do to correct this problem.
You know, and when something like this happens, you can't react fast enough, and we're all standing back up here hollering and screaming, hurry, hurry, hurry. And but when you go back and you look at it, there was an incredible response to all of this, and nobody really knew how it was going to unfold, but we all watched it unfold, and very proud of the Daytona International Speedway crew and Joey and his staff and Bill Braniff and everybody that put the surface down and realized that the next step was to maintain it and keep it in good shape. So it's about the time you think you've seen about everything in this business.
No kidding.
You see something.
I have never
unique.
seen anything like this in my life.
Yeah, and I think we, like everybody else, would like to see this race finished, and that's, you know, within reason, and we think we can do that within reason. We've waited this long. Another 30 minutes is worth trying to finish the next 40 laps.
Yeah, and it looks like, from what I'm seeing here, that's a pretty high-pressured hose.
Yeah.
I would think if there was going to be anything that was going to pop up or come loose, that high-pressured hose would probably do it.
Well, it's serving two purposes. It's a bit of an experiment, but it's also cleaning too. So, you know, hopefully you're right. And Bill is a smart guy. He's worked on Phoenix. He's worked Talladega. He's worked here in Daytona putting asphalt down, and so he's learned from some pretty smart guys from the past. Bob Harrington from Michigan, that put a racetrack together the night before we had to race on the next day.
Yeah, no kidding.
But it's just it's a bizarre set of circumstances that nobody could have helped happen. But you know, we're anxious to go back and finish these 40 laps because we waited, and we're hopefully get those in.
Mike, we're confident that this is going to be good. Our weatherman's cooperating. I look back at our 4 plate races last year, including right here a year ago, and we had the 2-driver tandem every single race. The fans spoke. You guys listen. I know we got 40 to go, but the fun is back with the big pack, it looks like.
It does, and you know, all during speed weeks as practice and then the shootout and the duels all unfolded, you know, we were kind of anxious to see what happened, and I think in talking with the drivers throughout all the effort that everybody put into place, November, December, the testing in January.
The way the teams work with you guys.
Absolutely. It was a compliment to everybody involved in the industry to have accomplished what we did, and that's why it's exciting. You know, it would have been okay this time yesterday to have been celebrating the champion for a few hours, but that didn't work out. So hopefully we get to do that tonight and see. And you know, we got 40 to go. The last 4 ought to get real entertaining when it comes. So I'm not sure that there's not going to be any tandem racing. I think there probably will at the end, but I think I think for the most part we're very pleased with the performance.
Well, I know, Mike, on my behalf, and I've been in the sport a long time, I've never seen a more comprehensive effort by you guys working with the teams and everybody on the same page. Nobody was pulling against you. You know, everybody was working together, and it produced great racing.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's something that I was surprised. I thought that somebody was going to jump ship, you know, and say, I hate the spoiler, I hate the aero package, I hate that. But I haven't heard it from, even when they turned over or when they were crashing or whatever. Man, we're having fun. We're all having fun.
Well, it's a package where drivers like to, and that's what they are. They're race car drivers, and they want to be race car drivers, and it gives them the opportunity to do that.
All right. Thanks very much, Mike Helton, NASCAR president. There is Dave Blaney, the race leader. Matt Yoakum's there.
Mike, we could almost start taking a roll call. All the drivers have congregated up with Dave Blaney's number 36. First, Dave, what a call by your team.
Yeah. Really, I think we were planning on making, you know, big changes to the car. The right front's busted up a little bit, so we knew we were going to take time to do that and probably start at the back of the pack anyway. So, like, we'll lead a lap and look where we're sitting.
If we get this race back going, in which NASCAR intends to, do you feel like the damage is going to be too significant to be still competitive up at the front?
Well, no, it's been like that since lap 50. I can still hang in the pack just fine. It's, yeah, it doesn't handle quite as good, so when it comes right down to it, it's going to hurt me, but it's not killing us. We're still in the race with it, so yeah, we'll be fine.
All right. As we look at Dave's damage up in the front of the race car, remember back when Dale Earnhardt Jr. at Talladega a few years ago, they pitted the car 13 times and had damage which was similar to that. As we move farther along down the line, the master Twitter person back on the backstretch, what was the latest thing? Were you able to get close enough to see before NASCAR made you guys come back to see what the racetrack looked like?
No, not really, but I've seen a lot of cool pictures on my phone that nobody else has a phone, so they should get one so they know what's going on. So they keep making fun of me for it, but I'm having a good time, and it's great to talk to the fans. Thanks for following me on at Keselowski. It's been a blast. Trying to fill a little bit of time, but we're going to get this fixed. We're going to get back on the track, and hopefully we can get to Miller Lite Dodge and Victor Lane.
Have you ever seen anything as bizarre as what you've seen this weekend here at Daytona?
Well, one thing about racing, when you think you've seen it all, it finds a way to show you something you never thought you'd see, and that's the case today in the Daytona 500.
All right, how would you rate the drafting and the competition so far of what you've seen, because it has been a crazy night?
It has been crazy, but I think it's going to get a lot crazier here over the next 30-some laps. What do we got, like 38 laps, 40 laps left? It's going to get really crazy and wild.
Does it do anything for drivers to have a stop like this? You know, you're in your seat, you feel comfortable, and then you get out and your routine is upset.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a little bit there, but, you know, we've had some time. We've been here all week. Right now, this is like the Daytona that never ends for most of us, and we're ready to finish it up. So that just puts even more pressure on you to win it. You know, the longer you're here, the more the pressure just accumulates on you. And, you know, I think that's good and bad. So, you know, hopefully we can take advantage of it.
All right, thanks, Brett.
Thank you.
Steve?
Well, Matt, my crew came out here to the backstretch in turn 3 as soon as we got done talking to Juan Pablo Montoya. Pretty amazing effort out here, to tell you the truth. Pallet after pallet of this oil absorbent, or what we call speedy dry, has been put down on the racetrack. I've counted about 35 emergency vehicles, between 10 and 12 different track workers with push brooms. After this went down, a different white absorbent material was put down before they started the pressurized hose. And also, when we first got here, the smell of jet fuel was really pungent, thick in the air. And right now, you can't smell that jet fuel smell at all. So they're making a lot of progress out here.
Thank you, Steve. We're in the rinse cycle now. And sorry, there's nothing funny about what happened up there in turn number 3 as Juan Montoya's car broke, slid up the track under caution, and impacted a safety vehicle that was towing a jet dryer. NASCAR officials have just come in and told us that the driver of the jet dryer truck has been treated and released, and he is okay. Let's go back out to driver alley there in the back straightaway, and Matt.
And catching up with more drivers, I just told, passed along your information that the jet driver was checked out and released. So Dale Earnhardt Jr., unique situation. You have a chance to talk to the other drivers about the different moves so far during the race and the type of racing you guys have experienced so far. Kind of fun and different.
Yeah, we ain't talked racing much. I'm glad to hear everybody's okay. It looked like a pretty nasty deal over there, and just glad it wasn't any more serious than it was. But yes, we just all been talking about everything but racing back here.
What kind of conversations have you had?
None for the television. So
those are always the best.
Yeah, those are the best. No, our car is good. We found our way, toward the front there right before that caution, and I feel like we're in good position for the rest of the race. We just need to hold this track position to have a shot at it.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Move along to Jimmy McMurray. You're using your hands. You're talking about your car on the racetrack. You won this race 2 years ago. Where do you feel like you sit right now with a little bit less than 40 laps to go?
Well, we were actually talking about how the 42 car hit the jet dryer is what I was using my hands for. But our car is actually good. The Bass Pro Chevy is good. I left the pits too early right there, and so we had to come back in and top off. So we're going to be the last car on the lead lap, but there's still plenty of time left. I think that it's going to get very exciting, and I don't think the wrecks are over yet if we get to go back racing. So just try to avoid some of the wrecks and should be good.
Do you remember the last time the Daytona 500 had a stoppage similar to this?
Yeah, I won't lie. When I saw that there were holes in the track, I asked if they were asking for Bondo in the garage area. I thought that might be a good omen.
All right, Mike.
Thank you, Matt. Here's why we're under the red flag. We were working the 7th caution of the night for David Stremmy's blown engine when Paulo Montoya down the backstretch something broke and he slid up into a safety vehicle that was carrying 200 gallons of jet fuel to run that track blower and diesel fuel in the truck. Montoya limped away. The driver of the truck was helped from his vehicle. He is okay, but the racetrack sustained a bit of damage from that fire, and they are getting the residue of the diesel fuel and the jet fuel cleaned off the racetrack so we can go back racing. Dave Blaney is the race leader. 29 cars on the lead lap and in position to have a chance to win the 500 as we work the red flag and this 7th caution flag of the night. 5-time champion Jimmy Johnson taken out in a crash on lap 2 with David Reagan. Robbie Gordon out of the race. Jeff Gordon, 3-time winner, a blown engine. Danica Patrick and Trevor Bayne many laps down after being involved in that early incident. As we wait for track cleanup to be completed in turn number 3 and get these drivers back in their cars to try and win the Daytona 500 tonight on Fox. An exciting and tumultuous speed week so far. Still 40 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. Only DirecTV gives you dedicated driver channels, so you'll never miss a second of your driver's race. Call 1-800-DirecTV. As cleanup continues in turn 3, an update from NASCAR on the driver of the safety vehicle that was impacted by Montoya's car, Dwayne Barnes, who is a staff member of Michigan International Speedway. The update is that at Halifax Hospital, he is resting comfortably and being observed.
One thing we talked to Mike Helton about off of camera, he said they're getting a lot of questions about letting these drivers out of the car, and he said that's something they've allowed these drivers. You saw the graphic, well over an hour red flag, and people were relating it to the 2002 Daytona 500 when Sterling Marlin got out of his car on the backstretch under a very brief red flag. The difference, Sterling pulled on that fender. You cannot work on your car. That's the reason Elliott Sadler's car is sitting on pit road with no one working on it.
Well, let's go back to the backstretch. Matt Yoakum.
And catching up with some Roush Fenway teammates, starting first with Matt Kenseth. You had issues earlier. Everything good to go now?
I hope so. I had about everything break today. So I don't know, something in the water system was stuck and it just kept pumping water out no matter what the temperature was until I about ran it out of water and we had to pit and get that fixed. So everything seems to be pretty good. Our Best Buy Ford is pretty fast. I think Greg's probably got the strongest car here tonight, but our car's pretty fast. Hopefully we can keep it up in the front. It's going to get crazy at the end when cars start pushing. I don't know if it matters who has the fastest car, but our car's pretty good and hopefully we can keep it in position.
You've been in different parts of the pack. What impresses you most about the response that you've gotten from your car?
Once you get it up front, it's harder than it looks to come from the back to the front. You really got to have the right guys, pushing you and get the right runs, and it's a little more difficult than I thought it would be, kind of like it was on Thursday. So it's going to be important to be the front. It's going to be important to have some friends up there that want to work with you at least until you get off of turn 4.
All right, well, good luck later tonight. We'll catch up with Carl Edwards. You had a major issue. You were telling your team on the radio that you were either hoping for Frosted Flakes or Cheez-Its.
Or some Subway would be nice. I can't believe you came all the way over here and didn't bring something to eat for all of us.
Well, we didn't have really enough room in the truck for food.
Yeah, Matt ordered some food, but the NASCAR didn't bring it yet. So, yeah, we're just obviously excited to get this thing fixed and go finish this race. We got a pretty good fast and all fusion. Maybe not as good as Greg and Matt's cars, but Matt's messing with you right now. No, our car is very good, and we had a little fuel issue at one point, and
it's called focus.
Yeah, I think Matt was messing with the fuel system earlier or something, but once we got that worked out, I think we're going to be good. It's going to be good.
Now, when you try to describe the action on the racetrack for the fans at home from your cockpit, what it's called electronics, Matt. What would you describe it for the fan at home of what you're seeing? Compared to years past.
Right now, the cars get lined up in 2 rows. It's hard to move back up to the front. So what I'm trying to do is choose my time to go up there and charge to the front. And the laps are winding down, so we'll do it here pretty soon. But it looks a little differently because the road gets blocked. You can't just charge up there. It's not like you can get with one guy and run up on the outside and pass everybody. So it's taking longer to go to the front.
Greg, it seemed like during the duel and even in practice that a lot of guys were saying that the bottom line, it was much more difficult to get a good run. The top line was the more preferred line, but it seemed like almost the reverse tonight sometimes.
Yeah, it does. It seems like the bottom, but for some reason, the top can get a run sometimes. I've been unsuccessful about getting at the top to get a run in the top. And, I watched Denny and some of those other guys. They weren't even hooked up, and they got the line to go, and were able to get to the lead. So, I don't know if our car's a little draggy or something when it gets there, but it pushes good, and we've been able to maintain the bottom, and the car's handling good. So those are 3 attributes you need to win the Daytona 500, and I feel pretty good about where we're at.
A great call in 2003 when you won the July race here on fuel mileage. Looking at the race tonight, counting it down as far as how many laps out when you need to start to make your move to head toward the front. Are you going to tell your spotter to count you down? And what lap do you think that would be?
My plan for tonight has been to stay at the front, stay as close to the front as I can. So I'm racing as hard as I can. Matt told me we're good on fuel right now. We're not planning on making any more pit stops for this race. So we're going to go to the end from here.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Mike?
Well, you're familiar with Bear Bond, which is an adhesive that's used on the bumpers of cars to hold them together during these races. This is a product, must be its cousin, called Street Bond. It's a very, very fast setting kind of sealer or filler. And it better set fast, and here's why. You see the red dot is Daytona International Speedway, and while most of these big storm cells have broken up, the green meanies there are advancing on our red dot.
Larry, just erase that one, will you? Get that one off there. Get it out of there.
Now, since everyone wanted to see the pictures from the back straightaway, Brad Keselowski has now picked up tens of thousands of Twitter followers since the red flag came up.
Dave Blaney had his phone. I'm sure Brad could set him up on Twitter during this red flag.
55,000 since the red flag wanted to see those pictures. There are some total mentions this weekend. Twitter driver buzz. You can follow us at NASCAR on Fox on Twitter, or all of us on tonight's telecast individually.
I can tell you one thing. Since we've been down here the last week, I went over 100,000 followers And I could not believe how my Twitter has lit up since we've been down here.
Speaking of lit up, a couple of drops coming down as we go side by side, hopeful of getting the Daytona 500 restarted soon.
Agents, when it comes to insurance, people feel lost.
That's a dead end.
Don't know which way to turn.
This way. Turn around.
That's why we present people with options, to help them find coverage that fits their needs.
Almost there.
That's a new Maze record.
Really?
I have no idea. We don't keep track of that kind of stuff.
Oh, you should.
We are insurance.
We are farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Energy when I gotta get stuff done.
How do you reinvent the best-selling car in America? From behind the wheel. Akio Toyota, race car driver and president of Toyota Motor Corporation. The reinvented 2012 Camry. From Toyota.
The man in the yellow fire suit is Dave Blaney. He's the leader of the Daytona 500, having raced his way into the 500 by finishing 12th in his dual race. He's finished third in NASCAR Sprint Cup 3 times, most recently at Talladega last October. Back driving for Bill Davis, nearly won a Cup race at Atlanta. Had some problems, didn't make it to the flag. He's a World of Outlaws sprint car champion. His son races. He's got a great outlook. He got into the top 35 in owner points last season, but his owner snatched that golden ticket, applied it to a different team, and said, Dave, you're going to have to race your way into the 500 again. He did, and he now has the lead as everybody's having a little fun with the Brad Keselowski sprint phone.
Well, right now, Blaney's got a lot of friends. We had a shot at Tommy Baldwin sitting up on the spotter stand, and it reminded me of that song, All By Myself. He's kind of all over on an island all by himself, and of course, everybody else is jealous because this man might pick up $1.5 million here if this thing doesn't go back to green.
Well, that's the thing. When he raced his way in, we promoted the fact that to start the Daytona 500, it's $250,000. But if you can win this race, really the numbers are endless. It puts you into the Sprint All-Star race in May. Over $1.5 million to win. It just keeps going on and on.
Martin Truex Jr. has already banked $200,000 for the Midway payday.
And you know, a lot of people were really mad at Tommy Baldwin for making that deal with Stuart Haas for Danica and taking that opportunity away from Dave Blaney. I bet they're not all that mad right now.
Let's get to Dave Blaney's pit and Chris Devoda.
I'm atop the pit box with crew chief Ryan Pemberton. So Ryan, the conversations between you and Dave Blaney right now and what's going through your mind, knowing that I guess Mother Nature could be your best friend tonight.
Yeah, we're looking at Mother Nature. You know, NASCAR's look like they're doing a great job getting the track cleaned up. You know, there's always that chance. So I was just looking at the TV, watching all the drivers back there play with their phones. And there's no telling what they're doing back there. So it's amazing. These guys, they drive 200 mile an hour. They got race cars. They love all these great things, and their phones are some of their biggest toys. So we'll see here. There's potentially some rain, but you know we still got a good race car. We had to overcome a few things there. We need to make a few adjustments. If we get back going, I still think we can you know have a solid finish. So. Looking forward to it either way, but a little rain wouldn't hurt.
Well, you've been watching, I know, the weather along with your race car all night, but you didn't realize you'd have to watch a jet dryer as well.
Yeah, you know, after you do this stuff long enough, you always think that, you know, what's next, or, you know, you see some of the darndest things. So that one will be one of the things that everybody will remember and remember that day when that happened on the backstretch. So there's a, you know, thank goodness everybody was safe, and I think they're going to get the track. Hopefully it didn't hurt the track. You know, we just give it our best here, and if we get back going, we still there's still more opportunities for us.
And with that weather too, how closely are you monitoring, and what are you telling Dave about what's potentially coming?
Well, I probably right now, if I want to talk to Dave, I'd probably have to call. It looks like one of like Junior on his phone, or Slowski. I probably have to call a guy on his phone.
Because you're saying Dave's not carrying his.
Dave, I don't think Dave's tweeting. Maybe he's not Facebook. I don't think he's doing any of that stuff back there. But obviously, a few guys are. So if we want to get a hold of him, that's probably how we're at to get a hold of him right now. So it probably looks like maybe another 45, 45 minutes, and if the rain doesn't get us first.
And Ryan did talk to Dave in the car and asked him, hey, you don't have a Twitter account, right? And Dave said, it's a Big 10-4, I do not. There is a Dave Blaney on Twitter. It is not this Dave Blaney. So Dave Blaney may need to get a Twitter account after this, but right now he's in the catbird seat, Mike.
Thanks, Krista. Consider not only Blaney, who's a journeyman veteran driver, but Landon Castle, the fellow in the gray fire suit in that crowd, pretty much unheralded. There he is, driving for a team that was just put together 3 weeks ago. Tony Raines didn't have a ride for the 500 a month ago. He's in third, and David Gilliland running fourth after a surprise third-place finish in this race 1 year ago. Matt?
At the end of 2011, Landon Castle was going to drive for one team. Then this organization came together quickly. Do you believe how stout they have been early on?
It's pretty impressive that BK Racing made it to Daytona. Harry McMullen, Scott Gunderson, Doug Richard put a pretty good team together for this race. So this is an interesting situation we're in. It'd be a very humble way to make my first Daytona finish with my first Daytona start. So again, very humbling, but I'm honored to be here in this race and driving for BK Racing and to be a Sprint Cup Series driver.
And Doug Richard told me we were walking out of the grid, he was like, man, this extra day is really killing us in preparation for the next couple of races because this team has come together in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's amazing what these guys have accomplished already, and it's really cool to see the plans that they've been putting in place because of the delay and being here one more day. These guys haven't had a chance to go back home and work on our cars for Phoenix. So I know we got a hard-working group of guys that are working overtime back in the shop up in Statesville, and I don't know. I hope we can get to Phoenix with good race cars and you know, get through Daytona with a car in one piece, whether we finish it now or later.
You've had a chance to sit back and kind of digest what's taken place. Have you had an opportunity to plan ahead the next few laps of what you would like to do to get your car in position to win this event?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be really interesting. I don't think the drivers have really cranked it up yet. We've been running a lot of 2x2, and they haven't been 3 wide yet. So they will be getting 3 wide these last few laps, and you know, I think there'll be a wreck. And I think we're going to try to take advantage of that and put ourselves in a position to kind of suck through the middle there after maybe a second restart or something like that. But you know, our car's in one piece so far, and that's huge. And we're having fun over here. This is pretty cool to hang out with these guys. And Brad brought his phone with him for some odd reason, but he's tripled his Twitter followers or doubled his Twitter followers. So it's pretty impressive. It's good to see that people are watching, and really got to thank the fans that hung around through the weather and stayed an extra day and a half pretty much to watch the Daytona 500. It's really an honor to be racing for these fans.
Cinderella story for the Truck Series race and the Nationwide Series race as far as the winners go this weekend. You look at what it could mean for you in your career. Some guys have been experimenting throughout the race, trying different moves. Have you?
Yeah, I have towards the back, just trying to make sure that I can protect myself and suck up through the field and get into the pack when I'm ready to make an aggressive move. I just didn't want to get caught in the pack when somebody else made a mistake. So I feel like I've learned a little bit about how to use the side of other people's cars and things like that to get through the pack and get up into a position to strike. And hopefully we do get to finish the race. You know, if we don't, obviously the Cinderella story idea of it, this is very humbling to be in this position and to be here. But I want to race, and I want to make 200 laps here.
Mike, so many great stories in the 54th running of the Daytona 500.
And remember, Castle and his teammate, David Rudeman, took a wave around on the last caution flag. That means they did not pit, waited out the caution, got waved around the pace car to get back on the lead lap, and now Castle finds himself in second place.
Yeah, the Twitter thing has gone nuts. Brad Keselowski's Twitter account, I think, has crashed. I just got a tweet from Sarah, Jessica, and Fausto Stevie back in Franklin. They're having a 500 party, and they're about to run out of dip. So can you get this thing going again, Dad?
Ricky Stenhouse, you see him with that big 6 on his back, talking with Danica Patrick as cleanup continues. And they try to get this track back in raceable condition to run the final 40 laps of the 500. And it looks like they may send the blowers there and send the drivers back to their cars, to a huge roar from the grandstand here that remains 3/4 full. As these fans have seen rain and now fire and put up with a day and a half of delays. They don't want to be denied because they know that the last laps of this race, as these drivers have told you, are going to be electrifying.
They're like, these fans are like marathon runners. I'm going to finish this race even if I have to walk across the line.
And I think the other good news is that cell, that small cell that was approaching Daytona International Speedway, I think it pretty much broke up. So we should be good to go here.
They do run a 24-hour race here in Daytona. This isn't it. This is more like the 36 hours of Daytona. And you see that cell is pretty much fallen apart. It brought a little bit of a sprinkle, but behind it, pretty clear skies. We'll hope for no more of those pop-up showers, and we'll get the final 100 miles of the Daytona 500 in the books tonight.
I want to give you some history. In 1963, the first 10 laps of this race were run under a caution due to rain. 65, it was rain shortened 133 laps. 66 shortened 198 laps. 79, the first 16 laps were run under yellow due to rain. 92, laps 84 and 89 were run under caution due to rain. 95, red flag on lap 71 due to rain. Red flag lasted an hour and 44 minutes. In 2003, 2 red flags for rain. First on lap 63 for 1 hour and 8 minutes, and then another one at 109 at 272.5 miles. In 2009, the race was shortened 152 laps, 380 miles, and in 2012, the race was postponed for a day, as we well know.
NASCAR has called the drivers back to their cars, Darrell, and they are going to run a carpool service from pit road, take one crewman from each team around to the backstretch to help each driver get strapped in, get their radio equipment hooked up, and any driver cooling aids, just to make sure that everybody is at the ready to go. And then cars should roll with 40 laps to go in the Daytona 500. We'll take a side-by-side break from the Great American Race.
Too much information. There's no such thing in NASCAR. With the NASCAR Sprint Cup mobile app, you get live in-car audio, real-time stats, even driver bios. And with Sprint's unlimited data, you can find out everything about me. Like my secret obsession with karaoke.
Here I go again on my own. Going down the
There's no such thing as TMI when you have NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile and truly unlimited data, only from Sprint.
Here we go, straight, gentlemen. Green flag, green flag. The heat is on the street. Beside your head, every beat. And the beats alive, deep inside. Pressure's high, just to stay alive. 'Cause the heat is on. I'm pit, I need a Coke. Come on in, get it. Caught up in the action, I've been looking out for you. Tell me, can you feel it? Tell me, can you feel it? Tell me, can you feel it? The heat is on. The heat is on.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 54th running of the Great American Race. The first time in prime time on a Monday night, and that bus you see is shuttling crew members out to help the drivers get behind the wheels of their cars once again, and also for us to run the final 40 laps of this race as the crews continue to work. And Mikey, over the years, we've seen troubles on racetracks before, but it seems like those guys are really up on top of this. They have the right technology, and first and foremost, this racetrack is going to be safe for the drivers.
Yeah, and the only thing I'm nervous about, John, is when they blow the jet gyros across it. I hope it doesn't pull it apart, because I have been so much looking forward to the last 100 miles of this Daytona 500. I can't hardly stand it, and it's right here. We've got them lined up in great position to see just the most amazing finish of this race ever.
Well, let's take a look back at the first 400 miles of this race. Of course, it seems like a long time ago that it started, but this really wasn't that long ago as we started under the lights. Elliott Sadler, quick tap to Jimmy Johnson. He's in the wall.
Yeah, Jimmy just got hit, and when he did, the thing turned in the outside wall. Watch what Danica goes through here. She's trying to squeak her way through, sideways, takes a hit right there, and that tore up the rear end of her car and put her in the garage.
Look at the way Denny Hamlin was charging to the lead, hooked up with Martin Truex Jr., and then got the lead himself.
He's the man. He's been the man the first half of this race. He's the only one we've seen him really push, bump draft. Only place he's been happy is when he's out front.
Three-time Daytona 500 winner, four-time champion Jeff Gordon blows up.
You put everything into this race, and when it went bad for Jeff, we thought, oh, that's a shame. But then, wow, watch what happens to Juan. His transmission, rear end gear, something broke and spun him into the outside wall. Look at, or excuse me, into the truck. Look at that car. It's tore all to pieces. Obviously, big fire there. What's great, though, is both Juan and the guy driving the truck were able to walk away.
That's the real good news. Also, even better news for the race fans that have braved this for so many hours now. We're going to go back green flag racing very shortly. But again, as soon as you think you've seen everything in this sport, Mikey, something like this happens.
But thanks for hanging around, because this is going to be the most amazing 100 miles you've ever seen. You talk about pushing and bump drafting and three wide. You're going to see it all. This is the Daytona 500. You bring everything you got and you throw it on the table, and you're not happy unless you walk away with that trophy. I can't imagine the emotions Dave Blaney's going through right now. He's leading the race. Okay, the track's messed up. No, they're going to fix it. Okay, good, it's raining. No, it's going to quit. He's going to have to line up and try to win it the old-fashioned way, and it's going to be a barn burner.
It simply doesn't matter when it gets awarded, but the Harley J. Earl Trophy is one of the most coveted in all of motorsports. Dave Blaney is making his 398th career start. If he can stay up front and if he can hold on, that trophy will be his, but that's going to be a very tough order because there are so many great drivers who want to win that thing.
Well, it's a beautiful trophy. It looks really good on your mantle, too. I can tell you that.
You got two of them.
I got a couple of them there.
I hope you have a big mantle.
Oh, it's a wonderful place for those things to sit. I love looking at them.
And you can always make room for a trophy like that, and also about the, $1.5 million that's involved in it. Here come the crew members back on the bus. They've gotten their drivers back into it, and again, Mikey, just when you think you've seen everything in racing.
Well, it's really tough to get all hooked up in these cars, John. You got to have a little bit of help, so they sent the bus over and said, come on, guys, we'll give you a ride to the back straightaway, and they'll do all the final touches on making sure the Hans devices are hooked up, the radios are hooked up so these guys can be ready. I'm going to predict, Johnny, they're going to need those Hans devices in these last 40 laps, 100 miles, because it's going to be very intense. There's going to be a lot of scraping and shoving.
They have people on the crews these days that are called interior specialists, and those are no doubt the guys that went out there to help the drivers get back in. Now, Trevor Bayne did it last year. There are many drivers, well, many, 6, 7, that have made their first win, the Daytona 500, including Micah Waltrip in 2001, Sterling Marlin also, and Derek Cope. Trevor Bayne was, of course, the guy that had the Cinderella slipper on last year, and Mikey, nothing like, let's flash back to what certainly were the two greatest moments in your racing career.
Yeah, the first one, obviously, with Dale Jr. pushing, that turned out to be what I thought was the best day ever, and not so much. That trophy's heavy, by the way. And then in 2003, we just had a dominant car. The rains came at halfway. I tell you, winning a race at halfway is tough. We saw a great example of it here. You know, Dave Blaney was going to steal the victory. He didn't have the best car. That day in 2003, we had the best car, and we just happened to be in the front when they said, okay, it's over. How are you supposed to win a race when you don't know when it's going to end? But fortunately, on that day, the best car won the race.
Yes, and the rain came at exactly the right time. So far this weekend, we've seen Friday night a very unsuspected winner, a very surprise winner in the Saturday race as well. So could we see another surprise here, Mikey? There's no reason why not.
No, it's going to happen. It's going to be a great run to the finish. No one has won this race twice in the last 10 years, and you've got some guys that have never won it that are right up there battling for the win. So it's going to be really intense. That's the main thing. If this patch works and we're able to drive the track, the next 100 miles are going to be some of the toughest driving you've ever done in your whole life. That's Robin Pemberton. He's competition director of NASCAR. He's understanding what's going on with the track, trying to make sure that we can get this baby fired back off.
For NASCAR, the most important thing is the integrity of the racing surface right now, and the real good news is that Juan Pablo Montoya and the driver of the safety truck are okay. And as it has been pointed out, there's really nothing you can do about this situation because the safety truck driver was doing what he was supposed to do, and the Juan Pablo Montoya was doing exactly what he was supposed to do in the race car. It simply got away from him.
Yeah, he was down on the bottom of the racetrack. He was running the line he should have run. The thing just broke and spun him out of control into the truck.
Here on Fox, college football returns September 1st. Be sure to tune into all the action as Fox has you covered at the premiere of September 1st, Fox College Football. And we are looking forward right now to 40 more laps of white knuckle racing here at Daytona. Once again, it doesn't matter if it's today, tomorrow, whatever day it happens, that trophy is one of the most coveted in all of motorsports, and somebody is going to walk away with it.
I like that white knuckle racing. That's a great way to describe it because these guys are going to be on the edge. They're going to push. It's going to be all about the next 40 laps to see who gets the biggest trophy in American motorsports.
The phrase was coined in the NFL a couple years back. They said the pack is back. And here at Daytona, the pack is back once again. And so far from what we've heard from the fans, Mikey, they love this pack racing much better than the tandem racing we saw here last time around.
And look at some of the guys we've seen charged to the front. Denny Hamlin's been very fast. Greg Biffle has gotten his way to the front. Matt Kenseth was on pit road with an engine that looked like it was blown up. They get it fixed. He almost goes a lap down. Now all of a sudden he's found his way to the front. There's some real good stories of guys that have cars that are fast enough to win this thing, hadn't been able quite to get to the front yet. They're going to get there now.
Well, the rain cells have broken up. The patch is drying on the racetrack, and the drivers are back in their cars. We have 40 to go here at Daytona. Stay with us, everyone. It's going to be a wild finish.
Laps, 100 miles to race here in Daytona in the 54th annual 500. Sunday, Phoenix International Raceway. Jeff Gordon got his first win of the season there last year. America's best drivers in the Subway Fresh Fit 500. Sunday, 2:30 Eastern, 11:30 Pacific. Only on Fox.
It's a brand new racetrack we got out there from where we were there a year ago.
Yeah, they fixed that place up, man. I saw the fall race there. It looked pretty impressive.
The street bond that has been applied to the turn 3 banking is drying nicely, and we're pretty close to being able to go. And you saw there at Dale Jr.'s car, one reason why they had to bring the mechanics around to help the drivers. Driver can pretty well get his own safety gear on, but that window net needs to be really latched up tightly there so that air goes past it instead of in the cockpit. It helps with aerodynamics, and that's got to be done from outside the car, not from the driver's seat.
I've seen few drivers that can put their window net back in by themselves. Like you said, it's so tight that you just don't have the leverage to push it up from inside the car. So usually it takes a crew member. But you know, I will say this, these drivers have been out of those cars for a while over there, and they're re-energized. Is that a good thing?
Yes. Let's get some updates from pit road. Krista?
Mike, Dave Blaney's team has been through a little bit of everything tonight. They had splitter damage earlier, and the bad news for them, when this race gets restarted, Blaney will have to come into pit for his scheduled stop. They're planning on making a chassis adjustment and putting on tires. Nothing wrong with the car, just they had stayed out to lead that lap when all of the chaos ensued. Steve?
Well, Krista, it's been an up and down night for Hendrick Motorsports. Rick Hendrick is atop the pit box here in Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s pit. Now, Jr. has said very little throughout this race. The only radio chatter has primarily been his spotter, TJ Majors. Casey Kane, the other Hendrick car, the number 5 car, he is 23rd right now. But for Rick Hendrick, his money right now is on Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Dale Earnhardt Jr. is extremely fast. Matt?
Steve, Tony Stewart has set the tone for the night before the drop of the green flag. He's told his team on the radio it's going to be a long night. I guess he didn't predict this long, but a long night. And he said we're going to take it lap by lap, segment by segment. That's exactly what he's done. He missed the big $200,000 halfway bonus by just a lap and a half. But his car, he's gone from the front to the back. He's done a lot of experimenting, just riding for this final segment. Crew Chief Steve Addington told me we definitely have something for the finish. Dick?
Well, Carl Edwards started on the pole of this race, ran toward the front at the very beginning of it, then found himself in the middle of a 3-wide deal, drifted toward the back, and he has run there for much of the race. I just talked to his crew chief, Bob Osborne, and suggested, have you guys been sandbagging? And Osborne just smiled, looked at me, and said, it's time to go. Well, he's going to have to go from the absolute back of the lead lap cars because the tear-off was torn off the windshield. You're not allowed to touch the car under a red flag. That's a violation. He goes to the back. Carl Edwards is going to have to pass everybody to win this thing. He's got 40 laps to do it, though.
Seems to be plenty of time. Darrell, as we get down to crunch time in this race, once we restart and as the laps wind down, the concern, especially with what we saw in the Saturday race, is closing speed. When two drivers hook up in tandem and begin to run that pack down, if they are closing at a fast rate and the track clogs up in front of them as somebody moves wide, that can produce calamity.
And here's the problem. For the most part tonight, we have not seen that. We haven't seen a lot of 2-car tandems. We haven't seen that 10-mile-an-hour closing speed. So you've been used to looking in your mirror and seeing a guy come by himself or with minimum amount of help, and you've been able to block him or you've been able to slow his progress down. You try that late in this race, you'll be out of here. You'll cause a huge wreck.
So what everyone is trying to figure, Larry, is how long can you push another car to the front before your car overheats and self-destructs?
Well, I go back to the Gatorade Duel race on Thursday. Matt Kenseth won that race. How he did that was Jimmy Johnson in the 48 pushed him for about 2 laps. Mike, when that flagman in that flag stand holds up his hand, it indicates 5 to go. Shortly after that, those drivers don't care what the water temperature gauge. They don't care how the car's driving. They don't care who they can or can't talk to because they want to win the Daytona 500.
Well, those stories have been well told throughout Speed Week, and that's why this grandstand is still nearly full as the fans await the final 40 laps. Octane Academy only on Fuel TV. Check local listings for the time in your area. Watch and learn. Well, in 21 minutes, we can wish Kevin and Delana Harvick happy anniversary.
Let's, what do you say we see if we can talk to the winner of the halfway money? Martin Truex, it's DW in the Fox Sports booth. You got a copy? And Martin Truex, it's DW. You got a copy?
Hey, man, how you doing?
All right there, Moneybags. You were in a pretty good shape there for the halfway money. What do you got for the finish?
We got to get back up there towards the front to be in, kind of position where we're there. We timed that perfectly. Had a lot of help from Danny, and that was pretty cool to work that out. So we got a little bit of track position to overcome right now. We got some tires there. We should be good to go to the end, and 40 laps, plenty of time to get there.
Were you able to get out during that red flag we've had here and work some deals with some guys to get yourself back to the front?
Yeah, we all been out here talking and having a good time, Talked to Denny quite a bit. I told him I'd give him that $200 grand if he pushed me to the checker flag there. So we'll see what we can work out. But it's been a good race. We got a great Napa Toyota. Guys built me a fast hot rod, and just hopefully we can get to the end of this thing and have a shot at it.
Well, right now you got more money in the bank than anybody out there. So good luck. Finish her off.
They can keep the money. I just want that trophy.
Roger on the trophy. Good luck, man.
Have fun, guys. Thank you.
Martin Truex Jr. And that seems to be the sentiment, Darrell. I never I never met a race driver who suited up, climbed into the car, and asked, how much does this pay?
I haven't either. I mean, in all honesty, you take so much. Michael said it. Those trophies sitting on your mantle at home, that big Daytona 500 trophy, I mean, you'll sleep with that thing if you could walk out of here with it tonight. And not just tonight either, for a while.
Crewmen are back behind pit wall. You saw briefly NASCAR VP of competition Robin Pemberton conferring with the officials. And that's the Firebird XP21, the 1953 GM styling dream car that toured the country at auto shows, designed by VP of Design Harley Earl, a friend of Big Bill France, who built Daytona International Speedway and founded NASCAR. They were friends, and Earl donated the trophy to be presented in perpetuity to the winner of the Daytona 500. Now we're told, we heard the story on Carl Edwards. We're told also that Kyle Busch will go to the back for pulling one of those clear tear-offs off the windshield so that his vision would not be compromised once we got this race back underway.
We've seen down here for the last week and a half, going to the back is no big deal. As a matter of fact, I've said it before, I'd rather be coming than going. And when you're in the back, it's like a big old vacuum cleaner's got a hold of your car and just sucking you right to the front.
Especially if you got a fast race car.
So here we see one of the jet dryers being fired up to run and try to blow away some of that speedy dry and remaining residue. And they've got the front blower operating right now. Is he trying to move some of that?
You know, I'm still just a little bit worried about this dark area right here. I think they're going to, I'm not sure what that, I'm not sure I want to run into, I'm not sure I want to hit that at 200 miles an hour. They look like I need to dry that up a little bit more. Maybe that's what they're going to do with the jet dryer.
Now there is where the street bond was put down, and you see a little darkening on the wall. That's where that jet dryer that was hit by Montoya's car was stopped, and the rest of what is cleaned up there was the spill of both jet fuel and off-road diesel for running that truck. But it looks like they've got things pretty well in hand.
I think the bad news is, if there is any, we're not going to know if that's going to hold or not till those race cars run across it. That's the whole deal. I mean, you don't really know if it's strong enough to hold up or not until they run the cars over it.
It looks like we'll find out shortly. Drivers are in their cars and at the ready. Still quite a number of emergency vehicles and personnel on the scene. We have 100 miles left to race in Daytona tonight, and that area is right up into the banking in turn number 3, just about when it gets to its full tilt of 31 degrees. And so the cars will come through there, suspensions will compress, and it's a place where you've really got to have maximum grip to hold on to that race car.
Yeah, I mean, that's right where you really start to turn off in the turn 3 and 4. And it looks like to me, other than drying up the wet spots, that which is what the jet dryer is doing right now, we're gonna go back racing here directly.
Let's see if we can talk to the closer. What do you say?
Sure.
Kevin Harvick at CW, got a copy?
We'll check the alternate frequency here.
And Kevin Harvick at CW, got a copy, buddy?
Gotcha, man.
All right, it's about time for you to start showing what you got. You got just a little under 100 miles to go. You got anything for them?
Got to. I think we're going to be about 4th here on this restart, so it's all about positioning yourself. So when the fiasco starts here, with all the pushing and shoving, hopefully we're at the front of it and can time it right. So everybody on our Budweiser crew's done a good job. We got in a little argument with that orange cone earlier. Had to fix the tape and kind of took care of our motor for the first half of the race, but everything's gone well.
Yeah, that orange cone, he is annoying. What are you guys saying about the track? What are they saying to you guys back there on the back about the track?
The guys in the pace cars seem to think that everything should be fine. So they said they had basically a little batch plant that they could, fix spots like that after the deal we had with the hole several years ago, so that if we got in that situation again, they could fix it. But they expect it to be good.
All right, my friend, I know that you and Delana are expecting. Congratulations. And if we wait about 15 more minutes, we can wish you a happy anniversary. So a happy 11th anniversary, my friend.
Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it.
Now go up there and get some new shoes for that baby.
Need to. Anything we can get would definitely help. So should be a fun last 40 laps here.
Yeah, he and Delana were married in Las Vegas just right after he started driving that 29 car for Richard Childress Racing back in 2001.
And Harvick won the Daytona 500 in 2007. Now the 2010 winner has been busy on his in-car radio. We listened in on Jamie Mack.
What was all them guys saying over there when y'all were huddled up? Talking about Twitter. Yeah, that's what Joey was telling me. That Brad picked up 110,000 followers in 45 minutes.
Well, it's funny how these stories get a little exaggerated, but that's okay. It's just part of the magic. Like that, I guess Twitter's the modern version of that old game telephone of, you know, you tell somebody around a circle, and by the time the story gets back to you, it's all completely different.
Let's see if we can talk to Jamie
Sure.
Mack. Hey, Jamie Mack, it's DW. You got a copy, buddy?
Hey, man, I do.
What have you guys been doing over on the back straightaway, all huddled up over there?
Well, initially we were asking Brad why he had his phone in his car. No one could figure that out. And then just talking about the race. You know, we talked about if it was going to rain or not, and just kind of talked about how we wrecked on the first lap, and we figured that Jimmy Johnson was already at home and in bed.
What's everybody's feelings about the racetrack? Any big concerns, or is everybody content?
No, you know, they wouldn't let us walk down there and look at it. But it sounded, I mean, initially it looked to me like it had a gouge in it, but they said a lot of that was just rubber buildup, I guess, from the tires melting off the jet dryer. So, I don't know. They acted like the track was going to be fine. There didn't seem to be a big concern with it.
Well, you've been around the front all night long, and you're sitting in pretty good shape when these guys in front of you pit. Can you stay up there in the front?
Well, actually, we had to come back in and get gas, so the scoreboard shows us a little higher than what we are. But 40 laps is a long time, and I really think it's going to get crazy from here on out. So just, you know, try to miss the one or two wrecks we're probably going to have. And yeah, I think our Bass Pro Shop Chevy is going to be good. Looks good.
Well, you've done it before, so good luck. Go on up there and get that big one.
10-4, appreciate it.
You know, we saw last year on Fox when he went and visited his hometown of Joplin, Missouri, that had been ravaged by a tornado. And Jamie did what he could to help with tornado relief there. And this whole NASCAR community has quite a history of giving back. Most of the drivers have personal foundations. There's the NASCAR Foundation. And we're constantly hearing about the good deeds and the good work being done by these drivers, using their fame and celebrity in order to help those less fortunate.
You look at Jamie McMurray, though, and think back to 2010 when he won the Daytona 500. He won 3 big races that year. He won the 500 here. He won the Brickyard at Indy. He won the Fall Charlotte race. Came close to making the chase. And then last year, just a disastrous 2011. Didn't even finish in the top 25 in points. The only way he got in the Budweiser shootout was by virtue of being a past winner. He was not even in the top 25 in points.
And I heard Chip Ganassi doing an interview, and he said most of the car owners in the garage area are not very happy with him right now. He realized after such a great 2010 and a disaster, I mean, he won Indy and everything, and then a disastrous 2011. He went to work. He hired a bunch of new people. He said he got a couple from Hendrick, a couple from Roush, and a couple from Childress, and a couple over here, and had to redo his organization. And so Jamie's been running really well down here. We'll see how he can close out here.
In 9th, and we'll have to make one more stop. We talked about drivers off seasons. Jeff Gordon visited hospitals in Africa, where his foundation has donated $1.5 million to fight childhood cancer. Trevor Bayne went to Mexico with Carl Edwards to work with orphans as part of back-to-back ministries, and Bayne went on a humanitarian trip to Kenya. So not just nationwide, but worldwide. Some of the good work's being done by the NASCAR drivers and team owners.
I think I've heard many a driver say what a privilege it is to be a part of this sport. And because of how good this sport's been to so many of us, it just means a lot to us to be able to share and give back and help people that, you know, sometimes it just takes a little bit of help, and it can make all the difference in somebody's lives. And some of these guys have got foundations, and they do a lot of charitable work, sponsors involved. I am always impressed and proud of my driver fraternity. They do a great job.
Looks like we're close to completion up there in turn number 3. That street bond looks to be pretty dry. Hopefully we'll have cars fired up and running here shortly. Closest to the screen, that's Daytona Regional Airport, the backstretch at Daytona International Speedway, and the bright lights near the top of the screen, that's high above where we sit next to the control tower. Moving into our third day of coverage of the Daytona 500 because of this. Juan Montoya's car brakes and under caution slides up into one of the jet dryers, which goes up in a fireball. Montoya walks away. The safety truck driver is helped from his vehicle and is resting comfortably. But the fire blazed out of control for several minutes, and it has taken quite a bit of cleanup and some bonding to make sure that the asphalt surface is raceable for the last 100 miles of this 500.
When I looked at Montoya coming down that back straightaway on a second look, he was going pretty fast.
Martin Truex has banked the midway payday, $200,000. 7 caution flags, 1 red flag, the one we're working right now. But there are still 29 drivers hopeful of winning this race, and another 8 or so that are multiple laps down and trying to make it to the finish.
We anticipate the top 4 drivers will be making a pit stop. Dave Blaney, Landon Castle, Tony Radins, and David Gilliland. They're going to have to come to pit road here shortly.
Kurt Busch has had a tough week. Released at the end of last season by Carl and Roger Penske for outbursts, and then he's with James Finch, but boy, he's determined to finish this race despite the troubles they've had tonight.
We've stayed out here this long. We've endured a jet dryer blowing up. We've circled around this track meaningless for 3 points. We're not getting the DNF. We're finishing.
There you go. I like that attitude.
That's a big deal, though, is to keep a goose egg in that DNF column throughout a season. Try to be running at the checkered flag.
Engines have fired on the back straightaway. Spotters back up on their perch, up on the roof, including Tommy Baldwin, who owns the lead car, driven by Dave Blaney. Let's go down to pit road. Steve Burns.
Mike with Steve Letarte, Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s crew chief, and 40 laps to go. I've heard Dale say very positive things about the race car tonight. Pretty happy. It seems like with the speed you have in the car, is it going to handle well enough for these final 40 laps?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think handling will be an issue. Diamond Mountain View Chevrolet's been strong all week long. You know, the Hendrick engines and everybody back there's been a heck of a body, and we qualified well. We had a good run in the 150s, came up a little short, and we just hope we're around for all 40 laps to put a great show on for the fans.
Steve, I was just thinking this could be win number 200 for Rick Hendrick as well.
Yeah, no, I can't think of a more historic ending for the long week we've had down here. And just Mr. H deserves 200, and Dale deserves to get back to victory lane. This whole race team does, so we hope we can get him there today.
All right, best of luck, Steve.
Thanks.
We are now back under the yellow flag as the cars roll on the back straightaway, and you can see that the green is gone. So that means no rain for the conclusion of this event, absent a pop-up shower or something.
So Tommy Baldwin, they got the track fixed, so take that out of the equation. The rain dissipated. Take that out of the equation. I guess we might as well pit.
We'll have to pit now.
The pits will be open this time by. Out of the race, David Reagan, Jimmy Johnson in that lap 2 crash. Robbie Gordon out of the event early. Jeff Gordon, blown engine. Elliott Sadler couldn't maintain minimum speed after his car was damaged. David Stremmy's car blew up, and Juan Montoya's car crashed into one of the safety trucks under caution after the car broke, and he couldn't steer it. Laps down. Clint Boyer -2. Joe Nemechek 7 laps down. Michael McDowell 13. A.J. Allmendinger, Trevor Bayne, Danica Patrick, and Kurt Busch further back but still running.
Larry,
turn 3.
How far could Blaney go if he didn't pit right now?
Well,
another 20 laps?
No, he was on pit road at lap 130, so he could probably go about 14 to 16 laps. But Krista, I get a feeling they're going to be on pit road pretty quick here.
Larry Mack, I love your math skills. I just talked to Ryan Pemberton. He said 15 laps, 1.5 is the most they can go. They wanted Dave to go through that patch on the track to make sure it wasn't bumpy. They just radioed and said, Dave, how does it feel? He said, no, not really bumpy, so I think we're okay. They're planning to come to pit road with 1 to go before we go green.
Man, I don't know. It's $1.5 million. I got 15 laps, and that track is a little questionable. I've rolled the dice this far. I think I'm going to stay out here and see what happens.
What did Stevie tell you in 1989? We have 16 races. We know how to not win it. How about if we try a way to win it?
I'm just saying that with the uncertainty that I think everybody has in the condition of the track, and I could run a little bit further, even if it meant I had to pit under the green. And all the drivers are saying, we think it's going to get wild, it's going to get crazy. Keep that car up front, and who knows what might happen. It's worth the gamble.
Casey Kane, Ricky Stenhouse, both just pitted. Fuel only, no tires. Tick-tock, 12 o'clock. It is midnight. It is Tuesday, and we have 100 miles to go in Daytona.
After midnight.
McDowell laps down in the Phil Parsons, Dusty Whitney, Mike Curb car.
After midnight, we're going to let it all hang out.
I like the way you're thinking.
Now, Landon Castle in that 83 car, he pitted 6 laps earlier than Dave Blaney, Tony Raines, and David Gilliland, so he doesn't have very many laps at all left in his tank of fuel.
So, Darrell, this is quite a dice roll. If any of these 4 drivers stay on the track, they are betting that we won't be able to go many laps through that patch in turn number 3, and the race would be stopped with them up front. And if they are wrong and we're able to race to conclusion, their chances of winning the Daytona 500 are dashed.
It's a gambler's call. I'm just telling you. But if I was in any of those 4 cars, I'd roll the dice.
Steve?
Mike, I'm listening to Dale Earnhardt Jr., and he just told Steve Letarte that the top of the racetrack, where all that fuel spilled in the middle, is not raceable. Steve Letarte just saying, I'm going to relay that message to NASCAR. So they're not. Dale Earnhardt Jr., for one, is not entirely confident right now with the track's condition.
There's reasonable doubt, and that's why I'm saying, man, if I'm sitting up there in the lead right now, and I got a little fuel left in the tank, I can't hear you.
We'll take a side-by-side break from Daytona as they get ready to go back to racing.
Whoa! Dad, where'd you get that?
Oh, you won't believe what just happened.
Don't tell me you got the last Diet Dew.
Yeah.
I love the taste of Diet Dew. What do you want for it? Deal.
Diet Mountain Dew. Yeah, it tastes that good.
Hey, hotshot. Meter's running.
Goodyear. Driven by those who use the world as their proving ground. And everything we've learned making these tires inspires what we roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven.
When you pay too much for cable, you throw things. When you throw things, people think you have anger issues. When people think you have anger issues, your schedule clears up. When your schedule clears up, you grow a scraggly beard. When you grow a scraggly beard, you start taking in stray animals. And when you start taking in stray animals, you can't stop taking in stray animals. Stop taking in stray animals. Get rid of cable and upgrade to DirecTV. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
They say that with great power comes great responsibility. Well, when you own a Durango, you'll have tons of power, enough to tow up to 7,400 pounds. So owning a Durango means you now have the responsibility to go dirt biking, ATVing, motorcycling, boating, jet skiing, and show a Ford Explorer a thing or two about what it means to have best-in-class towing. The SUV is back.
For the first time ever, the Daytona 500 is run on Monday, and it will finish Tuesday Eastern Time.
It's a record. It's a record weekend. That's all I can say in so many different ways.
37 laps to go. The 4 drivers in the first 4 positions have not made their final stop for fuel. And right now it appears they are going to gamble until the officials give the 1 to go signal and stay out. So NASCAR's checking in with the teams and the drivers as to the condition of the track and how close we are to going back to racing. Here's Landon Castle.
Did it feel pretty rough when you went through there? Yeah, I kind of felt like a sand pit. Do you want me to go ahead and drive on the flat here, Doug? Yeah, do all you can just to keep fuel on that pickup.
That's Doug Richard, his crew chief, Landon Castle. As we mentioned, he has not been to pit road since lap 124, which coming to the line this time will be 40 laps ago. He's staying on the flat. Jeff Hammond did the piece down there at our Ford Tech car earlier about these pumps in the fuel cell. Old habits are hard to break. You really don't have to do that with this system, but it can't hurt. Doesn't hurt.
They don't want to lose their prime, Larry. You know, they just want to keep those pumps primed up.
Signaling 2 laps to green. Here's what Kevin Harvick has to say about track condition.
Honest with you, I don't even see a patch. I just see a bunch of white, like speedy dry. Just past it.
Oh, it's the same old thing. If you ask the drivers in the front, is it raining? They're going to say it's pouring down. If you ask the guys mid-pack to the rear, they'll say, man, it hadn't rained all afternoon. What are you talking about? That's just how it goes.
Terry Labonte comes to the pits, as does Trevor Bayne. They fuel up the Wood Brothers car for Bayne and pull a tear off the windshield to give him a clear view. Make a chassis adjustment in the right rear. And Bayne, though he is 38 laps down, it's also his goal to finish this Daytona 500.
And see, that's a big deal. Uh-oh, is this the 13 car here? Casey Mears is on the apron here, Larry, and looks like he may have stretched it a wee bit too far.
Yeah, I was trying to look and see. He was last on pit road at lap 158, so no, this should not be a fuel issue.
No way.
Casey has run up near the front a good portion of tonight's race.
Safety truck going to his aid and push him the remaining 2 miles back around to the pits.
What a shame, Larry. I mean, this team, they've been running so well all night long. They've been up front.
Qualified up front and just kind of played it safe in the Gatorade dual race to make sure nothing happened to that race car. And he'd run up in the top 5, top 10 quite a bit.
Let's see if we get 1 to go this time by, or if they wave it off to get Mirror's car back around to pit road.
They got 1 to go in the air. The flagman's got his signal for 1 to go. Let's see if he sticks with that.
And the dreams of the front 4 may be dashed right here. They can't go the distance without fuel. Blaney, Castle, Rains, and Gilliland come in to top off the tank. Krista?
The sound of heartbreak in the 36 pit. Dave Blaney said it actually felt gravelly the last time by. He said, tell them the track's not ready to go. That was his hope. When they gave 1 to go, they said, we have to come in. 4 tires is a call, also a chassis adjustment. Again, a planned stop for Dave Blaney. They were hoping this race would not get back underway so that they could stay in the lead and win the Daytona 500. Dick?
Well, Carl Edwards is on pit road. He might as well. He's going to be at the back of the lead lap anyhow, so some additional fuel in the event that we have a green-white checker would give him an advantage.
Kyle Busch, same story. Topped off with Sunoco Green E15, pulled a tear off, ready to go from the back.
Now we're hearing that Casey Mears in the 13 is having fuel pressure issues. That's about the 2nd or 3rd driver that we've heard that from tonight.
So up front, Matt Kenseth and Dale Earnhardt Jr., both past champions of the Daytona 500.
Oh boy, Larry, I don't know if I want to be the first guy to hit that patch or not.
Well, one of those boys are going to be the first one to hit it, probably. Matt Kenseth in the 17 or Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88.
Kevin Harvick and Greg Biffle, so 2 Chevys inside, 2 Fords outside. Then Joey Logano's Toyota. Jeff Burton's Chevrolet. When they take the green flag, it'll be 34 laps to go. Denny Hamlin's up there, so's Paul Menard. Weather's good, track is clear. Mirror's got to push to pit road. So they'll come off turn 4 and address the start finish line. And here we go.
I don't know about you, but I'm a little uptight about this.
Those two drivers battled each other for Rookie of the Year in 2000. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Matt Kenseth. Matt Kenseth actually ended up winning the Rookie of the Year that year.
Some drivers hanging way back on this restart as they come to the green flag. 34 to go. Green. Kenseth, Biffle pull a car length on Jr. and Harvick.
That's two fast Fords in that outside lane, and Dale Jr.'s got a fast car down on the bottom with Harvick pushing. I think you're looking at the two really fast cars that have a good shot at hanging on to this lead, with Biffle and Kenseth up there in the 16 and 17.
Double wide off turn 2.
Boy, you got to wonder, you got to worry, you got to think.
190 miles an hour off into turn 3 through the speedy dry cleanly.
Never even bobbled.
8 cars on the bottom, leading. A dozen double file, and then 3 wide with Castle in the middle.
I think right now, Mike, you really got to work hard. If you're not up in the lead right here with these first 4 or 5 cars, you really got to work hard to get yourself up there if you're going to have any shot at all of winning this thing.
Biffle had a peek outside of Kenseth to get some clean air into that opening for the radiator.
See Denny Hamlin at 11. He has been fast all night long. He's gathering a little group on the top side there with Burton in the 31, Keselowski in the 2.
I don't know what they paved this track with, but I'd like to have some of it for my driveway because it is amazing.
5 cars on the inside. Whoa, Logano in the orange car came up almost into his teammate Denny Hamlin. Almost side slammed him. Darrell, from what we've seen so far, the only way that outside line's going to get to the front is they're going to have to hook up in tandem and push.
Well, you know, I see Burton out there, and he had a fast car that could push to the front when he had Biffle in front of him, but I don't know if he's got anybody out there right now that can go with him. There's some cars from the back, though. Carl Edwards and a couple of guys that'll be coming up through the pack that may hook up here in a second and make a move.
Matt Kenseth won his Gatorade dual race on Thursday. He did it with a great pass of his teammate Greg Biffle. Now the Biff is right on Kenseth's bumper, but those 2 Fords are unable to pull away.
But Darrell's right. Denny Hamlin at 11 pulling that group on the second lane there. They're not making any ground. They're not losing ground, but they're not making any ground.
No, and we know that Hamlin's car's pretty quick, and we know that Burton right behind him in the 31 is too. If anybody can do it, and then you got the 2 Keselowski, so they got some pretty good cars right there that maybe could make some progress up that outside. We'll have to wait and see. You're like a yo-yo when you're on the outside. You go up, and then you go back a little bit, and then you go up. Can you get up there?
30 laps to go. They're going to have to buddy up to make it to the front on the outside as we go side by side. 28 laps to go in Daytona. Last lap speed 200 miles per hour as Matt Kenseth leads his teammate Greg Biffle in Fords. Then the Chevys of Earnhardt and Harvick, the Toyotas of Hamlin and Logano, then Burton, Martin, Keselowski, and Menard, the top 10.
They just took Tony Stewart in that 14 car, the red car, up on the high side there, kicked him out of line, and he kept finding a place to get back down in.
Yeah, well, that's the whole problem, Larry. If you try to make any sort of a move, somebody fills your spot and you have nowhere to go except to the back and regroup and try to get back up through there.
He's got a little help from Ricky Stenhouse in the 6.
You're hoping when you step out, somebody will say, "Ooh, that's Tony Stewart, I'll go with him," but it doesn't always work that way.
Riding with Regan Smith. He was a contender early. He's trying to work his way back up from 13th position. And Burton and Hamlin have hooked up. Here they come to the front.
That's a good tandem. Oh, but Burton's, for some reason or another, just lost a bunch of ground right there all at once. I don't know if he got loose or what happened, but he fell off the back of the 11 car of Hamlin all at once.
It's like he pushes Hamlin for a little bit, and I don't know if he starts to run hot or what. Then he has to get back off real quick.
That's got to be it, Larry, because he gives him a good shove, gets him almost up there, or gets a good head of steam, and then has to fall out of line.
And he moves Hamlin up even with the 4th place car. Lap traffic.
Squeezing by this lap car.
Joe Nemechek in the 87 car. Laps to go.
Whew. I'm glad. It's making me nervous.
Hamlin has worked his way up alongside Kevin Harvick, who is 4th.
Just keeps chipping away at it, just little by little.
Everybody moving around, trying to get a little clean air to that radiator and keep those engines cool.
Well, that's the problem. If you're down there in that bottom line, you've got to get some air to that engine sooner or later. One thing about Hamlin and them on the outside, Hamlin's got pretty much clean air, so his car's not going to get hot.
Hamlin remains side by side with Harvick.
They're going to catch the lap car of Casey Mears in the 13, the white car. They'll have to go around him. There's Clint Boyer in the 15 as well, just left pit road.
Sometimes that lap car will mess up your formation like you see here. The lap cars move that front pack around a little bit and give that outside line a little better shot.
Three wide impact, but moving.
Oh, baby.
Moving around a lap car.
Everybody hold a pretty wheel here.
And then they'll reform.
Hamlin could drop in line right there, and he did. He got in front of his team. Oh, there's a car off in the grass. More cars off in the grass.
3 cars sliding. Marcus Ambrose is 1.
It's Casey Mears, the 13 that they just had lapped.
Caution.
Those lap cars are so hard to get around when you're coming up on them 20 mile an hour faster than the lap car's going.
And there's Mears. And Ambrose gets away after that big spin. Fortunate, Darrell, that more cars weren't involved.
It looked like it was going to be a wad of them, but they all got them straightened out.
So let's have a look. Here's Casey Mears, and watch the blue car, the 43 of Eric Almirola, as this gets started.
Just gets real tight heading off in the corner down here. Again, Casey is getting lapped.
Stenhouse got into Almirola across the front of Mears and then Ambrose.
Well, Almirola just about.
I'm telling you.
He just barely slid through there after that happened.
I think the 9 car, Marcus Ambrose, he's got quite a bit of body damage. I don't know if it's going to be bad enough to take him out of contention or not. Look at Almirola right there. Whoopee. Nice save.
Watch this right here, though. Wow.
Well, in 2 of those cars, the 9 and 43 are teammates at Richard Petty Motorsports, Ambrose and Almirola. But Ricky Stenhouse was trying to move from the outside to the middle, and that hole just wasn't open.
Boy, you just don't get down on the apron very often in the trioval and get it straightened up and keep on going.
So the caution waves with 22 laps to go. There's Stenhouse in the number 6. There's the first contact with the 43.
I think the 13 was just forcing the 43. He had nowhere to go, and the 6 was on the outside there, and they did make contact.
Clint Boyer gets the free pass. Watch Ricky Stenhouse.
It's more like the 43 seemed to me like may have gone up a little bit as much as the Stenhouse tried to come down. I think it was just getting tight right there as they went by the slow car of Mears.
Darrell, we talked about it earlier in the show, the tri-oval here. It is one of the most treacherous places of this racetrack.
Well, you're running the same speed through the tri-oval that you are in the, through the turns. You're running 200 mile an hour through here, and you don't have but 18 degrees of banking. So the car gets really light and gets really loose as you come through here.
Mears and Ambrose have pitted. Let's get Michael Waltrip's take on that.
It just looked like what we see a lot of times here at Daytona, Darrell. Anytime you're lapping a car, people have to do something different, something that they're not prepared to do. It looked like to me the 43 car of Almirola moved up and clipped that other car and caused that accident. I think Casey Mears was doing everything he should, but you're running 200 miles an hour. You're coming into the tri-oval. It's a tough turn, like you said, Darrell, and he just moved up a little bit too far and caused that accident.
Yeah, I see there's some fire under the 9 car here. I'm not sure if that's something's dragging on the front of it, and it's caused a small fire up under the hood of that car.
Krista?
They're talking to Marcus right now saying watch your gauges, but it was splitter damage, of right front damage that he suffered in that incident there. They're saying just watch it, the splitter dragging a bit right now.
Ambrose has been solid all week, but with 21 laps to go, things could be tough for the likable Aussie.
Agents, when it comes to insurance, people feel lost.
That's a dead end.
Don't know which way to turn.
This way. Turn around.
That's why we present people with options, to help them find coverage that fits their needs.
Almost there.
That's a new Maze record.
Really?
I have no idea. We don't keep track of that kind of stuff.
Oh, you should.
We are insurance.
We are farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Energy when I gotta get stuff done.
How do you reinvent the best-selling car in America? From behind the wheel. Akio Toyoda, race car driver and president of Toyota Motor Corporation. The reinvented 2012 Camry. From Toyota.
Ready for the restart. 20 laps to go, 27 cars on the lead lap. Marcus Ambrose still running, but he's down a lap after that slide coming out of the tri-oval that put us under this, the 8th caution flag of the night.
Well, it's become pretty obvious. If you're going to make any kind of a move, if you're going to get in near the front or take the lead, you're going to have to do it on these restarts. And this is one of those times right here when it's going to get desperate and you're going to start forcing your way in, trying to get down in line or make a pass here is what's going to happen.
Teammates together no longer. Kenseth and Biffle are on the front row in Fords. Earnhardt and Harvick, the second row Chevrolets. Hamlin's Toyota, Burton's Chevrolet. And we pack up Sunday and head for Phoenix to duel in the desert on Fox.
I get a feeling Dale Earnhardt Jr. in that 88, he is going to stay glued to that 17 of Matt Kenseth. We are getting a report that Matt Kenseth can hear his crew and his spotter, but they can't hear Matt, which honestly, with 19 to go, no more pit stops, that's the best of the two evils.
Denny Hamlin's led the most laps tonight. Kenseth third on that list behind Hamlin and Biffle, who starts right alongside him. They have turned the lights back on the safety car. We were set for the restart. They're going to add 1 lap, and then we'll go back to green for the final 18.
Too much information. There's no such thing in NASCAR. With the NASCAR Sprint Cup mobile app, you get live in-car audio, real-time stats, even driver bios. And with Sprint's unlimited data, you can find out everything about me. Like my secret obsession with karaoke.
Here I go again on my own. Going down the
There's no such thing as TMI when you have NASCAR Sprint Cup mobile and truly unlimited data, only from Sprint.
Here we go, straight vision. Green flag, green flag.
The heat is on the street. Inside your head, every beat, and the beats alive. Deep inside, pressure's high. Just to stay alive, 'cause the heat is on.
I'm pit. I need a Coke. Come on in, get it.
Caught up in the action, I'll be looking out for you. Tell me, can you feel it? Tell me, can you feel it? Tell me, can you feel it? The heat is on. The heat is on.
Ready to restart. The extra lap was to reposition Joey Logano from 7th back to 18th. For not maintaining pace car speed, they lined him up behind Jamie McMurray in the number 1.
That's a big hit.
Fords on the front row, Chevys in the second, a Chevy and a Dodge in row 3, 2 Toyotas row 4, 2 Chevys row 5. Who will win the Daytona 500? 18 laps from the checkered flag. Green flag.
Kansas might be in trouble getting that 4 out on that restart. That outside line is going to have a pretty good head of steam, but he pulls up in front of Greg Biffle like Greg Biffle did him in the qualifying race.
Yeah, he saw that line coming, and he jumped up there just at the last second. Now he's getting a shove from Biffle, his teammate in the 16.
Those are the 2 best cars, the 16 and the 17. It's just a matter of whether they can hang together and work together.
And they were 6 miles an hour faster than the pack going into the corner, as Kenseth moved up and found his teammate, Greg Biffle. Biffle now Kenseth's wingman. Dale Jr. pushing Biffle right up to Kenseth's bumper.
Boy, he is. I mean, they had a head of steam coming down into the trioval here. Dale Jr. was going to try to push Greg Biffle to the lead, but Biffle would have nothing of it. He stayed behind his teammate.
Harvick's 29 on the high side with his teammate, Jeff Burton. The alliances are forming.
I think Dale Jr. is going to have to rethink his strategy a little bit. He's got 2 Fords in front of him. He's got a Toyota behind him. He really is kind of in no man's land right now by himself.
But what I've been seeing with Kevin Harvick in the 29 we're riding with, and his teammate Jeff Burton in the 31, just like earlier, Burton cannot push for any period of time.
It's either getting hotter, he just can't. I'm not sure why he can't stay hooked up. It's got to be heat.
3 of those Richard Childress Chevys now right together. Harvick, Menard, and Burton. 27, 29, and 31.
That's those 4 cars down the bottom right now. The 17, the 16, the 88, and the 11. Those are 4 cars that have shown a lot of speed all through this race.
You see the double yellow line at the inside of the racing surface. You cannot go below that line and advance your position, or there will be penalties. So right now, for those front 4, that yellow line's their best friend.
You know, another driver that's up there, Ryan Newman, in that 39 car we're looking at. And remember, he was our second caution of the race way back on lap 12 when he had that flat right rear. And here he's up there in the top 10.
Yeah, if you're going to have trouble, have it early and get that lucky dog or a couple of breaks, and you're obviously right back in it. But It's going to be interesting to see if these 4 guys here at the front of the field will stay hooked up like this to the end and not give anybody a chance to get up there and challenge them.
Kevin Harvick leading the outside lane. He's a Daytona 500 champion. He's going to need a push from Jeff Burton if he's going to challenge.
Well, Burton's a good pusher for a little while, but he doesn't seem to be able to push very long. I haven't seen any speed out of that 29 car. He's been up there, but he hadn't been able to stay up there real well.
Here's the push, and Harvick, the 2007 winner, inches his way past Paul Menard, trying to get even with 4th place Denny Hamlin now.
Well, you couldn't get a better push. The 31 is all over him, and they got a 2-car tandem going on, but man, it's hard to close up on that front pack.
Yeah, you could see right there, it went right at 200 miles per hour when he just leaned on Harvick in that 29.
Now, maybe down the back here, they could get a head of steam up and get a little side draft, maybe.
That's Ryan Newman, 39, with Paul Menard.
Sometimes on the outside, they're getting into turn 3. You can pick up a little room, make up a little time, but they actually look to me like they might even be falling back a tad.
13 laps to go.
Oh, trouble, big trouble, big trouble.
Mid-pack. Sliding and spinning into the infield, McMurray. And sliding up the racetrack, 1 car going to coast to the bottom. That's Eric Almirola. Regan Smith was in it, and Casey Kane. The left side of his car torn up, and we're back under caution for
Regan
the 9th
Smith.
time at lap 188.
Almirola, the 1 car there, McMurray's the one I saw. Man, he was spinning around like a top.
Carl Edwards has damage to the right front, our pole sitter.
It's about mid-pack. You see McMurray right back here. He's the first guy I saw go around in the. Got a little wobble, got a little wobble.
I believe he blew a left rear tire. That thing started wiggling around, and as he came into the tri-oval, it spun out, and when it came to a stop, you can see the left rear tire is completely torn apart. So I think he had a cut tire, and the thing just got away from him.
Yeah, he was wobbling through the tri-oval there, and finally went around with him.
Another driver involved, Brad Keselowski, right there.
Wonder if Brad twittered that.
Right
Probably
there is McMurray.
Yeah, Keselowski in the 2 just drove underneath Casey Kane in the 5. Just nowhere to go.
Watch Tony Stewart there. He just worked his way right back. Keselowski missed that wreck by inches.
Boy, Almirola came up the track right in front of Dave Blaney, who missed him. Watch that orange and black number 1.
Yeah,
right side of your screen.
Right here. He starts wobbling right here, and then the car starts goes around, and it looked like a top. I saw that orange car just spin around, and look at Tony Stewart right there getting right through that mess.
Well, Stewart did get some damage in the first part of that crash,
yes,
though, Darrell.
He did. Yes, he did.
And from Casey Kane.
Whoa, Keselowski almost went over.
We got let's see, where are we at?
And we'll ride with Regan Smith in the furniture
wide.
car.
43 still outside, right there, you see it.
I don't think he can see anything.
Carl Edwards, our pole sitter.
He almost made it through. Got some damage right there near the end of it.
Casey Kane.
Darrell, he did the same thing with his hands that Jimmy Johnson did in that wreck on lap 1.
We've had in-car cameras in these cars for years, and up until recently, have I seen drivers let go of the wheel and tuck their hands out of the harm's way like that. They've learned a lot about this over the last year or two.
Keep in mind, Casey Kane is a longtime open wheeler, owns a sprint car team, and a defensive posture, a learned response when something like that happens. And with our new dual path onboard cameras, we can give you 2 views from the in-car. Here's what Jamie Mack had to say.
Broke on my car. I don't know what it was. I think the same thing they did the 42. Spun out on me.
Well, you think about it, before Montoya hit that jet dryer, he was complaining about his race car, and you could see him wiggling down the back straightaway. Heard Jamie just say maybe the same thing happened to my car.
Both the Chip Ganassi cars out of the race. There's Almirola, the new driver for Richard Petty. Ran a strong 500, but he'll be out of the race with 11 laps to go.
Well, I don't know if this changes anything or not. It could when we have a restart here with Kenseth and Biffle up there on the front row. Dale Jr. gets behind Biffle again, or behind Kenseth again. That's a pretty stout pair right there.
Regan Smith able to continue with that damage, and it looks like so too will Carl Edwards. Not so the 43.
Several guys have slipped in the picture here, Mike. Mark Martin's up to 8th. He's been kind of riding around back there all the race long. He's got a teammate up there in Martin Truex. There's some good teammate combinations right now.
Yeah, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., one of the Roush Fenway drivers, he's made his way up to 12th in that 6 car.
Down on the inside, McMurray loses control, and it's on.
They're going to wreck. There's no doubt about that. But you just got to use your head, be smart, and make it happen.
That was before this most recent accident, the 9th caution of the day.
You know, every time I can recall saying to myself, I'd hear a wee voice inside of me say they're going to wreck. And every time I didn't react to what I was thinking, I ended up regretting it. And I think there's a perfect example of, you know, they're going to wreck. What do you do? I mean, you know, you can't stop. Got to keep going.
Well, interestingly, Darrell, about 8 cars have been hanging out 1 to 2 seconds behind the lead pack, perhaps anticipating that very thing.
Well, I think we see it. The spotters saw it. You know, they're talking about it. They're going to wreck.
7 drivers involved in that pileup. Jamie McMurray, Brad Keselowski, Casey Kane. As you look at Matt Kenseth, who's led 38 laps tonight. Now, he beat Greg Biffle on the final lap Thursday. What will happen tonight in these closing laps? 129 races since Dale Jr.'s been to victory lane.
It's going to be a drag race. I mean, you're going to have Kenseth and Biffle on the front row. You got Earnhardt and Hamlin behind them, and Harvick's right there. He's good. Burton's good. Those first 6 cars, it's going to be a drag race.
Jeff Burton trying to win the Daytona 500. He's run second here a couple of times. Paul Menard, that big win at the Brickyard last year. Mark Martin, 3 decades of trying to win this race.
You know, just a little bit ago, Clint Boyer was 2 laps down. Now he's back on the lead lap in 22nd spot. So he's made up a couple of laps here in the last little bit.
Just saw Ryan Newman there. He's got the free pass 2 times in this race.
2-time champ Terry Labonte, he's on the lead lap in a 23rd place, hanging around.
And in the closing laps of the Budweiser shootout a week ago Saturday night, Kyle Busch took a wrecked car, drove it to the front, and won. Joey Logano, his teammate, can he give Busch the boost to get to the front? Ricky Stenhouse didn't have a cup ride for this season. Jack Roush had a golden ticket for the number 6, a guaranteed start in the first 5 races. tapped Stenhouse to drive.
This kid's a really good little shoe, Stenhouse is. And, of course, my old buddy David Ruderman. It's good to see him. He's kept that thing out of trouble. He's sitting there in 14th place. And here's my man.
Series champion Tony Stewart, 15th.
He's won 17 races at Daytona, but never the Daytona 500.
David Gilliland, 3rd last year, trying to prove that was no fluke.
Well, you know, when I was 17 and I was trying to win my 17th, I said, maybe I'm going to finish 17th. Right now, Smoke's running 15th. So he's 14 on his 14th try.
The only number I'm concerned about, Darrell, is 200. That's the lap number I want to see up on that scoreboard.
Ooh, baby.
9 to go.
Continue making repairs to Carl Edwards' car. He's still on the lead lap. We've got 23 drivers on the lead lap.
So after Gilliland at 16th position, Tony Raines running 17th in a 3rd car for Front Row Motorsports.
You know, we saw Rick Hendrick down there a little bit ago, Mike, and I talked to him about 3 o'clock this afternoon. He was in Charlotte. He said he's worried about the weather. I said, I don't think it's going to rain, boss. I think you ought to come on down. And so here he is down here again. And just one more time, I want to thank him for that helping hand he gave all of us on the Fox team this past week. We really appreciate it, Rick.
Now, all of these are lead lap cars. 1 to go. Jamie McMurray and Brad Keselowski checked and released from the infield care center. 4 drivers with lengthy winless streaks are all running in the top 10. As we look back at the rest of the lead lap cars, Labonte, 2-time champ, Clint Boyer back on the lead lap.
Can it get can anything, any else bizarre thing happen in 8 more laps?
You look at this grandstand, Darrell. That's why they're all here still.
And look, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. They're still all hanging around here wanting to see what's going to happen.
Krista.
As Brad Keselowski walked out of the care center, I asked him if he's okay, and that's the only reason that we'll sort of joke about this. What took more damage, your car or your phone?
The car, by far. And it's really disappointing. You know, we had fought really hard all race long to be towards the front so we'd be in front of the wrecks, and had to come in and pit under that last yellow and got towards the back. And when something happens and you're back there, you just you can't get out of it. But you know, that's Daytona. That's how this racing is. It's been a long few weeks in Daytona, and we'll move on to Phoenix. And you know, I think we've got really good cars throughout the season. We had a good one tonight, and I'm proud of everybody at Penske Racing for that. So take the Miller Lite Dodge on to Phoenix. But before we go, I want to just send a shout out to all the fans still watching. I know it's late at night. We've gone through rain delays, fire delays, but you guys are still here, and I just want to say thank you.
Thanks, Brad.
Thank you, Krista. Fog closing in, 8 laps to go. Matt Kenseth, Greg Biffle up front. Biffle hasn't been to victory lane in the last 43 starts. It's been 113 for Jeff Burton, 81 races for Mark Martin, 167 for Martin Truex. Matt Kenseth.
I know you're frustrated about not being able to talk to us, bud, but we've worked through it the whole race. We're going to keep working through it right to the end here. I'm going to give you plenty of information. I know you can't see out that right side. You just do what you do here, buddy. You just do what you do. We're going to do this again. Just smart, safe, and let's bring it home here.
That's Kenseth spotter Mike Kalanoff as the green flag waves. 7 laps to go. Junior pushing Kenseth down toward turn 1.
Tell you, that 16 car, though, he is stout. That's a fast car, and he's got a fast car pushing him. We saw Hamlin push to the lead earlier in the race.
4 cars trying to settle among themselves. Kenseth coming to the outside lane to pick up his teammate Biffle, and does. Single file again.
And now they'll go to the bottom. Dale Earnhardt Jr. in 88 was fortunate enough to be able to fall back in 4th spot there. I thought he was going to get kicked way out of line.
I did too, but you know what? That is teamwork right there. That's what they didn't have in the 150. Kenseth really helped Biffle out right there by pulling out and getting him and pulling him up there behind him. Now they should be able to settle it probably between themselves.
6 laps to go. On the outside lane, teammates Mark Martin and his new teammate Martin Truex. 2 Toyotas going to try to push their way to the front, but a long way to go to get there.
And Darrell, unless that outside line gets to moving, Matt Kenseth, his best friend right now is that double yellow line.
Oh, I think right now, Larry, everybody say, okay, let's ride right here. Let's hold what we got. Don't anybody panic, because it's going to be a drag race off turn 4. That's where these races have been won every time down here this week. But you can tell Kent's knows that the yellow line is his friend, man, and he's protecting that bottom. That's all you need to do right now. Make them go by on the outside if they're going to pass you.
5 laps to go.
And here's what's going to happen, Larry. Biffle is he's got to make a decision. Am I going to stay behind my teammate, or am I going to let that 11 push me right past him? That's a question that Biffle's got to sit there and ask himself.
And that's probably the question Matt Kenseth is asking himself about Greg Biffle.
I got to believe that Kenseth is a little skeptical based on the way they raced each other in their qualifying race.
And Denny Hamlin in third in the number 11. Has no friends. 2 Fords, Hamlin's Toyota by itself, and 2 Chevrolets behind, Earnhardt and Burton. More Chevys, Harvick, Menard, Newman, and 14 Tony Stewart.
And there's Tony Stewart's teammate, Ryan Newman. Oh, Tony's going around. Another wreck to the tri-oval.
Kyle Busch, hard slide through the grass, no contact. At least half a dozen cars involved in this one. Dave Blaney drives away. That's Kyle Busch. Caution flag number 10 with 4 laps to go. Landon Castle, or excuse me, David Rudiman.
You know, Tony got around, but I don't know if he got a lot of damage or not. I see a lot of body damage, and tires that got the side rubbed off them, but the car didn't look that bad once he got it straightened out.
Let's check with Matt.
EW, he just told Steve Addington, I pretty much said that we're going to need tires, but I got it.
Steve Addington, Stewart's new crew chief for 2012.
Let's see what happened. Tony is right back here, and I see him all of a sudden. He gets a little push from behind, maybe from Joey Logano.
He and Stenhouse go around. Newman and Busch.
And Newman and Busch was actually in front of Tony a little bit when that started happening.
Have to take a couple more looks at that.
Kyle Busch went for a long wild ride. Blaney involved.
Let's see here. Here's 39 up here. Right there. Stenhouse got into the side, and Stenhouse in the 6 got into Tony.
I'm not sure, though, that David Gilliland didn't get into the back of Stenhouse and push him up into Tony.
Could have to look at it again.
That's about the 2nd or 3rd wreck we've seen on the exit of the tri-oval. It just starts narrowing up right there.
Cars are really free and loose right through the tri-oval. I'm telling you, you're running 200 mile an hour through there. It's hard to hang on sometime.
You saw there where Kyle Busch in the 18 jumped down in front of Ricky Stenhouse in the 6.
I know Stenhouse hit Tony. I'm not sure if he got forced into him. Here's smoke right out here.
All right, there's Stenhouse with Gilliland behind him.
No, you know what? The 20 car and the 6 car make a little contact.
You're right.
And I'm not sure that didn't move the 6 car up, Stenhouse up just enough that he got into the left rear of Tony Stewart.
So let's regroup here. Joey Logano and Ricky Stenhouse make contact. Stenhouse moves up into Tony Stewart.
Watch him coming inside here. There you go. Outside, stay down. Lock it down, get it rolling here if you can. Keep coming across at you. Get it rolling here if you can. Leaders are in 2.
I believe the 20 does the 6, and then you put him into the side of Tony. That's what it looked to me like may have happened.
Michael, how do you see it?
What do you see, bud?
It just looked like to me that Stenhouse came into the tri-oval there and had a really good run. He moved up a little bit, and it created contact with the 20. I don't think Joey Logano had anything to do with it. I think Ricky just had a big run, and he didn't know what to do with it.
And there again, Darrell, we talk about closing speed. Ricky Stenhouse had a big run coming up through the pack, ran out of place to go.
Well, and you hit it on the head, up through the pack. And when you get up in the middle of cars like that, you can't, even if you try to slow down, you can't. So you make casual contact, which creates catastrophic results.
Now here's what sets us up though when we go back to racing. Right now it's going to be, as you see, the first attempt at a green-white checkered, and this is going to break the two Roush Fenway drivers up, because it's going to be put Kenseth in the 17 on the inside or wherever he chooses, and Biffle to the other side of him in that 16.
Let's have a look at our 5-hour energy move of the race. This long Daytona 500. The Montoya crash with the safety truck under caution, and the tremendous job done by NASCAR and Speedway safety officials to get the fire out, to ensure that no real damage was done to the racing surface and get it back into raceable condition so that we can get this finished.
This is going to be interesting, guys, with Kenseth and Biffle up there on the front row and Hamlin and Earnhardt behind them. We saw in that last restart how Kenseth went up and got his teammate and pulled him down in behind him. Looked like Kenseth's car's pretty quick on the restart. Dale Jr. looked like he lags back a little on the restart, so the restart's going to be the key.
Jamie McMurray back in the race. Danica Patrick in her first Daytona 500. 38th. Laps down, but determined to finish.
Michael, you've been in the race car earlier in the week. You know there's 2 to go. Is this where you just kind of block out those gauges as far as how hot you might be running if you start pushing another driver?
Finally, Larry, we're there. We know we can make it 2 laps, but here's what I bet. They're going to get so aggressive with their pushing, we're going to have to do another green-white checkered, but we're going to do them 2 laps at a time, so it's time to forget about the gauges and put the pedal to the metal and hang on.
So let's review the rules as we come to lap 200. That is the scheduled distance. NASCAR goes into their green-white checkered mode. They'll wave the green flag when the field comes around. Should they complete that next lap under green and the leader take the white flag under the green flag, next flag ends the race. If they don't make it back around to the white flag, we'll try another green-white checker up to a maximum of 3 attempts. This is the 6th time we've had green-white checker in the last 7 Daytona 500s that have run the full distance.
We talked about it earlier in the show. Last 10 500s, 10 different winners. A couple of those winners are there, Matt Kenseth and Dale Earnhardt Jr.
But I do think it's only appropriate, based on everything that's happened to us this weekend, that we would go into overtime.
Still 22 cars on the lead lap as we get set to settle it in the 37 hours of the Daytona 500 since we first got ready to race yesterday.
I think Kenseth is in the catbird seat. It just depends on the pushers. Depends on whether Dale Earnhardt can push Greg Biffle or not.
Ford's at the front, a Toyota and Chevy in row 2. Green flag, and Biffle gets about a half a car length away from Denny Hamlin here and moves up to pick up his Ford teammate, Greg Biffle.
Boy, that is a teammate right there, buddy. I mean, he jumped out there, got him.
Dale Jr. had no help, but he locks on the back of Biffle, 2nd and 3rd.
I don't think it'll do Dale Jr. any good, because I don't think Biffle's going to go anywhere. If he's a team player like Kenseth has been, he'll sit right there.
They've got a lap and a half to find out.
Now, when they come off of turn 4 and Dale Jr. is still pushing him,
could be a whole different story.
I'd say things might pick up.
They're looking for the white flag this time.
Once we get into this lap, if anything should happen down in turn 1 or 2 or 3 and 4, it's over.
3-car breakaway. Junior tucked up tight under the bumper of Biffle. Kenseth leads to turn 1, final lap.
Denny Hamlin in the 11s there with no one to push him.
Actually, he might actually be hurting those 2 cars in front of him if he gets back too far. But here we go. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen pretty quick.
We've seen where the timing of where you do it is so critical.
Those two cars, the 16 and the 88, should be able to get by, but Kenseth, if Biffle elects to take the chance.
Ford Chevrolet off the final corner. Matt Kenseth trying to win it for the second time. Here comes Junior to the outside. Side by side with Kenseth. He runs out of time. Matt Kenseth wins the Daytona 500.
I tip my hat.
I know Matt can't talk to you, but thank you, Jimmy.
2009 and 2012.
I tip my hat to Greg Biffle, though. He could have jumped out of line, but he honored his teammate.
Matt Kenseth's the first driver to repeat as a Daytona 500 champion since Jeff Gordon in 2005. He gets his 22nd career win.
Remember how he won the race? Elliott Sadler was leading the race. They go down the back straightaway, and Kenseth just gets the lead, and it starts raining, and the race ends short.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. did beat Greg Biffle back to the line to finish second in that 88 car. There's Biffle, who ended up finishing third.
Denny Hamlin is fourth. Jeff Burton is fifth. Paul Menard, Kevin Harvick, Carl Edwards up for eighth with a damaged car. Joey Logano and Mark Martin are the top 10.
Great job by Mark Martin to get a top 10 finish. Driving for Michael. Good job, buddy.
And Dave Blaney, who led during that long red flag period, winds up in the top 15 for Tommy Bolton.
Pretty good day for that team.
Last time we were here in July, Matt Kenseth pushed his teammate David Reagan to the checkered flag.
And Matt Kenseth gets to play capture the flag here in Daytona.
These guys, third, fourth, and fifth, all have new. Well, Biffle doesn't have a new crew chief, but Hamlin and Burton do.
And there's Dale Earnhardt Jr., who has finished second 6 times since he last went to victory lane in the Sprint Cup Series. He and Greg Biffle share a word after this wild final lap.
Right there was when Biffle started to go with Dale Jr. and he thought better of it.
It's a pretty great way for Jack Roush to start off his 25th year in Sprint Cup.
Good sign, good thing for Dale Jr. Good sign for Dale Jr. too. Gets a nice second place finish in the old Diet Dew car.
Let's see Carl Edwards coming across the line, even with Joey Logano, and just pipping him by about 6 inches. Nice move by Carl.
Whoa. Whoa.
Now NASCAR has reviewed that and ruled that Edwards 99 was forced below the yellow line, so no penalty on Edwards.
There's Old Faithful. She came through.
It's okay now.
Seeing the way Matt Kenseth won on Thursday, boy, that made him my pick for a last lap dash tonight. And he didn't disappoint any of his fans this evening.
Well, I think the other thing that happened on Thursday was when Greg Biffle bailed on him and tried to block him. And I think they probably had a heart-to-heart after that qualifying race. And I think that's one reason why Biffle hung with him the way he did.
You know, before Matt Kenseth turned 16 years old, he told his dad, Roy, he said, let's buy a race car. You drive it, I'll work on it. When I turn 16, I want to drive it. He won his third time out.
Jimmy Fenning and the Roush crew have plenty to celebrate.
That's not Jimmy Fenning's first Daytona 500 win. He won it in 1988 with Bobby Allison.
Steve Burns.
And Mike, Dale Earnhardt Jr. just out of the car, and a great way to start this 2012 season. Dale, tell us about the end of the race.
Yeah, I'd have liked to have won, but I told Greg that I was going to push him on that last restart, and I pushed him, and I thought he was waiting and waiting and waiting. It looked like he might have been trying to make a move on the back straightaway. but nothing materialized there. And then we come off 4, and I kind of waited till the last minute for him to have his opportunity to try to pass Matt, and nothing was happening. So I just pulled out and went around him. Matt had a strong car. The Roush guys were really quick all week. I was proud of the horsepower we had in our Hendrick car. It was great. We had great speed all week down here. Our car is performed well all week. The guys did a great job on the body. I want to thank everybody at the shop and all the guys that painted this car. This car looks so good every time it comes down here. The craftsmanship inside and out is amazing. It performed well. The team did a great job. Steve did a good job calling a good race. It was unfortunate what happened over in turn 3 tonight, and I'm glad everybody's okay. And I hate it for the fans to have to wait around to see a finish so late, but they stuck around. That's why NASCAR fans are the best, and hopefully they enjoyed it.
We'll see you at Phoenix. Good job.
Yes, sir.
Mike Joy.
Thank you, Steve. Great run for Dale Jr. Let's go down to the Dean of NASCAR's Pit Road Reporters, Dick Berggren in Victory Lane.
Well, Matt Kenseth, earlier in this race, when that engine was spewing water, did you think you had any chance to win the Daytona 500?
Not really. We had a lot of problems today. We had the engine spew out water, and we had a little bit of fuel problem. We lost the tachometer, lost the radios, and I couldn't talk. I could hear them, so that was good for them guys. But what a great race. I really need to thank Greg Biffle. Did a great job working with me today. We both had really fast rockets. I think it's just ended up who was in front at the end. And I also thank Sprint, Best Buy, Zest, Ford Motor Company, Valvoline, Gatorade, and Citizen Watches. I appreciate all their support, and I can't believe we're standing here twice in 1 week.
Tell us about Greg Biffle sticking behind you. Is that a matter of friendship? Is it a matter of teammate, or two guys driving Fords?
I think it's a combination of everything, but really it's a combination of what was going to give us both the best finish, you know. And I think when I'd pull up in front of him and he'd push me and we could get clear of the car behind me, that was a big key. We could just be going so fast by the time we got to the other end, and a lot of that is because of Doug Yates in the engine room. This stuff was awesome all weekend.
Is there a happier man in America right now than you?
There might be, but I don't know where he is.
Congratulations to you. Second Daytona 500 for Matt Kenseth. Matt.
Even his Roush teammates said the 16 was the car to beat. You look to be in position. You got out of the car shocked. What happened? You had Junior pushing, and what happened?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. I don't know what happened there. I mean, he was against me for 2 full laps, and I couldn't pull up on the 17. It's like the 17 had more motor or something at the end. It's like he floored it, and we couldn't catch him. But, you know, I think I was shoving him out, and I tried to make a move maybe on the back to kind of move up, but we didn't have a run. We needed a run. I needed a gap between us and the 17, and we just didn't have that gap. I maybe needed to drag the brake and try and push the 88 back and slow him down so we could get a run at it. But, you know, I thought Junior would push me up to the back bumper of him, and I'd side draft him and go by him. But and then it would be me and Junior over here at the line. But it wasn't meant to be. I learned a little bit there, and I think Junior's shocked too that the car didn't push up. But you know, 3M Ford Fusion, these guys, and Doug Yates, everybody, I'm so happy for starting the season out like this.
Great way to set a tone to start out the 2012 season.
Welcome back to the Daytona 500 post-race show on Fox, presented by Sprint. Matt Kenseth hoists the Harley Earl Trophy. Matt and Katie celebrate. What a wonderful moment. For our Fox technical crew, it's already been a 19-hour day. Thank you so much for all your efforts, but boy, it's been worth it. What a wild, wild 500 miles of excitement.
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, the race had never been rained out. It gets rained out. So we're going to run it Monday, and we're going to run it at, you know, start at noon, and then we're going to start at 7, and we thought it wasn't going to make it all the way because it might rain again. And then Montoya goes over there and crashes into one of the jet dryers, and we got this huge fire. And is the track going to be okay? Will they be able to fix it, and can we get back racing? And then to have the great finish that we had. But those two Fords, Larry, they've been fast the whole time down here, and Matt Kenseth has pulled it off in car number 17. I kind of like that.
Yeah, I think we saw shortly after we arrived at Speed Weeks, well over a week ago, that if you're going to win this 500, you were probably going to have to beat one of those Roush Fenway drivers. Matt Kenseth, Greg Biffle combined led 93 laps, almost half of this race. But as I said at the top of the show, we truly didn't know until they came off turn 4 and had that little drag race back to the checkered flag.
That's right. Well, the 36 hours of Daytona is in the books, and we're ready to go to Phoenix. Let's get out of Chris Devoda.
I know this is not the way Danica Patrick would have scripted her Sprint Cup Series debut, but champions like Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon fared similar fate. When you go home tonight, what do you take with you? Frustration, or do you feel like there's progression?
Any lap that I turn is progression, that's for sure. That's why I was so proud of everyone working so hard. I mean, they were working hard to get me back on the track. Was there much to gain as far as position-wise? No. But what there was to gain was for me to get the experience of running out there. I ran in packs for a while. The car felt, it's a little bent up, so honestly it didn't feel perfect. But so as they got later and later in the race, I just didn't want to play a part. You know, I didn't want to have an influence on it. I didn't want something to happen to it or break and shoot across the track. So, and then with the end there, I didn't think we were going to get the first green light checkered in, but we did, and so it was like very perplexing in my mind. Do I want to get up there because I got nothing to gain, but I also have nothing to lose? And honestly, I think that I picked up a lot of good tips, and I just wish that the beginning of the race could have been a nice single file line like it was when I got back out there, but it wasn't. And honestly, that's my lesson to learn maybe, is that just right off that first little bit if you're not up front. So unfortunately, we got another crashed GoDaddy car, but just like the last time, it did finish the race, but just in that darn 38th position.
We look forward to seeing you in Darlington.
Guys, we'll do TV first and then come back to front.
Let's take a look at the unofficial results of this Daytona 500. Something interesting about Matt Kenseth, Michael Waltrip. You know what? He led his first lap tonight on lap number 146. Back when he won in 2009, led his first lap on 146. Denny Hamlin led the most laps, and Paul Menard got his best Daytona 500 finish.
Great to see Mark Martin get a top 10 finish there. Kyle Busch couldn't battle to the front like he did last week in the shootout. Terry Labonte, two-time champion, grabs a top 10 finish. We saw Ricky Stenhouse mix it up in the trial over there late, finishes 20th.
Anybody from 15 on back had something to do with some kind of melee on the racetrack. Regan Smith did not run in the 24th spot. He was up front most of the time, but finished up there. Your defending champion, Trevor Bayne, finishes 35th.
And there's Danica in 38th. We just talked to her, and when she was getting ready to leave, they said, we'll see you in Darlington. I bet she thought, oh, no, this place has been tough enough. I got to go to Darlington next?
So 2 wins in the last 4 Daytona 500s for Matt Kenseth, and of course, the Cat in the Hat, Jack Roush, was with him for the whole ride. We got to take a quick break. We'll be back to Daytona with much more in just a moment. Stay with us, everybody.
You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
Promotional considerations provided by aerial coverage by Goodyear. Everything we've learned making tires for the proving grounds of NASCAR inspires what we roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. And back in the Hollywood Hotel, John Roberts alongside of Michael Waltrip. And boy, what a wild couple of days. We were supposed to start this thing way back on Sunday afternoon. Here we are finishing on a Tuesday, Michael, but what a start to the season.
Yeah, and you saw Matt Kenseth obviously elated with his second Daytona 500 trophy. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Greg Biffle, they seem pretty happy. But you know, tomorrow, they're going to hurt. You're that close to winning our greatest event, and you come up short. They're going to turn on Fox News in the morning. There's going to set Matt Kenseth. Everywhere they look, Matt Kenseth, Matt Kenseth. And they're going to be thinking, what could we have done? How could I have moved out? How could I have done something to be sitting where Matt is right now?
And what would you have called us if we said that Juan Pablo Montoya would hit a jet dryer?
Well, I wouldn't have not thought that could have been good, but I'm telling you, the pavement they use here, Darrell said it best, I want to pave my driveway with that stuff. I don't have a driveway, but if I did, I'd want to use that stuff because amazing, it settled, it lit up, but yet they put it out, and away we went racing.
Wow, is all we really can say. Coming up next, tonight on Fox, it's your late local news, except on the West Coast. And Sunday, it's the Subway Fresh Fit 500 coming your way from Phoenix. Then, of course, next on Speed, we have the Race Hub that will wrap up the entire day. Again, the Subway Fresh Fit 500 is coming your way from Phoenix. Race Hub coming up next on Speed. And also, we want to congratulate Matt Kenseth and Greg Biffle and Roush Fenway Racing once again for a huge win in this 54th Daytona 500 that showed us just a little bit of everything that racing had to offer, and what a way to start the 2012 season. So long, everybody. We'll see you next weekend in Phoenix.
Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys and Danica.
Man, are you kidding me?
Juan Pablo Montoya has crashed and gone aflame.
Well, I've seen a lot of things, but I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this.
Matt Kenseth wins the Daytona 500.